KRON TV, KRON in San Francisco is now reporting 53 dead on the Bay Bridge alone. Doctor, back again now, when they do put these structures up, if an earthquake has a lateral movement or a vertical movement, how do they account for that kind of thing?
They have to be ready for everything. The way these are studied is that there are giant tables, shake tables, where various tests are done on buildings or models of buildings that are set up. The stresses are measured, the structures are scaled down like a miniature, but they're correctly scaled down such that the materials have the right strength, the right dimensions, such that they act just as though they were in a major earthquake. And these engineers, earthquake engineers, work on these and have these shake tables, and so they can expect, or they can study and then know what kind of danger is. There are many ways these are done. The buildings are hopefully can put on bedrock, because in bedrock the vibrations of the waves going through are the smallest in amplitude, and the earth won't change to quicksand. The Japanese, for example, in Tokyo, where they have large areas where they can't get down to, let's say, very solid bedrock, they essentially build the building on a boat. They take out an equivalent amount of mass of earth, and they have a structure underground such that if the earth moves, the building will essentially be floating, more or less. It'll be like it's built a large tower, more or less, on a ship. And the earth will move back and forth, and the building will not fall down.
All right.
Buildings...
go ahead, Bree, if you have... finish your thought, I'm sorry.
Buildings themselves can vibrate much like a tuning fork, like a small tuning fork you watch or when you listen to it. And so there are various nodes. There are areas in the buildings that there's not much damage. There are other areas where there'll be tremendous damage just another 2 or 3 floors away. The damage, once buildings are inspected, a building that looks fine on the outside may be essentially unserviceable on the inside. It maybe have to be taken down because it's either dangerous the way it is or it's unusable the way it is. So that will take days to find out.
All right. Dr. Bruce Marsh, chairman of the Earth and Planetary Sciences Department at Johns Hopkins University, we certainly thank you, and we'll be calling on you again shortly. I rather suspect we're going to get an update. Donna is going to bring us up to date now as we continue this coverage throughout the night here on CNN of the devastation in the Bay Area.
And that's right, Patrick. Just a quick recap what you just mentioned. Also, KRON television reporting that 53 people are dead on the bridge alone. The last figure we had was 50. So 53 dead on the bridge, according to KRON television. We have 1 heart attack victim. Some have been crushed in their cars on the freeway. And the California Highway Patrol is reporting 6 people dead in a mall collapse in Santa Cruz. This major earthquake in San Francisco's Bay Area hit just a couple of minutes after 5 o'clock local time. Of course, it's about 23 minutes after 8 o'clock West Coast time right now, so it is getting dark, making it more difficult to search for people, as is the rubble, making it difficult to look for survivors. Parts of the Bay Bridge did collapse. We've shown you pictures of that this evening. There you see some smoke. We have had reports of a couple of fires burning. A major fire that's on Divisadero and Beach Street, a city block, is burning. We have 1 report of 20 injured in that fire. We had a report earlier of a fire at the University of California, Berkeley, and another fire burning in another area. Of course, they're watching for natural gas line breaks, and there has been a report of a gas leak in the major fire in the Divisadero and Beach Street area. The injured are heading to hospitals. We did talk to one nun earlier at one hospital, and she said that they had about 40 people already admitted there. A hospital south of them in Santa Cruz had to be evacuated, so they were calling back in shift personnel, doctors even from that hospital, to try and come in and cover and take care of some of the injured folks. The San Francisco airport, as we understand, is closed. Bridges, of course, in the area are closed. They are checking for structural damage, so it may be days. Who knows when they may open up again. Preliminary figures, 6.5 to 6.9, this major earthquake registered on the Richter scale. And we have had reports of a couple of aftershocks. And the Dr. Marsh that Patrick was just talking to mentioned to us earlier that the aftershocks could get some more aftershocks over a period of the next 24 hours, but did not expect them to be quite as severe. Of course, 50,000 plus fans, as many as maybe 68,000, I understand, in Candlestick Park, getting ready for the 3rd game of the World Series between the Giants and the A's. That game's been canceled. We do have word that Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner is probably, if all goes well, about 5 minutes from taking off in his plane to leave, headed to the Bay Area. And the report that I see says that Marilyn Quayle, who, of course, the wife of the vice president, is going to be going along as our 4 congressmen, Representative Don Edwards and Leon Panetta, Robert Dornan, and apparently this report says that the 4th congressman, not yet known, who are going to be going out to the Bay Area. So that is a recap for you, and we are going to continue our special coverage of this earthquake in San Francisco right after this. Joining us on the phone is Lee Duffus. He is with the Santa Cruz Red Cross. Mr. Duffus, can you tell us what your situation is right now? Mr. Duffus, are you able to hear me? Let's see if we can't... All right, this is the Marina fire of Divisadero and Beach Street that we've been telling you about. It was burning out of control. It's a city block on fire, and gas leak reports.
All right, we will try to get back to Lee Duffus in a moment. Let's go to David Russ. He's with the U.S. Geological Survey, which is based in Menlo Park, just down the peninsula from San Francisco. Mr. Russ, you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, tell us right now, if you would, your assessment of things tonight.
Well, we're continuing to monitor the aftershocks to get a better idea of just where the main shock took place and what segment of the fault ruptured. And since the time of the main shock up until about a half hour ago, we've recorded approximately 5 moderate-sized aftershocks and probably a number of smaller shocks as well, which is identifying a zone northeast of Santa Cruz, about where Highway 101 crosses the main strand of the San Andreas Fault, up to the northwest, perhaps 20 miles or so, to an area called Lake Ellsman, a reservoir in that zone, and it's filling in a zone which would probably identify that part of the San Andreas Fault which ruptured to cause the primary earthquake. The interesting thing that this is the same area that produced a magnitude 5.2 earthquake just this past August 8th, and which caused, I think, 1 person to die in the small town of Los Gatos near that area. And this was preceded, actually, by another earthquake on June 27th, 1988. That one was about magnitude 5.1. And these 2 events, the one on August 8th and the one in 1988, were the first 2 significant events along this segment of the San Andreas Fault in the last 70 to 80 years.
We were talking just a short time ago with Dr. Bruce Marsh with Johns Hopkins discussing what does happen on that San Andreas Fault, and I posed the question to him. So often in California you hear people talking about when's the big one coming, and I said, even though this is not as big as 1906, was this the big one?
No, this was not the big one, but we're always evaluating based on slip rates, which we calculate for this and other faults that are potentially going to produce a damaging earthquake. The work to date had indicated that we had a probability of about 30% of about a magnitude 6.5 earthquake in the next 30 years. So the work prior to tonight's earthquake would certainly fit in that ballpark.
Well, does that mean, we don't want to mislead viewers in any way, we realize that this is a science as best possible, but there is some guessing involved. Does this mean that with some assurance for the next 30 years that you might not look for one of this magnitude?
In this particular zone, one would believe that energy, the strain energy that accumulated along the San Andreas Fault, would in fact have been relieved. And so for this small reach of the fault, that would be true. But one must recall that the damage which is being produced from this one zone that I mentioned, which was ruptured, has been radiated over quite a substantial distance. And of course, San Francisco is quite some distance from the zone that ruptured. There are other zones of the San Andreas, as well as other faults over east of the San Francisco Bay Area, for instance, that could also break and cause damage in the San Francisco and the general Bay Area.
Are we, if we, with our mind's eye, create the vision of the plates as they slip, how does this slip and then transfer that energy to another locale on the San Andreas?
Well, it's a complex process, and as the 2 plates are sliding by one another, in an area such as this where there's several faults that are accommodating that slip, various parts of the faults are storing strain energy at different rates, they're accumulating at different rates, and then conversely they're releasing it, and it's generally a poorly understood process at the current time. The best that we're able to do is to take a look at the historic seismicity, look at the recent geological features, and calculate how rapidly the fault seems to be moving over the past time, and from that make some sense of a estimate of when and how big the next event might be. And so just for this one break that happened this night, that would be limited to that area. But as I mentioned, any number of these other fault localities could generate a damaging earthquake as well. So the whole Bay Area shouldn't feel that they now have had their only possible damaging earthquake, say, for 30 years to come.
All right. Thanks for giving us a little insight and helping us better understand the phenomenon of what has happened today. Dr. David Russ of the U.S. Geological Survey.
And joining us on the phone is Ann Heglin. She's with Children's Hospital in San Francisco. Ms. Heglin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Maybe you could give us an idea of what's going on at your hospital right now.
Well, we've had about a dozen minor injuries, nothing very serious. I don't know how the other hospitals are doing. Things are very calm here. The city is very dark in our area. There are no streetlights or residential lights.
All right, Ann, can you tell me, I guess in an emergency you must admit other folks, it's not just confined to children.
Oh, no. We treat adults and children at this hospital. As a matter of fact, more adults than children, despite our name.
Okay. Now, do you have power, or are you on emergency power?
We're on emergency power. We've had the staff who was here when it hit at about a little after 5 has stayed. We've had folks in the neighborhood come in and ask if they could help. Generally, it's been pretty calm.
Now, you say you've had folks say that they will come in and help you. What will you need to make it through tonight?
We're doing pretty well right now. Our hospital was redesigned a few years ago to be seismically safe, and we've had no structural damage. So it is a crisis, but we're actually doing pretty well.
Okay, you say no structural damage to Children's Hospital, but how big is the building, and what are you surrounded by? Give us an idea of what you can see maybe outside.
Well, we're a 7-story building, and we're pretty solid. I can't see anything outside right now except cars going by because it is pitch black. I did drive over the Golden Gate Bridge a little earlier today back into the city, and you could see the huge fire in the marina with billowing smoke. It didn't even look real, and I guess they're having trouble pumping water into that. But the marina is quite close to the Golden Gate Bridge. I understand people are outside a lot. They're just kind of wandering around, and people are, some people are in a daze. We've had a couple of parents show up here at the hospital who've been unable to find their children at daycare, and they're a little worried. So it was a very scary quake.
And were you on duty when the quake happened?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I was at my office in a 3-story building a little way from the hospital. I'm from the Midwest, and have lived out here about 7 years, and have really found the other minor quakes we've had kind of interesting because I knew I wasn't going to get hurt. But when this thing hit, I heard it. I heard the roar before we felt the tremor, and then when it hit, it was violent. It knocked things off desks. People fell. We all hid under the desks, and some folks were telling it was scary. It just did not stop. It was the longest 15 seconds or so in my life. I really did not think we were going to get through.
Ann Heglin, we thank you very much for joining us. Ann Heglin from Children's Hospital in San Francisco. Patrick.
All right, we're going to take a look now at some amateur video that we have gotten a hold of here, shot by a resident. My gosh, that's just amazing video. You can actually see that car going along. This is on the, that was on the Bay. Okay. All right, we're going to take another look at that. That was on the Bay Bridge, and if what I recollect from driving that bridge a number of times, look at this car now. Watch that car. That's just incredible. Can you imagine the fear that would go through those people? That bridge is several hundred feet above the surface of the San Francisco Bay. I mean, I can't even begin to fathom what that feeling must have been like. It's incredible. Amateur video from San Francisco. We're going to take a break right now, and we will continue with our special report on the devastation in the San Francisco Bay Area this afternoon. Back after this.
reporting 53 people dead on this bridge, at least 50 people dead according to wire reports. This earthquake happened a couple of minutes after 5 o'clock local time. Of course, it's about 39 minutes after 8 o'clock right now, West Coast time. So, of course, it's getting dark, making it difficult for folks to look for survivors. Also, the rubble is making it very difficult. There's a major fire that's happening at Divisadero and Beach Street. A city block, an entire city block is on fire. Buildings are collapsing and there are gas leaks. We do have a report of another fire that happened at the University of California, Berkeley. Power, phones, water, all knocked out. The injured are heading to hospitals. San Francisco airport closed. Bridges are closed. And the preliminary figures that we have for you, the Richter reading 6.9. And we do have reports of a couple of aftershocks. Of course, the third game of the World Series was just getting set to start about a half an hour before game time. And that game, of course, canceled. We have an eyewitness for you on tape right now.
What was it like in the city?
Horrendous. It was awful.
Where were you working?
Nieman Marcus on the 4th floor, and there was glass everywhere, and it was really frightening. I don't want to go through it again.
Never.
How was it for you?
It was awful. Well, I work in gift galleries, and we have a lot of crystal, and it was falling off the shelves and breaking, and everything was falling, and no place to run. Nowhere. We all work at Nieman Marcus.
Remember, in times like this, that God is in control, and you'll be all right.
Yeah. And
How was it for you?
Horrible. It was scary, but I trust in the Lord, and I knew I was going to be all right. But we got to the terminal, and they said the bridge had collapsed. Did it really collapse?
Yes.
My Lord. All I was worried about was my daughter. She works at iMagnon, and all the windows were gone in that store.
People all over the Bay Area are worried about relatives, friends that have been separated because of the geography of the San Francisco Bay Area, what with all of the bridges and so many of them being closed, Bay Bridge being so severely damaged. CNN's Bob Sirkin. Bob just joined CNN a couple of weeks ago and worked at KRON in San Francisco and is familiar with the area. And, of course, I grew up in the Bay Area, so Bob and I talk a little bit about things out there. Bob, you covered a couple of quakes, probably not one quite of this magnitude, but what about preparedness?
Well, first of all, I'm wincing when I see these pictures of collapsed sections of highways 101 and 880 and the Oakland Bay Bridge. All of those freeways I traversed quite frequently. And as far as preparedness goes, there has been always great fear that in a major earthquake, both sides of the bay would be cut off by fallen bridges, and the worst fear being a collapsed BART tunnel, which runs under the bay. And we don't have a complete report on what the situation is with that tunnel. Hopefully they are evacuating all the people who were in those BART trains during rush hour. But these are among some of the busiest and heavily traveled freeways in the entire world. It's a very densely populated area, almost 6 million people, and these freeways are in use 24 hours a day with moderate to very heavy traffic. As far as overall preparedness, there has been a long-running controversy over improving earthquake preparedness in the Bay Area. There have been countless studies done, and quite frankly, it is the consensus of many, especially many reporters, that the San Francisco area is not all that prepared. The San Francisco Fire Department, operating under a huge city deficit, operates with a lot of antiquated, often broken equipment. The firemen, of course, are high caliber, but they don't always have as much equipment to work with as they would like, and perhaps that is taking its toll this evening.
The latest word we had, by the way, Bob, since you did mention BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, was that the railway system was shut down for about 15 minutes. One train was trapped in the tunnel underneath San Francisco Bay until power was restored. Of course, power is going to be a major problem and will be a major problem there for some time. We have no word, and it's kind of interesting to note that that tunnel is just literally laying on the bottom. You may be able to describe it better, Bob, but it lays on the bottom, as I understand it, literally lays on the bottom of the bay, and the trains travel through it.
That's right. The tunnel is more than 8 miles long, Patrick, and several years ago they had a very serious fire in that tunnel. They have since improved the fire protection systems, the sprinkler systems and the hose connections in that tunnel, and hopefully they did have enough protection. Those trains stop automatically during any kind of crisis, fires included. You mentioned earlier that San Francisco Airport, the nation's 6th busiest airport, was closed down, and I can just imagine that runways at that airport are in a great state of disrepair because the airport is built on landfill, as are many heavily populated residential areas just south of the airport, especially Foster City. All of that is landfill, the fear being that if the, quote, big one ever came, those areas would actually liquefy. So I'm sure there's great concern down there.
That is true. In fact, environmentalists over the years have complained because so much of the original bay has been filled in by landfill. In fact, parts of where we saw the fire at Visadero and Beach, the marina area, apparently actually has some of the remnants of the 1906 quake were pushed into that area, and that was one of the expansions years and years ago. Some of that is actually on landfill. And as I say, I grew up out there in the San Francisco Bay Area, worked in the city and radio, and I often heard stories about what would happen when the big one hit. The Embarcadero area lies very low down by the bay, and right now. And another thing that you might want to talk a little bit about here, Bob. I shudder to think what getting around that area is going to be like over the next week and a half. Okay, wait a minute. We'll be back to you in a minute. We've got Greg Higgins, an eyewitness, on the phone with us right now. Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Tell us where you were, what happened.
Well, at the time of the earthquake, I was on the highway going north towards the town of Watsonville. I was on a fishing trip with my family from Monterey. And, of course, at first we just thought the wind was blowing our vehicle, and then we realized when we heard the news reports that there had been an earthquake because many people pulled over to the side of the road.
Well, Watsonville is now just a couple of miles south of Santa Cruz, and the epicenter is being roughly placed about 10 miles north of Santa Cruz. So you were where it hit the hardest. Are you there, Greg Higgins? Did we lose him? Oh, okay. Bart, we have somebody now. We talked about Bart, Bay Area Rapid Transit. We've got, I'm sorry, we got Governor Deukmejian in Frankfurt, West Germany. He's
hello.
Hello, Governor?
Yes, hello.
You're coming back, I trust, to San Francisco. What are your plans right now for your state?
Well, I was informed, of course, of the earthquake as soon as it had happened, and that was around 1 a.m. Our time here in Frankfurt, and I've been following the reports on CNN all night. I've been up all night watching it. It's now about 10 minutes of 5 in the morning here, and
what kind of things have you been hearing?
Well, I've been hearing all of the reports, both coming across on CNN as well as from our office. And, of course, the destruction is just devastating, and the reported loss of life, of course, is very major.
What are you hearing from your office, sir?
Well, we're hearing the same reports that are coming across on CNN, and that is the tremendous destruction on the bridges and the collapse of the part of the Bay Bridge, also a major fire in the marina section of the city, and so I know that all of our Office of Emergency Services and all of the other emergency police and fire throughout the entire region are doing their very best, and we're trying to respond just as quickly and as appropriately as possible.
Bob Sirkin is here. He's got a question for you, Governor. Bob?
Governor, what are you asking President Bush and the White House to do as of this time? What can they do for you?
Well, any and all available federal services that can be of assistance will be of assistance. You know, there's been lots of planning and lots of training that has gone on from coordinating the local and the state and the federal emergency services. And fortunately, as a result of that planning and training, all of them know how to work together in this type of a disaster. So I'm sure that even though I'm not personally there, I'm sure that that they're all responding in an appropriate way. And
Governor, do you fear that the same thing could happen to you that it happened to the governor of South Carolina during Hurricane Hugo, where response was very slow and cumbersome in coming?
No, we're not concerned about that. And fortunately, we in the state of California are in a good, strong financial position so that we can deal with the kinds of problems that are created with a disaster of this type. I've made it a point to ensure that we have a prudent reserve available for such disasters, and I'm glad that we do, because I can see from all of this destruction that there's going to be a need for a tremendous amount of assistance to restore the city to normal activity.
Governor, we've talked also about the geography of the San Francisco Bay Area. How on earth are people going to get around from Oakland to San Francisco and from the East Bay to the peninsula over the next, I don't know how long?
Yeah.
What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there's going to have to be a lot of adjustment. I suppose that there will probably be a necessity for a lot of businesses to operate on just a skeleton crews, and many people probably will not be able to go to work.
Do you think, I mean, maybe would you consider instituting some kind of staggering of traffic for people show up here, there for work at different times? I mean, it just seemed, because as we've well established, those freeways are jam-packed most all day long these days.
That's right. We're very much aware of that, and the only thing that I could say at this point is that we'll be working closely with the local authorities and do whatever we can. But I would also suggest that many of the employers throughout the area should probably inform their employees, not to go in to work until conditions have been remedied to the extent where they are going to be able to find some reasonable access in and out of the city. And of course also because of all of the emergency work that will have to be done during the next few days and perhaps weeks, that it's going to be necessary to keep a lot of those access routes as open as possible.
Well, that's the other final question. We're a little short on time. We certainly appreciate your being with us, Governor, but one final question. With that in mind, what on earth do you think over the next several months with that major link out, the Bay Bridge, what do you, hard to guess, isn't it, what that's going to do to the economy of the Bay Area?
Well, there's no question that anything as severe as this is going to have a major, significant impact on the area. And but I would expect that there will be some alternate types of routes that will open up just as quickly as it's feasible to do so. Mm-hmm. It might take a lot longer for people to get from one place to another, but I'm sure that people will cooperate, and I think that that's going to be essential, that we have as much cooperation and coordination as possible.
All right, Governor George Deukmejian, California governor, in Germany right now, headed back to his state, which has been devastated, the northern part of that state. Thank you for joining us tonight, sir.
And Dr. Kerry Reynolds joins us on the phone from Community Hospital. Dr. Reynolds, are you there?
Yes, I am, and it's Miss Reynolds.
Okay, thank you. You're with Community Hospital. Maybe you can give us an idea of what's going on at the hospital right now.
It's St. Luke's Community Hospital. All the hospitals here in San Francisco are operating on emergency power. None of us have regular power. We're all operating on an emergency status. And most of us have operating rooms available, emergency staff on operating full capacity. And the major casualties are going to San Francisco General and to Letterman Hospital. We heard over the Sea Med Network that one critically ill person was being taken by helicopter to Letterman.
Can you get in and out of St. Luke's Community Hospital? I guess you say you're transferring some patients?
No, we aren't. We're seeing them. They're coming by emergency vehicle and ambulance, and some are being brought by private car.
Okay. What kind of injuries have you seen people come in with, and maybe give us an idea of the numbers?
I'm trying to get those numbers right now. I don't have them for you, and I can get them for you later. Usual kinds of injuries in any kind of trauma of this sort.
Do you have any deaths to report?
No, we have not seen any here at this hospital.
And how is it in the emergency room or admitting? Do you have folks backed up getting in?
We do. It's busy. It's under control, and it's going as smoothly as can be expected under this kind of situation.
Okay, Dr. Reynolds, where were you when this happened?
I was in my office, and it shook a great deal. And then we came over to the hospital and had there was another aftershock, much shorter duration. And immediately, of course, all the power went out with that first quake.
How did you feel?
Very nervous. And I think it's the worst earthquake I've experienced here in California in 20 years.
All right, Kerry Reynolds with St. Luke's Community Hospital. Thanks for joining us, Pat.
We're going to get back here now with Greg Higgins. We were talking with him before we started talking with Governor Deukmejian of California. Greg Higgins, and I believe, as I recall from our conversation, Mr. Higgins, you were with your family driving north toward through Watsonville, just south of Santa Cruz, which of course was roughly the estimated epicenter. It's south on this map. If you'll give us once more an idea of where you were and what happened when it hit.
Okay, we were on our way to Watsonville, like I said earlier, to go fishing, and this was about just 15 minutes after the earthquake. We actually came into Watsonville, and from the outset, approaching Watsonville, you could see 7 huge plumes of smoke going up into the air, just at least a mile high. It looked like bombs had gone off in the city, like pictures I've seen of Beirut. And when we actually got into the city, traffic was at a standstill. It was complete pandemonium. It looked like the people were trying to leave the city. And from what I could tell, there were 3 major fires near us where most of the traffic was coming from. Of course, there was no power in the city at all. And the police were doing the best they could. It didn't appear that there were any actual uniformed officers, just off-duty officers coming in. It looked like some of them had just woken up and thrown on whatever they could and come out to start directing traffic. Complete pandemonium.
Pandemonium? Did you see much panic by the citizenry of Watsonville?
Definitely. Everyone was heading away from the fires. A lot of homes damaged too and destroyed.
All right. Greg Higgins was driving. We want to thank you for telling us about Watsonville, very, very close to the epicenter. Driving into Watsonville, describes what he saw there. Pandemonium, fires, to use his word, it looked like Beirut from the distance.
And we have for you right now a tape of an eyewitness.
What was it like in the city?
It's pretty bad. It really is. A lot of the older buildings are a lot of cracks and so on, a lot of glass on the streets.
Where were you working?
I work at 423 Washington Street right downtown. I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station.
How'd you feel?
I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary. Okay. People running everywhere.
And once again, we want to show you some amateur video. I hope we can back that up and show it to you again. This is on the Bay Bridge. There's a car to the left of that pickup truck, and it's driving along on the Bay Bridge. And then at that bridge, they're backing it up right now, so you'll be able to see it again. Let me just set it up for you. The car is to the left of the pickup truck, and we're watching as they drive on the Bay Bridge, and that car just drops right off as the bridge splits.
Golly.
Absolutely incredible. And our coverage of the major earthquake in San Francisco continues in just a minute.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
This is a CNN special report.
And welcome back to our coverage of the major earthquake that hit San Francisco a couple of minutes after 5 o'clock Pacific time this afternoon. It is 9 o'clock, dark. Power, phones, water is out around San Francisco. Emergency crews are trying to go ahead and look for victims. We have one report, KRON television, saying that 53 people are dead on the bridge. And of course, we'll always try to keep those figures updated for you.
It was 5:04 Pacific time, height of rush hour in the San Francisco Bay Area. The ground started rocking with vengeance for 15 seconds. Huge fires have been reported raging around San Francisco, the Bay Area. The quake measured as high as 7.0 on the Richter scale. It was centered some 10 miles to the north of Santa Cruz, about 65 miles, that would put it, south of San Francisco. The quake toppled buildings like stacks of cards across an area that is home to millions of people. An upper-level section of the Bay Bridge linking San Francisco and Oakland plunged to the lower section. Tops of a double-decker freeway system crashed to the lower levels in the Oakland area.
CNN's Bob Sirkin has just joined Cable News Network. He worked in the San Francisco area and joins us to talk about this earthquake. Bob, it must be frightening for you to look back where you were just a couple of weeks ago.
Absolutely chilling, Donna. And details about quake deaths, injuries, and damages are coming into us piecemeal. Our information, of course, is being updated every minute. Right now, we want to tell you what we know from where we know it. The U.S. Geological Survey places the epicenter of the quake in the Santa Cruz mountain range. That is 8 miles or about 60 miles southwest of San Francisco. 8 miles northeast of Santa Cruz and 20 miles south of San Jose. That is where the epicenter of the quake is said to occur. A Red Cross volunteer on the scene in Santa Cruz says there is severe damage in the downtown area there. That is a very popular beach resort. It is also the home of Santa Cruz University. The California Highway Patrol says 6 people have been killed in the collapse of part of the city's Garden Mall in Santa Cruz. Authorities tell CNN Highway 1 and Highway 17 into Santa Cruz are closed. We should quote presidential spokesman Marlin Fitzwater says the White House is being told the most serious quake damage has been sustained in the Santa Cruz area. Our latest information about San Jose now comes through ham radio operator John Worley. He's been told police are confirming 6 deaths in San Jose. That's about 50 miles south of San Francisco. He also hears San Jose is without power. Highway 17 out of the city of San Jose is blocked by mud and rock slides. In Marin and Sonoma counties, that's directly north of San Francisco, electricity, gas, and telephone service for some 750,000 people has effectively been wiped out. Folks in Marin have been told to shut off their gas lines. There's a strong smell of gas around town. A serious leak is feared. Officials from the sheriff's office in Napa County indicate there's some concern about gas leaks in that area too. However, there are no reports of injuries or structural damage in Napa. The latest from Oakland, across the bay from San Francisco, a half-mile section of the upper deck of Interstate 880 has collapsed. That is an extremely heavily traveled road. That's on the approach to the Bay Bridge where that major collapse has occurred. Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy says there have been at least 40 fatalities on Highway 880 on the east side of the bay. But McCarthy adds grimly, the rubble is so bad they still don't have an accurate count of all the fatalities. The Embarcadero Freeway, which is an elevated double-decker roadway that runs along Oakland's waterfront, has been heavily damaged, and that, too, has been shut down. And as we said earlier, as these reports come into CNN Center, we will bring you all the information as soon as we receive it. Patrick?
Bob Sirkin, thank you. As you say, it's a devastated area, the San Francisco Bay Area, Northern California. CNN's Charles Bierbauer is standing by now, and we had talked not long ago with Governor George Deukmejian. The concern is what the governor is going to get from Washington to try to rebuild his state, which has been so badly damaged. Charles?
Well, he'll get whatever is needed and whatever's available, and that's the first priority is to find out just what the situation is. So President Bush has dispatched Secretary of Transportation Samuel Skinner to San Francisco to get a first-hand assessment. Secretary Skinner and several California congressmen who are traveling with them are at Washington's National Airport due to leave just about any minute if they're not revving up the engines now. We did talk to Secretary Skinner, though, before he left.
Our main concern on behalf of the President and the administration and congressmen that are here and everybody else is to make sure that the humane side of this issue, that human life, everything is being done, and that we are coordinating everything that can be done. We've got a major traffic facility out there, the bridge, that is very vital, and that's very important. But we want to make sure that the human lives are being taken care of, and that people, if they're homeless or they're in any need of anything, that our government can and will respond on a coordinated basis and quickly. That's my mission, and as soon as I find out what's going on, I'll be reporting back to Governor Sununu and the President, and that'll begin early tomorrow morning.
So that's when we'll get the next word back here at the White House. They've pretty well shut down for the night. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is providing information to the White House, keeping Chief of Staff John Sununu apprised. Sununu, in turn, briefing the President. He got what we were told was his last briefing for the night at about 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. FEMA has its command center at headquarters here in Washington, not at the White House. The President, as I said, indicated he wants to assess the damages, find out what the needs are. In his words, the federal government will do everything that it possibly can. The President found out about the earthquake after he spoke to the Republican Governors Association here in Washington this evening. We chatted with him briefly as he came back to the White House. There are massive structural damages that we have seen. A lot of the interstate highways, those are built at least partially with federal funds. They'll need some federal funds to restore them, I would expect. Secretary Skinner was also expected to travel with Marilyn Quayle, the wife of the Vice President, who has made disasters a special concern of hers, the treatment of them, how people are handled, so she wanted to go along on this trip. We expect she'll be on that plane with the several congressmen. One of the congressmen, Congressman Don Edwards of California, said he would pull out all the stops to see to it that federal aid is provided to the Bay Area. Now, I should recall that in past circumstances, the Bush administration has been criticized for acting slowly. In the Alaska oil spill and the South Carolina hurricane, it would seem that the Bush White House wants to be seen and is acting quickly in this instance. Charles Bierbauer, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Charles Bierbauer in Washington, thank you.
Parts of the Bay Bridge connecting San Francisco and Oakland collapsed during the earthquake. This dramatic footage we have to show you was taken by an amateur video camera operator who just happened to be shooting on the bridge when the quake hit. As you can see, the section of the bridge caves in. Look at that car to the left of that pickup truck. It was the upper roadway on the double-deck bridge that gave way. 3 cars were left dangling between the 2 levels, and we do have one report that one person on the bridge was killed. In contrast, the Golden Gate Bridge, which was built in the 1930s, and there are those pictures again. The Golden Gate, built in the 1930s, not reported damage. Claudia Gomez was on the bridge when the quake hit, and we have words from her.
We were on the bus. All of a sudden, everything came to a stop, and the bus just started shaking massively back and forth. Everything stopped, and then all of a sudden, everything started going, and again, everybody thought that things were normal, and then, like maybe about 2 minutes later, everything came to a dead stop. People running in between the cars, running back to Treasure Island, screaming out, the bridge is collapsing, the bridge is collapsing. I think people were literally running for their lives. I was. The only thing I could think of was get back to land. I mean, it was like
you abandoned the vehicle and walked?
Absolutely no, ran. No, there was no walk. There was total panic on the bridge.
Did you see the damage? Were you close enough?
I ran to the side of the bridge where the bridge bends over, and I saw, I think, some debris in the water. I can't be sure, but it looked like debris in the water.
We had heard that people in cars had gone over the bridge and there were rescue crews trying to get to those people. Did you see anything like that?
There was a massive traffic jam, and rescue crews couldn't get to the center of the bridge, and people came out, the rescue crews came out in bullhorns and just started directing people to stay on Treasure Island.
Eyewitnesses, people on the bridge, discussing exactly what happened when the earthquake hit. Captain Michael French is at the Letterman Medical Center, and we want to find out from him how many people have been brought in, what type of injuries. Can you hear me, Captain?
Yes, sir, I can.
Can you describe the scene at your medical facility?
Well, sir, we have initiated a mass casualty situation here, a program that we practice every 6 months, and we've accepted up to 10 casualties thus far. They've come from around the area. We've received helicopters from the U.S. Army, U.S. Coast Guard's Naval Air Station at Alameda with casualties from the Bay Bridge area, and we have had one fatality on arrival.
The types of injuries that these people are suffering?
Sir, they're mostly crush injuries, broken bones. That's primarily what we're seeing right now.
And of course, a good section of those freeways that have collapsed may well be trapping more people, and so you're anticipating how much of a siege here at your medical center?
We're really not sure, sir. We're really not sure of what the situation is out there. There are very many hospitals within the San Francisco area, and we're receiving some of those casualties. We're not sure how many will be coming to this medical center.
How's your water? Do you have electricity?
Yes, sir. We have emergency power that came on immediately as the main power went off. We're operating on that power. We've had no problems due to lack of power. As you know, our phones are operating, and we're able to contact our personnel at their homes to ask them to come in and assist in the situation.
How's your water supply?
Water supply is fine, sir.
That is a fortunate thing under the circumstances. Sir. All right. Captain Michael French at the Letterman Army Medical Center. Good luck to you, sir. And,
thank you very much, sir.
And thank you.
Bye-bye.
Donna?
And our coverage of the earthquake in San Francisco continues in just a minute. We'll be talking with a geophysicist and more eyewitnesses. Stay with us. The earthquake struck along the notorious San Andreas Fault, and joining us live now from Los Angeles to talk about fault lines in California, Egill Hauksson. He's a research professor of geophysics at the University of Southern California, and also joining us will be Dr. Bruce Marsh. He is in Washington, D.C. He is the chairman of the Earth and Planetary Sciences Department at Johns Hopkins University. Mr. Hauksson, well, I'll start with you. We talked earlier about the San Andreas Fault and a little bit about how the pressure builds up and goes against each other. What do you think that an earthquake like this does to that fault line?
An earthquake like this moves it probably like between 4 to 6 feet along a length of it, which is approximately 20 to 30 miles.
And does it relieve some of the pressure so that it might mean that for a number of years we might not see another major earthquake?
Actually, what it has done is to relieve some of the pressure that was left in place following the 1906 earthquake. It should have been relieved in 1906, but that particular segment of the fault did not slip as much as the segment beneath the city of San Francisco and further to the north.
Dr. Marsh, are you able to see this map that we have up right now?
Yes, I am.
Would you be kind enough to explain a little bit how those fault lines lie and how they work a bit?
This region of California, westernmost California, is really a transition from a major plate, a North American plate, that is moving in essentially a southerly direction, and the Pacific plate, which is moving in a northerly direction. The San Andreas Fault is the major fault zone, but there's a whole plexus of faults here. There are splays off, and the Hayward Fault also is shown in this map. And in the past, hitherto, there's been motion on a lot of these subsidiary faults. The LA Basin, for example, has many fault blocks cutting back and forth across the region. And what we have here today really is as the other gentleman has said, a motion along a part of the fault that has been locked for a long time. This was not a part that really moved substantially in 1906. It was a part that didn't move much. And now here today, some 90 years later, we have a motion along this fault that relieves a lot of the stress, perhaps that's been there for 100 years.
Dr. Marsh, do you suppose maybe some of the factors, I wonder if greenhouse effect or any of the other things that we've talked about, you know, in months and years past, does that affect earthquake activity?
Only in a very indirect fashion. I mean, the Earth is a global system. We're learning more and more that the Earth, if we're going to understand its change over the lifetime of human occupation, we have to understand the Earth as a whole system. We have to study the planet Earth, the solid part, the atmospheric part, these natural disasters, they all fit into it. And the fact of how earthquakes, for example, change the landscapes, change the drainages, the fact of how volcanic aerosols perhaps go into the atmosphere during tremendous eruptions and modulate the climate. We're learning that the Earth is a full system that we have to understand. We just can't work on one small part of it. And so we're just coming to grips with these facts now, the facts of these major earthquakes, how often they happen and what they do, not only to our occupation, of course, but what they do to the overall evolution of the Earth.
Dr. Hauksson, I wonder if you've probably heard this question asked maybe even before this evening. Everybody's been talking about being fearful of the big one. How would you characterize this one this evening?
It is not the big one. It is magnitude 6.9, so it had 30 times more energy release than, say, the 1987 Whittier Narrows earthquake that caused over $360 million worth of damage in Los Angeles. The big one will have at least 30 times more energy release than this earthquake that hit the Bay Area this afternoon.
In your research, what do you look for as a research professor?
I have mostly been studying faults in the Los Angeles area over the last 3 or 4 years, and in particular I've been studying the Whittier Narrows earthquake and looking for sites that could have similar earthquakes within the Los Angeles metropolitan area.
What do you find?
I find big areas, one of them on the east and the north side of the Los Angeles basin, which is about 100 miles long, that could possibly have earthquakes similar to the Whittier Narrows earthquake or bigger, similar to the size of this earthquake we had in San Francisco. There's also a second area on the southwest side of the Los Angeles basin that's about 60 miles long that could have similar sized events.
What kind of recommendations then with those findings would you make to the state and federal governments?
My recommendations would be that they should keep up the work on improving the building codes, which has been done quite a bit here in the Los Angeles area, and also keep on educating the public about how they can prepare themselves for an earthquake.
Would you, can you compare this earthquake to the one that happened there in 1971?
This one is a little bit bigger than the one in San Fernando in 1971. That was about magnitude 6.6. This one is 6.9. This one is also somewhat different in its tectonic style, or what we are seeing here is sideways movement, i.e. the Pacific plate is moving sideways to the northwest. In the San Fernando earthquake in 1971, we had movement on a thrust fault.
All right. Egill Hauksson, research professor of geophysics at the University of Southern California, and Dr. Bruce Marsh, chairman of the Earth and Planetary Sciences Department at Johns Hopkins University. Thank you both for joining us this evening. Pat.
We're going to talk right now with a spokesman at Pacific Bell, Lisa Zanville. I believe I have your name correctly. I hope so. Ms. Zanville, are you there?
Yes, I am. And you did get it correct.
Okay, good. I understand you're having some problems, not so much that the earthquake took out lines, but understandably people are calling into the San Francisco Bay Area, probably calling out as well. Can you tell us
Much of our problems impacting the phone service are due exactly to that, the extraordinary number of people using their phones to check on the safety of friends and loved ones. What we're asking is that our customers really try to limit their calls to emergency only. We have not had any structural damage, no switching failures, no major facilities like cables that have been damaged. Any damage that has occurred has been fairly minor. Our operators, we're well staffed with telephone operators right now to assist with emergency calls to help our customers.
Have you added to that force?
We have added so that we have all of our offices, which really would be reduced force at this time in the evening in San Francisco. We've staffed it completely.
You know, we here at CNN, of course, obviously the moment this earthquake struck, we were trying to start to gather information as rapidly as possible, and so many people here trying to call various agencies in the Bay Area, inevitably winding up facing the busy signal, as you've described, people like us trying to call in. How many calls would you say you were taking that finally overloaded it and caused this busy?
We would have no idea the exact numbers. It would take us a few days to really assess it through our network management. We are trying to reroute calls if necessary and try to handle as many calls as we possibly can. We've also activated our emergency operating center, which is in San Ramon. This is where our top management would go to assess any damage and to try to deploy as many technicians as needed to restore any isolated problems that we have. We also recommend that if any of our customers need medical assistance and are unable to use their telephones, the Pacific Bell telephone directories in the front of the book has something called a survival guide. In those survival guides are first aid information and also procedures to take after an earthquake, before, after, and during an earthquake.
All right.
And we recommend that you look at that right away.
All right, good advice. Lisa Zanville with Pacific Telephone, and we'll take a break. We'll be right back as we continue with our special report on the disaster in the San Francisco Bay region. Welcome back. Our special report coverage of the earthquake disaster that has struck in Northern California. We heard not long ago from CNN's Charles Bierbauer as to how the federal government is approaching this. Grant Peterson is an associate administrator of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management people in Washington. Let's take a look at what they are planning.
As you know, we do have a major earthquake in California, in the San Francisco area. And what we have done initially is we are in the assessment and evaluation phase. While that is going on, we have already activated our emergency support team, which is the Federal Emergency Management Support Team for Catastrophic Earthquakes. We have some 40 people already on site. They're all specialists in that area. We are identifying other individuals throughout the area who are experts within the earthquake community, and they are on the way. Additionally to that, we've activated what is known as the Catastrophic Disaster Earthquake Plan. And as you see people walking in here now, I just see the Red Cross coming in here. We have the Corps of Engineers walked in. We have the Director of Military Support coming through. We'll have 25 federal agencies here, plus the Red Cross very shortly tonight. And we will work collectively to identify what needs, whatever needs may be required in support of a state.
And interestingly enough, this earthquake, the effects of the earthquake felt as far away as Florida because it's going to affect, or could possibly affect, the shuttle launch. Atlantis was supposed to go up today. It was delayed for 24 hours because of poor weather, a rain delay, so it doesn't go up until Wednesday. What we're getting right now is a critical Air Force tracking station that was to be used, or will be used, in fact, for the flight of the shuttle Atlantis, and it's located in the California earthquake zone. Apparently sustained some damage in Tuesday's earthquake. quake. Now, the station must be operational for the launch of Atlantis and the launch of the 1.4 billion Galileo robotic probe to Jupiter from the shuttle's payload. So apparently this is important to Galileo. No serious injuries reported. The workers were evacuated from the Consolidated Space Test Center, and that was after the quake struck. They have been in touch with the flight control people and, of course, reported some damage to the facility. So we'll have to see what kind of effect that will have on the the rain delay scheduled launch of Atlantis. We'll have more of our coverage of the San Francisco earthquake right after this.
A major earthquake has devastated parts of Northern California from south of Santa Cruz to the North Bay area in the San Francisco area. We will continue with our special report on the devastation of this earthquake, and we will shortly hear from the mayor of San Francisco, Art Agnos. We'll continue in a moment.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
And we continue our coverage of the major earthquake to hit San Francisco at about 4 minutes after 5 o'clock local time. At least 52 people, the latest numbers we have, at least 52 people have been killed. KRON Television just spoke with San Francisco's Mayor Art Agnos. Here's what he had to say.
I think we've survived this so far. God willing, there'll be no more aftershocks, and we'll be in pretty good shape tomorrow sometime. However, there is some damage, and we've made some decisions. We're urging people not to go to work unless they're in a vital kind of capacity, so that our building inspectors, which we're asking to come to work right now, all city building inspectors and engineers to report to work immediately at the Army Street office, so that we can begin to evaluate all buildings downtown to see what kind of shape they're in before people try to go to work to them tomorrow. So anyone who would go to work tomorrow who does not have some kind of vital function should try to stay home and check with their office before going in until we can inspect them. We're asking all children, the superintendent of schools, Mr. Cortinas, has said that there will be no school tomorrow and school children should stay at home. People should be calm. The city is in good shape. Our water lines and the water is 100% pure. Our sewage system is working. All hospitals are up. There's a minor problem at Mount Zion with their emergency room, but the rest of the hospital is in good shape. Their boiler broke down. Letterman is up and running and can take any number of people who might be in need of help. So all of our vital institutions are in good shape. Our police departments, all 9 district stations are up, fully manned. We've recalled people, and a number have returned from their off-duty hours to supplement those who are on duty for their regular shift. We've had over 150 firemen report back to work. All of the fires are out or under control. The major fire at the marina, which has resulted in 3 fatalities that we know of, is under control and being put out. We had 5 fatalities when a building fell on some people in the south of Market area, and those are the total fatalities we know of to date.
Mayor Art Agnos of San Francisco describing what he knows of his city after the devastation that has hit there. It's going to be a long time before people are going to be getting around the Bay Area in any kind of good shape, what with the destruction of part of the San Francisco Bay Bridge. One means of transportation that San Francisco Bay Area people have enjoyed now for some years has been BART, the Bay Area Rapid Transit System, which runs down the East Bay, and it runs in an X pattern, which brings it through Oakland and then brings it over to San Francisco. When it makes its way from Oakland to San Francisco, it travels in a tube at the bottom of the bay and then comes up into San Francisco. We have video now of an individual, I don't know if he was actually on one of the trains in the tube at the time of the quake. The system did shut down for 15 minutes. At any rate, we have video now of a rider on the BART system. Let's listen to this.
What was it like in the city?
It's pretty bad, it really is. A lot of the older buildings are a lot of cracks and so on, a lot of glass on the streets.
Where were you working?
I work at 423 Washington Street right downtown. I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station.
How'd you feel?
I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary. People running everywhere.
I'll bet it was scary. He was, as he says, underground Montgomery Station. He was not actually, from what we can gather from what he had to say, he was not actually on the train at the moment and not in the tunnel when that quake hit. But at any rate, an individual who was about to ride the Bay Area Rapid Transit. Donna?
Well, the latest numbers that we're getting in now say 69 people have been killed. This report is from United Press International. Hundreds have been injured. The fires, of course, starting, and you just heard the mayor of San Francisco, Art Agnos, say that the fires are under control, including that major one that was at Divisadero and Beach Street, the city block that was on fire. The mayor says that that's under control. There have been 3 fatalities there, and that the fires are being put out. He says that people should be calm, the water is pure, and hospitals are up and functioning. But the latest numbers we have, 69 people killed. The quake, of course, along the San Andreas Fault struck at 4 minutes after 5 o'clock Pacific time at the height of the rush hour for the Bay Area's 5 million residents. And you have seen, I hope, some amateur pictures that we saw on the bridge of one car just going right off where the bridge split. California Highway Patrol saying that at least 60 people confirmed killed in the collapse of a half-mile section of Interstate 880 freeway in Oakland, across the bay from San Francisco, and at least 6 people killed in the collapse of a building in San Francisco where that huge fire was burning over the city block in the Marina District. Now we have a report that there are gangs of young people with baseball bats. They've been seen roaming around, of course, no power, so roaming around the blacked-out San Francisco streets. And the National Guard and Army have been called out to try and deal with any trouble and any possible looting that may occur. Communications, utilities out in virtually all of the Bay Area. And as you heard probably San Francisco Mayor Art Agnos say that emergency folks are there and extra folks have been called back in. People who had just left to go home called right back in. All apparently to this report from United Press International says that all but the Golden Gate Bridge closed. Shelters, that's something very important. Shelters have been set up, and schools are closed tomorrow. And the mayor said, if it's not a vital job that you do, it's probably best for you not to go to work tomorrow. Pat?
Well, the earthquake itself may be over. Aftershocks are continuing, and we are going to continue with our special report on the earthquake that has devastated a good portion of Northern California. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to CNN's special report on the earthquake that has devastated a good portion of Northern California, running from below Santa Cruz, Watsonville area up through the Bay Area into Oakland and beyond. A lot of people around the country learned of this earthquake because it was going to be a very happy afternoon at Candlestick Park. The Oakland Athletics had traveled over for Game 3. Leading the series, by the way, 2-0, and then at right around 5 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific time, the earthquake struck. We'll take a look at Candlestick Park when this earthquake hit. They announced, I believe we're going to...
Therefore, the game will be postponed. We ask that you hold on to your tickets. Rain checks will be honored. As you leave in an orderly fashion, turn your radios on to KNBR 68 or KGO 81. Rain checks will be honored. We have a power failure, therefore the game will be postponed. We ask that you leave in an orderly fashion. Thank you.
And that's how people learned in the Candlestick Park that indeed this game between the Giants and the Athletics had been canceled. Gary Miller, in fact, did several reports for us from the scene. He said a couple of cheers went up when the earthquake initially struck. probably a nervous reaction to what these people had just gone through. You see the players wandering off the field as the game, of course, was not going to be played. Several people picked up chunks of concrete from one of the stairwells, the cement stairwells that had started to crack and buckle in Candlestick Park. All right, some of the players talked about the earthquake and the cancellation of the game.
I was sitting on a bench, and all of a sudden I saw the ground shaking, and I made a mad dash to the middle of the field. And, some guys said they were out here running, getting loose, and about knocked him over. It was just freaky.
We got a packed house here. There was some, there could have been a catastrophe here.
All of a sudden it hit. I didn't know where I was for 5 seconds. I still feel like throwing up right now.
I feel safe. You know, they come and go. They don't stay around. They hit and go. So I'd have been feeling safe that they're out there. As long as I got some open field, I feel safe.
Candlestick Park, by the way, is one of the older parks of the modern version, 29-year-old baseball park. A lot of times they've talked in the Bay Area about tearing it down, building again somewhere else. There were some minor structural problems with Candlestick, but it built very similar to freeways out of stressed cement. It could have been, as you heard one of the players say, it could have been an awful lot worse if some of those tiers had collapsed. They didn't, fortunately, in Candlestick. Donna?
Of course, as you can imagine, transportation has been virtually stopped by this earthquake. We've been showing you pictures of the Bay Bridge collapse and Highway 880 in Oakland, the collapse there. KRON Television, our affiliate in San Francisco, is saying that the bridge, the Bay Bridge, may reopen on Thursday, that the Army is coming in and they are bringing bridge building equipment. Let's check in with Cron.
Now we're told that the military is being called in to help repair the Bay Bridge. And in fact, they are saying and have confirmed that 3 lanes, both west and eastbound, should be reopened in 2 days. That indeed is by Thursday. Caltrans says there is a superstructure support beam process they use in the military, and they hope to in fact use it to temporarily fix the Bay Bridge and get it operating by Thursday. And I think that is absolutely incredible.
San Francisco has been legendary in recovery from the earthquake, and if that's true in 2 days, and the legacy continues of our undaunted recovery, quick recovery from an earthquake. Belva Davis is back now, and were you at City Hall, Belva?
Just a note, extensive damage inside of City Hall, cracked walls all over the place. The old State Building, the same thing. Employees there say that every floor of the old part of the State Building had walls that were cracked, and that building had not been earthquake-proofed, and they knew that, and we're going to have to move people out of it, and now I guess that will really have to happen sooner than the state had planned.
Was anything said about city employees? Because the mayor was basically saying only essential people should even think about going to work tomorrow. What about city government?
The reason I mention this is because I'm sure that would have to apply to people working in City Hall because of the amount of damage inside the building. It's an old building, cracked walls all over the place, really not in very good shape. So they will have to certainly check that, I'm sure, before they will allow people back.
Well, that latest word for us from KRON TV in San Francisco saying that the Bay Bridge, they're looking for it to be reopened on Thursday. And our special coverage of this major earthquake that hit San Francisco continues in a moment.
Quickly go to KRON in San Francisco. Apparently, a major riot is breaking out.
To go through at a time, there are still some fires up there, apparently, but they are contained and apparently don't pose any threat at this hour.
We're joined now by another one of our reporters, Mark Jones, and you were at 101 and 280, the junction?
That's right. As you know, 280 northbound has been closed for hours. There's been quite a traffic problem, and we went in to try to find out why the highway is closed. I think we have video here of the buses which are blockading 280 at 101. The buses have been there for hours. They're blocking the highway because of structural damage. And we talked to Highway Patrol Officer Ken Maher just a short time ago, and he told us that it was because there is structural damage at least 2 different locations on 280 northbound.
So what do you do with traffic in the morning? We'll probably be doing exactly what
So as he...
All right. We obviously joined them at a point where they were talking about troubles with one of the freeways going down from San Francisco down the peninsula. They had been talking about a major riot that's apparently broken out in the Oakland area. This is very, very sketchy at this point. We did report earlier that gangs of young people with baseball bats had been reportedly roaming isolated parts of San Francisco in some of the blacked out streets. Hundreds of National Guardsmen and Army troops have been called in to deal with some of the violence, possible looting going on. As you... All right, late figures being given to me right now, up to 200 dead on that 808, the Nimitz Freeway, as it leaves the Oakland Bay Bridge in the Oakland area. Once again, though, we have reports of violence in the Oakland area. Sad after what's happened in that area this afternoon to hear this, but and also violence being reported in the San Francisco area. Earlier, a reporter for KRON describes exactly what it was like when the quake hit and the immediate aftermath.
This is an ordinary citizen directing traffic.
I saw a guy here, he looked like he could use a break, I took over.
You've never had any experience directing traffic before?
Oh, in college I studied, no, I haven't. Transportation engineering in college, that's about it.
There's a lot of this going on out here. Why you?
I live around here. It's just the way we feel about the city, it's ours. We live here because we want it.
You stand on the streets, sirens and fire engines and ambulances go by regularly. We don't know where or when or why. If you go to a public telephone booth, you'll see people trying to make phone calls. Phones are out. Here's one woman.
Phones? No, not at all.
Who are you trying to call?
Berkeley.
That's just across the bay.
That's just across the bay, yeah.
Phones are out in your house?
I don't know. I can't get through.
This is the San Francisco Symphony Hall. Again, emergency power, the only lights. That building well lit. Here is Opera, the Opera House, which has been cautioned off. And if you look carefully, you'll see broken glass on the sidewalk, and then up above, you'll see some broken windows as well. People not really sure what's going on. Not a lot of electrical power. These people watching television outside a camper on Franklin Street. These people don't know where they're going to go.
Not sure.
We don't know what their apartment buildings are like yet either. We're just going to go check them out.
Are you anywhere near home?
We're from Lake Tahoe. I mean, we live here, but I'm from Lake Tahoe, so no.
It's a long ways off.
Yeah.
So you don't have a place to stay tonight?
Probably not.
We don't know yet. I live on Nob Hill, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my fiance is or anything. It's hard to get through. It's really scary right now. The whole city is paralyzed. I mean, I'm frightened to death. You know, I don't know.
And joining us on the phone right now, San Francisco Police Dispatcher Chris Curran. Miss Curran, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Can you give us an idea? We've been having some reports about gangs roaming the power outage streets with baseball bats. Can you give us a little more information on that?
Well, I mean, I guess these opportunists come out every time. This is obviously a major disaster, but I mean, some of them have been substantiated. Some of them, you know, we go and there's nothing there. So I'm not really sure what to say. There have been burglaries. There have been groups of kids out. There are people breaking into windows. We do have more than normal share of police cars out, and they're riding most of them 4 in a car, so we are patrolling the streets. The main problem is there's no lights, you know, no power anywhere, so, you know, usually these... You know, that's what happens when the power goes out. There's always these opportunists that come out. But, you know, like I say, it was earlier we had more reports of it. Now it seems to be dying down a little bit.
You mentioned your staff, 4 in a car. I assume you've called folks back in. What's your situation there? How strong are you?
Yeah, everybody's back. In fact, everybody that went home at 3 o'clock is back here again. So.
Yeah, we're looking at a picture right now. We're seeing one of the fires earlier this evening. Your mayor, Art Agnos, said that the fires were under control. Can you tell us what you know?
I don't know that much because the fire department's taking care of that end. I know that, you know, the major one was the one that I'm sure you guys know about down on, I think it was Bay Street, down in the marina. And like I say, they may have that under their control, but I haven't been in touch with the fire department.
What's it like where you are right now at headquarters there?
It's really busy. People are ringing off the wall. 911 has been ringing constantly all night, but everybody's in pretty good spirits, and like I say, they, after the initial shock, we're kind of settling down a little bit here, so.
And what are those folks saying? What are most of the calls saying when they come into you?
People just want to know where the shelters are, and we have 2 set up so far, Red Cross shelters. There's one at Marina Middle School, and we have another one here set up at 4th and Howard for people that are stranded. A lot of people ended up stranded because they closed the Bay Bridge, so those are available to people. And, most people just kind of want to know if we have any word on when the lights are going to come back on and the power.
And do you? Are you able to help them with that?
We're like everybody else. We're kind of dangling here.
Sure. Your folks, do you have a search and rescue unit that's out?
Somebody was asking me about that earlier, and I don't know. I'm assuming they've been in touch with those people, but I believe we're not in the position in this room anyway, in the radio room, where we're doing that. I believe the paramedics go and handle that, but I'm not real sure, to be honest with you. Like I say, I've been in the room now for almost 8 hours, so I haven't been out or in touch with anybody other than, like I say, fire and central emergency.
So you were there when the quake hit?
Oh, yeah.
Share your personal story, if you could, with us quickly.
This room is on, we're in the Hall of Justice, at which I believe it's on rollers. At least somebody told me it was. It sure felt like it was anyway. So our chairs are also on rollers. We rolled back and forth into each other. Quake hit. Everybody was afraid. We were afraid, and then the aftershocks came. So, but after it was over, it was kind of, after something like that happens, everybody kind of gets together and say, "Wow, we're still here." So. Then the phone started ringing, and they haven't stopped yet. So.
All right. Chris Curran, San Francisco Police Dispatcher, thanks very much for joining us. Pat.
All right, we want to update you. This earthquake that struck at roughly 5 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific time, ranged from the area south of Santa Cruz, its epicenter, some 10 miles to the north of the Santa Cruz area. We have a report. It's always a grim business keeping these statistics. 6 dead apparently at the Garden City Mall, which is in the Santa Cruz area. This is new recent video, although actually it's still daylight. This is on the Nimitz Freeway, 880, which attaches to the San Francisco Bay Bridge and then runs down the East Bay on the east side of San Francisco Bay, eventually winds up all the way down in the San Jose area. And we also have reports that more recent figures now of probably as many as 200 are being reported. These are unconfirmed, but up to 200 deaths on the Nimitz Freeway 880, where the double-deck freeway system collapsed, the top level dropping on to the second level. And we'll continue with our extended coverage of the disaster in the San Francisco Bay Area right after this.
Well, it's coming up to a couple of minutes before 10 o'clock in the evening Pacific time. That's about 5 hours from when this catastrophic earthquake hit the San Francisco Bay Area. The reports are preliminary, and it says the quake could have measured up to 7.0 on the Richter scale. We've had from 6.5 to 6.9. Latest reports we have, the numbers, 200 dead and 400 injured. Those are just the latest that we have, and we did hear just recently that 2 shelters are open.
Okay. We are going to continue here at CNN with continued coverage throughout the night, throughout tomorrow, as we cover the aftermath of this devastation. We're, Donna Kelly and I will take a break right now. Bob Sirkin and Susan Rook will continue now through the next hour. We'll be back with you the hour after that. CNN will not stop until this story has been covered.
Isn't an ad for 2001. This is an ad for Zenith's VHS VCR with dazzling special effects and remarkable hi-fi stereo sound. When you have a Zenith VCR, the movies you bring home home, we'll take on a whole new dimension. Zenith. Quality.
Do you need to replace those rotting windows on your most precious investment? With Peerless replacement windows, you can actually see the difference. With Peerless, there's no wood to rot, no putty, no separating corners, no middleman, no cost increase, and they never need replacing. They are permanent. Peerless, the windows specified by architects for major Kansas City projects, can be installed in your home now. Just call 432-2778. That's 432-2778. Count on Peerless windows and doors to enhance the value and improve the beauty of your home. 432-2778.
Hi, I'm Tommy Morrison, and I spend a lot of time in my office. As you can see, I like to keep my business meetings short.
Boston, the Olympic trials, a big right hand.
My workday begins and ends with Great Earth vitamins, and in my opinion, they give me the winning combination. Come see me at work.
See the whole line of Great Earth vitamins at Oak Park Mall and get your winning combination. And don't miss Tommy the Duke Morrison, October 26th at Kemper Arena.
Style, class, beauty can be your business. After only 11 months of cosmetology training at AVTS, work with professionals, learning the latest trends and styles, train in a new facility as beautiful as the cosmetology career itself. Low tuition, financial aid, even child care. Kansas City, Kansas Area Vocational Technical School. Choose cosmetology or one of 20 other training fields. Call 334-1000. AVTS, where careers begin.
This is CNN, a network of Turner Broadcasting System.
This is a CNN special report.
Good evening, I'm Susan Rook. We continue our coverage of the earthquake in San Francisco.
And I'm Bob Sirkin. Scores are reported dead and destruction is widespread around the San Francisco Bay Area.
One area radio station is reporting 200 dead along a section of collapsed freeway alone. For 15 seconds tonight, the ground shook with a terrifying rolling motion in what residents are calling their worst earthquake in decades. It knocked down buildings like stacks of cards. It ripped open gas lines. Dozens of fires are blazing in San Francisco and in other cities. The quake hit along the San Andreas Fault at 5:04 Pacific time, rush hour. We are now joining KTVU Television in Oakland. They have been covering this story. We join them live.
The #1 primetime newscast in the country.
Good evening.
Sorry, we're tired.
It's a long night. I'm Elaine Corral.
And I'm Dennis Richmond. As we've been telling you all evening, it's been a 7-point magnitude earthquake that struck the San Francisco Bay Area. We want to bring you up to date as to what went on. One of the major areas of damage was the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge, where a complete section of it, an entire section of the roadway, about 50 feet long, but across the entire width of the roadway, the upper level completely collapsed on the lower level, causing some major damage down there too, trapping some people in their cars. We don't know of right now of the death toll. We are told there are some casualties there. They searched the waters below. They don't believe anyone fell in the water. We have been told that Caltrans hopes to reopen this bridge in just a matter of days. They say 2 days with temporary repairs. We can't tell you for sure if that will happen, but that's what we've been told. Again, this is the result of a 7.0 earthquake that struck the San Francisco Bay Area. It was the epicenter was between Santa Cruz and San Jose. It struck about 5:04. It was followed by and the first major aftershock at about 5:14. That was in the area of 4.8. A little while after that, another aftershock struck that was in the area of 5.2, and we're told there is a possibility, not a guarantee, but is a possibility of another aftershock or more aftershocks that could strike in the range of 6 point on the Richter scale. Elaine?
What you're looking at here is Coast Guard. They circle the waters looking for people that might have fallen into the water after the accident on the bridge. And then there was an airlift that went on. Choppers took people to Crissy Field. We are now getting late report in that the extensive death toll was at the Cypress structure in Oakland, and I think we have those pictures for you in just a moment. 53 people were killed alone at the Cypress structure. People in their cars. When the top part of the Cypress structure fell down to the bottom part, there were also people who died on the ground when that happened. 400 injuries have now been reported. And then this next report is difficult to even report and harder to believe. We are getting unconfirmed reports from the Office of Emergency Services. Maybe as many as 200 people may be dead from this 7.0 earthquake that hit at 5:04 this afternoon. President Bush has been notified. Governor Deukmejian was in Frankfurt, Germany at the time. He sent an Air Force plane over to pick the governor up. The president is fully advised what's going on. He has ordered all emergency services into effect. The highest death toll again that we are receiving is in the Cypress structure area in Oakland, 53 dead there. This was an earthquake that was felt in Reno, Nevada. It was felt as far away as downtown Los Angeles. People in high-rise buildings there felt the sway. It was felt in San Diego and along the Mexican border. We had 3 sizable aftershocks, one around 5:14, 5:25, 5:40. UC Seismological Center says we may even be getting more aftershocks over the next couple of days. Some are saying that maybe perhaps for the next 72 hours, some people are going to be on their own, trying to fend for themselves. The Bay Bridge, of course, is closed down. There are reports that it will be open as soon as 2 days, but as Dennis and I have been reporting all evening long, the damage is quite extensive. Caltrans is making an effort to open it in the next 2 days to let some traffic pass, but we don't know if they'll be able to do that. Dennis?
We have been told that there has been some dramatic rescues in the area of this, what you're looking at right now, the Cypress structure. People have risked their lives to crawl up under those 2 compact pieces of highway to find survivors, and they have brought people out alive. But of course, there's the other side. In a situation like this, as you would expect, there is major looting going on. We're told there was major looting going on in San Francisco. Let's check in by phone now with Officer Daniel Hallisey. He's with the SFPD. Officer Hallisey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell us what the situation is there in terms of looting?
Well, I'm at the Central Police Station on Vallejo Street now, and the area in downtown San Francisco, in the North Beach, Chinatown, and Broadway area is quiet right now. There is no looting, no reports of looting.
Well, there were reports of looting earlier. Can you tell us about that?
No, in fact, I was called to duty. I'm supposed to be off duty. I came across the whole city from the Ingleside district just within the last hour, and all those traffic lights were out, but I made pretty good time, and there just was no looting that I could see, and it looked like neighbors were kind of banding together, and a lot of flashlight patrols out, but no panic, no looting, and no problems, major problems that we can see at this point.
Okay, officer, that is good news to hear, actually. What do you see? What is your biggest, the biggest problem facing you and your fellow officers right now?
Well, what we're going through right now is a recall of all off-duty personnel coming back to reporting on duty. And we're trying to put enough people out there to cover the bases. But right now, it's trying to get personnel to duty. There is no specific crisis that we have to deal with at this point. People have really been amazing. They're reacting to it.
Well, I must admit, officer, we're getting some very conflicting reports from what we're getting over the wires and what we're getting from our reporters, and from what you're saying, we hope it's the way you describe it.
Well, you know, we have 9 police districts here, and what's happening in the southeast and the southern portions of the city, and what's going on in between might be totally different. But right now, it's pretty calm in the North Beach area, Broadway, Chinatown, and the financial district.
Okay, well, listen, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. Officer Daniel Hallisey of San Francisco Police Department by phone.
Okay.
And if there is any looting going on, the DA's office said they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We want to mention very quickly that because of the earthquake today, San Francisco International Airport had to be closed down, not because of damage to the runway, but major damage to the control tower, and that that is not expected to open until midnight, if it will open even then. Also, commuters are being asked not to go to work in San Francisco tomorrow. In fact, they're being asked not to travel at all if you don't have to tomorrow, and to please check in with the appropriate people to find out if you should be at work. Rita Williams is in San Francisco right now. Of course, there's been major damage there and big fire tonight in the Marina District. Rita, what's happening right now?
Elaine, let me back up a little bit. I heard that officer's interview. I just left the Hall of Justice, the command post for the city, and even though there may not be looting in the areas he's describing, there is, I am told by the officers, there major looting in the southeast area of the city in Bayview Hunters Point. There are also heavy reports of looting in the Marina District near the fire area. So there is some looting going on in San Francisco, although luckily, as he said, not in some of the areas he described. Now, right after the earthquake hit tonight, we were near the Bay Bridge, and we abandoned our car. They were not letting people onto the Bay Bridge. There was word spreading that the Bay Bridge had collapsed. Cameraman Tony Hodrick and I just went off on foot, and we walked the entire length of the span of the bridge, which took several hours, shooting pictures along the way. Now, we have some pictures we'll show you a little bit later in the newscast, but let me just tell you that when we got to the break in the Bay Bridge, it is just an incredible sight. There is a 30 or 40-foot span of the Bay Bridge on the upper deck that has fallen down into the second deck of the bridge. Now, there are 2 cars that were trapped underneath this fallen part of the bridge. The first car, I am told by eyewitnesses, that the first car crashed down from the top deck of the bridge to the lower deck of the bridge. The second car that was hit in this debris was on the second deck, or the lower deck of the Bay Bridge, and was crushed when it fell down below. Now, it is remarkable that there was a man and woman in each of those 2 cars I just described, and no one in either of those 2 cars was injured. They climbed out of the cars. We talked to the people who helped pull them out, and none of those 4 people was injured. Now, I will tell you, however, and I talked to an eyewitness who saw this, about 30 minutes after the earthquake and after the collapse of the bridge, when everything was suspended on the bridge, there was a car that came flying over the top span of the Bay Bridge, where you can see on this picture now, you see the sky. The top deck of the Bay Bridge is completely empty there. There's a 30 or 40-foot section where there's no bridge. There was a car that tried to jump that bridge. Now, this was a car that had been going towards San Francisco on the top deck. So it had turned around and was going back to the East Bay on the top deck of the bridge, I'm told going 50 or 60 miles an hour, and tried, as a witness described, like the Dukes of Hazzard, tried to jump that span, the open part of the span on the top part of the Bay Bridge, and did not make it. Made it across the side, but then a wheel caught on the top part of the bridge, and I'm told that the woman in that car is the fatality on the bridge. Now, there are other people. We saw a rescue, we'll try to show you a little bit later, of a Coast Guard boat. There was a helicopter that was actually picking someone up out of a Coast Guard boat.
We've been watching live coverage of the earthquake aftermath in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, from KTVU in Oakland. And right now with us on the telephone from Washington, Barbara Lohman with the American Red Cross at the Red Cross headquarters in Washington. Sloman, can you tell us, first of all, what is the priority right now in terms of people and supplies?
Well, the key thing for us, of course, is to open up the shelters whenever and wherever they're needed throughout the area, and then to get the critical supplies into those shelters, such as cots and blankets, and if necessary, medical equipment for minor first aid kinds of activity.
Are there enough supplies in staging areas out there to handle this magnitude of a disaster?
Yes, there are. There are Red Cross supply warehouses throughout the West Coast, and that material can be easily transported into disaster area. This is part of the ongoing disaster preparedness that Red Cross does in pre-staging this very kind of equipment: cots, blankets, feeding supplies, that sort of thing.
And we take it that more supplies will be coming out of Washington and other parts of the country soon?
Well, that would depend on the situation, obviously. We would bring in whatever was needed.
Barbara Lohman with the American Red Cross, speaking from the Red Cross headquarters in Washington, D.C. To briefly recap now what we know at this point, San Francisco radio stations, quoting city officials there, saying at least 250 have now been killed in this earthquake. The majority of those deaths coming from a collapsed section of Highway 880, the Nimitz Freeway, in the Oakland area. 400 are reportedly injured. And we will be back with more coverage of this catastrophe in San Francisco in a moment.
Situation there.
Reports from the earthquake in San Francisco, reports of 250 dead, 400 injured. We resume our coverage from KTVU Oakland.
Section in Oakland. Now, let me tell you where that is. It's the part of the 880 freeway as it goes through Oakland that connects from about Grand Avenue. It's a double-deck section that connects from Grand Avenue all the way out to the approach to the Bay Bridge. Now, that's that double-deck section as it goes through there, and what happens was that we've been telling you the top collapsed and literally crushed cars that were in between. Let's go down to Randy. Randy has been out there checking on that and has an update for us. Randy?
Well, perhaps the most disturbing thing that I've learned is what I cannot learn, and that is that different county offices of the Office of Emergency Services are saying different things about what's going on out there, including the very basics about how many injured and dead there are there. Let me tell you what we can confirm, though. It's the numbers you've already used. 53 fatalities confirmed, 400 people injured. That is confirmed. There are unconfirmed reports of many more. What you are looking at, again, as Dennis was saying, the entire upper deck of the Cypress structure, that section of highway that connects the Bay Bridge to 880 going south, collapsed onto the lower deck, and all the vehicles that were on the lower deck were trapped beneath it. Now, we have heard some relatively miraculous reports of a few survivors underneath, but you could imagine the weight of that massive overhead Cypress structure falling on top of your car. The chances are not very good, and that is obviously why there are so many fatalities from that area. There are also apparently some fatalities on the ground in that section of Oakland. There are crews there right now. It is impossible to get an accurate count of the people injured and dead there because it's impossible to get under the structure to see exactly what's going on. There have been some people trying to count the cars that are trapped, but even that is proven difficult. Even on the upper deck, which we cannot see here, but on the upper deck, some of the vehicles that were traveling on the upper deck, the shaking was so violent, they were completely turned over onto their roofs. Trucks jackknifed. Fires were smoldering from engines from other cars, totally lost control and drove into guardrails on the upper deck. Once again, it's a very chaotic scene there. We urge people not to go out there. Rescue vehicles need access in and out, all the access they can have, and as soon as we can get confirmed reports of just how many people have been hurt, we will get them to you.
One woman said as she was driving up to the ramp, it happened, the earthquake happened, and she said she looked up, she couldn't believe it, but all she could hear was people screaming, just trying to get to safety.
From the air, it was one of the most frightening, disturbing things I've ever seen. Again, I'm guessing, but it seemed to be about a mile or a mile and a half section of road, and along that upper deck, you just saw ripples and an undulating path, and your mind raced with what you speculated was underneath that heavy roadbed. It was very disturbing.
When you hear about it, it's one thing, and then when you actually see it, and it's another thing altogether. It's much worse than what you first hear about.
Faith Thatcher mentioned that it appeared that rippling motion was caused by where there were cars under it.
That's what I was guessing. Again, I was seeing it from the air, and it's hard to know, but that certainly seemed to be the case. Bumps in the roadway and parts of the roadway falling down to the street level. As anyone who's familiar with that area would know, that both levels of the roadway are overpasses above the streets there, one deck on top of the other, and the upper deck collapsing onto the lower deck sent portions of the lower deck collapsing onto the street.
Right.
And so some people on the street were hurt. but most of the injuries and deaths seem to be on the lower deck of that Cypress structure. That would have been people traveling from the East Bay towards the Bay Bridge and towards, or if they were splintering off up on 80, they'd be heading up towards Berkeley.
We heard that at least 4 to 6 people were killed on the ground, and then the rest were where the actual top layer went into the bottom layer.
Yes.
And it could be as many as 53 dead.
Well, 53 dead are confirmed, 400 injured are confirmed, and we've been hearing unconfirmed reports of many more. We've been on the phone trying to verify it with different offices, and quite frankly, I've been getting different figures from different offices, and I'm almost afraid to say what I'm hearing.
Well, we'll say that until we get it confirmed, Randy. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you have for us now, Dennis?
Let's go now to Leslie Griffith, I believe. Is she's standing by now with an update for us?
At the Cypress structure, the place we've been talking about. Leslie?
Okay, well, Elaine and Dennis, we've just been told to move back, and one of the reasons that we're being told to move back is that PG&E is here, and they're trying to get some lights on this area. If you can imagine, lights are out in this entire area, and so you've got officers going in there, and they're trying to find people, and they don't have the lights to do it. So that's what officials are doing at this hour. I want to show you some tape from a little bit earlier. I'm sure you've seen quite a bit of this, and I also want to tell you that we were hoping to have some idea how many people were injured by now. We can only tell you that officers at this point do not know. There are so many different rescues going on in different areas right now, and ever since we've been here, we got here at about 5:30 this afternoon. There were so many different rescues in so many different areas that no one knows for sure how many people have been rescued, or at least no one is telling us at this hour. Now, we can also tell you that we have confirmed that several people, 5 people in the last 2 hours, I was told, have been rescued. Oddly enough, several of them are doing really well. In fact, I believe this is the 24-year-old man who was rescued just a little while ago. His first name, I understand, is Tim, and he is apparently doing very well. His leg was crushed. He was one of those that officials were telling us they could hear screaming. He was screaming, "Help me, help me," and he apparently had been able to lay down in his car. He was completely flat in his car when they found him. Officers are also telling me that one of the problems is that when they go in there between these 2 levels of the freeway, the cars in the worst section, the section closest to the Bay Bridge, the cars are in some cases as flat as their license plates. So we have no idea how many cars are in this stretch of freeway, how many are trapped between these 2 decks. I have not heard any reports of anyone screaming for help recently. Of course, that's the sign that we want to hear. We're hoping to hear more reports of that, but we have not heard any reports of anyone calling for help in the last 45 minutes since this young man was rescued. It is just an incredible scene here at this hour. Fremont police are here, Hayward police are here, Oakland police are here. I mean, every single emergency crew that you can imagine is standing around. They are trying to figure out what to do. Right now, they're down to the basics. They're trying to get some light so that they can just take a look and see.
You've been watching KTVU television in Oakland. Apparently, we are having satellite problems with them, and we will try to return to them later in this newscast. Just to update, Sergeant Greg Cass with the Oakland Police Department reports that the earlier reports of looting and rioting in Oakland are not true. He says that the major problem over there is the Nimitz Freeway collapse. Alameda County reports at least 200 people have been crushed to death. At least 200 people are reported dead in the San Francisco area, 400 reported injured. We will take a break. We will continue with our special report on the San Francisco earthquake right after this.
Confirmed dead by Mayor Art Agnos there. Fires are still raging in the Marina District. We're going to call in Ken Chamberlain, CNN San Francisco Bureau Chief now, who is going to take us through some new pictures which have just been shot of the scene in San Francisco. Ken?
Well, Bob, what you're seeing right here, right now, are some pictures that we've shot just moments ago near a freeway on-ramp in the downtown area of San Francisco. It's an area that is fairly heavily industrial, an area that has a lot of older brick buildings, a lot of 2- and 3-story buildings, and an area that at the time the earthquake hit was pretty congested with cars. What you're seeing are downed power lines, cars that are completely surrounded with bricks from falling buildings, and many cars were crushed. And unfortunately, quite a few people have lost their lives in this area of town. Cars with emergency lights that you're seeing here still flashing when buildings fell down onto them. It was a devastating sight to be out there and see this. Where the on-ramp itself is, we saw a 2-foot gap from the beginning of the on-ramp to the actual highway part of the on-ramp, where the ground had shifted by what looked to be about 2 feet. It was a pretty devastating sight to see. And here again, what you're seeing is a little damage to that area. This is a patrolman we stopped. He will be talking to us right now about some looting that is going on here in San Francisco.
Township report all over town, is it happening?
Just in certain areas of the city, there's been sporadic looting, but nothing major. A lot of the people have been behaving themselves pretty much, and they've been staying inside. Like I say, a lot of the lights are out in the city, so everyone's kind of sort of been pretty calm.
What are we talking? Retail outlets that lost windows with lootings occurring?
Well, a lot of like Woolworths, Safeway, department stores, places that have major, large windows facing the street, and there's stuff that you can easily grab if you smash the window and grab it and run away, that kind of stuff. But like I say, most of it has been rather sporadic.
Can you tell us your name and spell it so we know who we're speaking with?
My first name is Nick, and my last name is Borthne. That's B-O-R-T-H-N-E.
Position, rank?
Just a patrolman for the police department.
Thank you, Nick.
No problem.
Off camera, some of these policemen told us that they are very nervous about the looting that could continue later in this evening. Apparently we've lost our signal from our tape machine here. It's still a chaotic scene. There are still thousands of people in the streets, and it's right now a scene very much out of control.
Ken Chamberlain, thank you for that report. CNN's bureau chief in San Francisco with the latest pictures of the ongoing catastrophe, where we're told in the city of San Francisco at least 8 are dead. That death toll certainly expected to rise through the early morning hours. Susan?
We are going to take a break, and we will return with our special report coverage of the San Francisco earthquake right after this.
You don't know what to say. Wow. I mean, it's terrible to happen, but...
It changed your life at all? I mean,
yeah, it makes me realize that maybe what they say about the earthquakes can really happen, and we got to prepare for them, because evidently these people didn't prepare for it or something. I don't know.
Evidently there is no way to prepare for it.
Yeah, But at least they didn't feel anything. I guess they,
Bad news, thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry you had to go through that.
You were part of it? No, I got here.
More tapes that we have. Because of our situation here, we are not able to feed tapes in an order that would make them more presentable for broadcast. But suffice it to say that as we have wandered the streets out here, we have found devastation everywhere. At this particular location where we talked to this young man, we counted 6 bodies in cars and on the side of the road. It's truly a horrible scene out in the streets of San Francisco this evening.
Ken, where did you shoot that video? We're seeing a lot of dead and injured from the Nimitz freeway. Is that where you shot that video?
No, this is an area near the train station in San Francisco, not too far from downtown San Francisco, close to one of the freeway on-ramps in the downtown area of San Francisco. This is not near the Nimitz freeway at all. This is pretty much in the downtown San Francisco area. Radio reports here are estimating right now that there are upwards of 200 people that have lost their lives, and of course we're still counting, and by our time, it's still quite early out here in San Francisco.
Ken, let me clarify for our viewers, the videotape that you're watching right now is not the tape that Ken and his crew just recently shot. It's daylight video. Must have been shortly after the quake struck. Of course, it was just after 5 o'clock local time, rush hour. Ken, how did rush hour play in the problems and especially the damage and the injuries caused by the quake, considering that it was such a busy time?
Well, you can well imagine the freeways were congested for several reasons. One, because of the rush hour, and secondly, the World Series is being played here, and the World Series was scheduled to begin within 20 minutes or so from the time the earthquake struck. All roadways, freeways leading to the area of Candlestick Park were heavily congested, far more so than would be normal for this hour. Even though traffic would normally be heavy, it was exceptionally heavy. The traffic snarls and the traffic jams are just horrendous. And of course, some people in panic. There were several rear-end accidents, and of course, the devastation on the Bay Bridge, which brought all of the downtown San Francisco traffic to a stop. That bridge handles literally thousands, tens of thousands of cars, and with the partial collapse of the Bay Bridge, it is closed and probably for quite some time, and the result was traffic stopped on almost all streets in San Francisco. It made it difficult for police and fire units to get through. It was a real tough go trying to move around in San Francisco, and I understand in some areas it still is, but now in at least the downtown area, the streets are starting to clear. There are ferry boats that are shuttling people from the San Francisco side of the bay over to the Oakland side of the bay, and people are now making their way home, and hopefully within a few hours the congestion will be pretty much alleviated in the downtown area of San Francisco.
Ken, can you tell me what the status of BART is, especially under the bay through the tunnel, the 8-mile tunnel? Are all the people out of the tunnel? Are they off those trains?
I'm afraid I really can't say. I know that for a period of time, I believe 10 or 15 minutes after the earthquake had hit, BART did come to a stop, but from radio reports that I have heard, the BART engineers were able to move all trains out of the tunnel. I do not know if BART is continuing any service at this hour. I do not believe they are, simply because all ferry boats in the area have been pressed into service to try and move people back and forth across the bay. But I understand there were no problems with the tube that BART runs through under the bay.
All right, CNN's Ken Chamberlain, San Francisco Bureau Chief, keeping us up to date from his standpoint. These are some of the latest facts and figures we have from the State Office of Emergency Services. Number dead in Oakland, 53 dead, 400 injured. And some of the video that you have been watching is from the Nimitz Freeway. That apparently was the main problem in Oakland. It's a double-decker freeway. The top section, a mile's worth, collapsed onto the bottom section, obviously crushing people as they were on their way home. Again, this quake struck just after 5 o'clock local time, rush hour traffic. Santa Cruz, at least 8 people dead. San Francisco, at least 8 people dead, at least 100 injured. Power is out for between 500,000 and 1 million homes. Highway 101 has been knocked out in several places. From KTVU in Oakland, there are reports at least 400 injuries. I'm sorry, Josh, go ahead and say again. Okay. The Office of Emergency Services says as many as 200 people in the San Francisco Bay Area may be dead. What we were talking about in Oakland, specifically 53 people in the Cypress structure, which is part of the Nimitz Freeway. That is where there's just been a huge loss of life. Local officials are quick to point out that some people, when all of this started happening, got out of their cars, simply abandoned their cars, so perhaps cars have been crushed, but maybe people weren't in them. But in any case, there is certainly a huge loss of life. Bob?
Susan, as you say, the most critical point in this ongoing catastrophe seems to be that section of the Nimitz Freeway. They also call it Highway 880. It's a mile section which runs through downtown Oakland and goes onto the Oakland Bay Bridge, and that has collapsed, and reportedly as many as 250 could be dead, 400 injured. We have a report now on the freeway situation from Anthony Moore of KRON TV in San Francisco.
Behind me, you can see the devastation that this earthquake has caused. The top section of the freeway there has literally dropped onto the middle section, and the middle section is only precariously holding itself up. With photographer John Weaver, we're going to walk a little closer here, and you're going to see just how bad this is. This is a pylon that held up the upper section and kept it up before the earthquake happened. You can see rebar here that's at least 2 inches in diameter that has been completely sheared off of the top section. So this pylon here, standing on the floor, let me get closer to it so you can see just how big it is. This pylon here was holding up the upper section. And we are told that for a half mile to a mile and a half, from about 18th Street, which is off that way, to 24th Street where I am, and then all the way up to 32nd Street, that top section collapsed. It was during the rush hour, and normally, according to police officers from the Oakland Police, this would have been bumper-to-bumper traffic. It has not been confirmed that it's bumper-to-bumper, but for sure there were quite a few cars under there. We've had a chance to talk with a number of the rescuers who were here at this section not too long ago, and they were able to find one man alive in between these two sections. Apparently a young man who actually had been trapped in his car since the beginning of this earthquake, obviously, when the top section went down. If we can roll the tape of that from the truck, we're going to try and roll some tape to show you the actual rescue, which took place not too long ago. About 8:45 or 9 o'clock is when they were actually able to bring the man out. So he was underneath for several hours.
There is a structural engineer at Georgia Tech, Dr. Leroy Emkin, who is joining us today. You have seen some of the preliminary damage, some of the video of buildings down, freeways collapsing on each other. Your estimate?
Estimate of number of deaths?
No, your estimate on the damage.
I think they're going to determine the damage is a lot more severe than they've seen so far. And they'll detect that during the next several days of investigations and assessment of damage in buildings, bridges, and other structures.
Mm-hmm. So it's not just a matter of the actual structures that have collapsed. What goes into determining how safe a structure is once people get past this initial shock?
Well, the building inspectors and other structural inspectors need to inspect the actual integrity of the physical structures, all the connections, the members that make up the structures in steel and reinforced concrete. They've got to do visual inspection and non-destructive testing to determine whether or not there's structural damage that cannot be visually seen.
How long will that take, especially for damage that is this widespread?
Well, I think for bridges, they can determine damage fairly quickly because the physical structure is visible. But for building structures and other structures where the physical structure is hidden by walls and floors and things of that nature, it's going to be very difficult and take a quite lengthy period of time.
Lengthy, meaning, are we talking about weeks?
It could be days or weeks, yes.
Are we talking about possibly months?
I think it depends on how many people are available to do the inspections.
Let's talk about...
One of the difficult things in determining damage is that often in a building structure, the visible damage, cracks in walls, for example, or windows that are broken, are not necessarily indicative of real structural problems. And so they've got to go beyond that to determine whether or not the physical structure is in danger. And they may detect damage visibly, but still may not be able to determine on the basis of a visual inspection whether or not the structure is sufficiently strong to be occupied.
Now, 1/3 of the Bay Area sits on a landfill. Even if there isn't structural damage to buildings, how much damage could there be underground that could possibly come into play later? How dangerous is that?
There's a possibility that the foundation damage may
be a problem, but that is extremely hard to determine, and it's going to be part of the inspection process that they have to go through.
Is that one of the most serious things?
I don't think the fact that there's landfill there per se is going to be a problem in and of itself, because the original design of the structures were designed to be independent of that kind of support conditions.
All right. Dr. Emkin, we are going to take a break. We're going to hold you over, and we will come back and talk with the Bay Area earthquake. I'm Donna Kelly.
I'm Patrick Emery. We are going to continue now as CNN continues through the night into the day covering the devastation that has hit the San Francisco Bay Area. Just to bring you up to date, more than 200 reported deaths in the San Francisco Bay Area alone. Of course, the earthquake was centered some 70 miles or so south of there. No word yet from areas like Watsonville and Santa Cruz. This has been the second worst earthquake in recorded history in the San Francisco Bay Area. The 1906 earthquake, of course, was worse than this one by quite a bit. 15 seconds, though, this evening at roughly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the ground started shaking and rolling and terrifying people. CNN's Craig Heaps is in the Bay Area. He's going to be bringing us up to date on what has happened there. Before we can get to Craig, a little technical difficulty. We've got him right now, I understand. Let's go to Craig Heaps. Craig, you there?
Patrick, right now I'm sitting in semi-darkness in the CNN Bureau in San Francisco. We only have enough power to put on a couple of the lights here. Power's out all over the city. One of the wire services is now saying that death toll may be as high as 600 people. Most of them, of course, where the highway collapsed in the East Bay near Oakland. It's a double-decker freeway there leading to the Bay Bridge, and apparently the upper deck collapsed onto the lower deck, crushing motorists below, and of course some of the cars fell from the upper deck as it happened. On the Bay Bridge itself, a 75-foot stretch of the Bay Bridge separated, opened into a hole on the upper deck, concrete falling onto the lower deck, even knocking some of the lower deck into the bay water below, although there weren't any reports of cars going into the bay. In San Francisco itself, the Marina District, which is just in the shadow of the Golden Gate Bridge, in that district itself, there was a report of a huge fire, burned 12 buildings. Just a phenomenal fire that they apparently had some problem getting water to it. There were problems with running out of water. In another section of San Francisco, south of Market, they call it. It is an industrial area. There was a building collapse there. 5 people were killed in that building collapse. There are reports of freeway collapses on the peninsula south of San Francisco. Personally, I live in the East Bay. I had just gotten home. My power stayed on, but the phones went out. I went through areas where the power was out. In San Francisco tonight, when I came across from the East Bay, I couldn't come on the bridge, and of course the Bay Area Rapid Transit System is also closed, the trains that run from the East Bay to San Francisco, so I had to ride a ferry over. The ferry boats were running. They were free of charge, taking people, most of them from San Francisco to the East Bay. But it was an eerie sight to see San Francisco virtually blacked out. It was almost like wartime. I grew up seeing the riots in Watts. I covered the fires in Yellowstone last summer, and I have to tell you, it's probably the greatest impression that a news story's ever made on me. To see the darkness coming across that bay, to see the Bay Bridge, and even in the darkness you could see the spot where it had collapsed going on the water beneath it, and then to dock at the ferry building and see this enormous city that's lit up even at night under normal circumstances. Tonight was in darkness, and everywhere crews were working to contain gas leaks. Emergency vehicles with their lights flashing are everywhere. There's, as I said, a tremendous toll. There are estimates that it could take even months to get the Bay Bridge back working again from officials I've heard talking on the radio. The World Series, the entire nation's focus on the Bay Area tonight for the game between the Oakland A's and the San Francisco Giants. The earthquake happened shortly after 5 o'clock Pacific time. The game was scheduled to get underway with the first pitch at 5:35. Players who had gone out to find their families and make sure their families were safe. 45,000 people in the stands who had to make their way out of the stadium. It's incredible, and I don't think yet we yet know the scope of this story, Patrick.
You know, we had some reports a little earlier. I'm wondering if you have any information. We had some reports of groups with baseball bats roaming through some of the areas of San Francisco that, as you have pointed out, are without power. And then also there were unconfirmed reports of looting over in the Oakland area. Have you any information on either of these accounts?
I've heard both of those reports, both of the lootings and of the muggings. I have really no information to confirm that. Well, I can tell you my own personal experience walking in the dark from the ferry building, hearing someone say, "Hey, mister," and having heard those reports, I didn't stop to see what he wanted to discuss.
Yeah.
Kept on going, and I don't know if that was his intention or not, but it certainly is on the minds of people out on the street in San Francisco tonight.
You mentioned the ferry building. There's a picture which is kind of a telling sort of a picture for people to hold in their memory of that ferry building with the mast that the flag flies on, listing somewhat. Let me ask you, the fire down at Divisadero and Beach, I believe it is, that large fire you talked about, is that still burning? Have they managed to get that under control? I know they had some problem with water pressure.
I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on that one, Patrick.
Okay.
I just got into the Bureau not too long ago from being out in the field.
Sure.
And the last I had heard, they were in fact having trouble getting water. I'll tell you a little bit of historical perspective about that. The 1906 earthquake, of course, tremendous devastation because of this enormous conflagration that took place, this enormous fire that swept through parts of the city, and it was because water mains were broken.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after that, the city of San Francisco built a huge system to pump water in from the bay. It's never actually been used. There are cisterns under the street, and forgive me for not knowing whether that was used tonight or not, but that is in place. And so if the water mains break in San Francisco, if the hydrants run out of water, fire trucks are supposed to be able to drop hoses into cisterns in the middle of the block. They're supposed to be able to activate these pumping stations that will bring water in from the bay to prevent the kind of devastation that happened in the 1906 earthquake.
Now, I realize that it's tough getting the information, so believe me, I'm not trying to throw you any curveballs here, but have you got any information on BART? The only thing we had here, the last information we had was that the BART trains did stop for some 15 minutes, and of course they run that tube for several miles under San Francisco Bay from Oakland to San Francisco, and that tube lays on the bottom of the bay. Was that breached? Any flooding at all that you may or may not have heard about?
The last I heard from public relations officials at BART, they were running trains to inspect the entire line. At the time of the earthquake, they were fortunate they had only one train in the tube, and power shut off in the entire BART system. BART is an electrical train system. There is a third rail, just like the subway systems in many cities. But they do have battery power, and they have just enough battery power to get to the next station. What I had heard was they hadn't found any problems with BART. However, and I'm not sure about this, and perhaps I shouldn't say it, but I had heard someone mention that BART won't run until at least tomorrow morning.
All right, Craig Heaps, also, we want to point out the Golden Gate Bridge survived without any problems, apparently. Our affiliate in the San Francisco Bay Area, KTVU in Oakland, indicates that the Golden Gate Bridge, in fact, has been reopened at this point. All right, Craig, stand by. We'll obviously be coming back to you very soon. Let's go to Donna.
And joining us on the phone right now is Galen Young, a reporter for a television station in Bakersfield, KGET. Galen Young is in Hollister. Galen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you give us an update? Maybe, first of all, tell us a little bit more about where Hollister is and what the damage is. I understand that there's extensive damage in Hollister.
Hollister is not a very big town. It's just south and east of Santa Cruz, which is perhaps more widely known in California, and that is south of San Francisco considerably. Hollister is where we believe the epicenter was, just a little bit right near the epicenter of this quake. Hollister is really just a little one-street town here in California, central California. As we drove through the area, the Highway Patrol has the whole area pretty much blocked off, restricting it just to local use only. And as we go through the main street, which is basically the only street in town, most of the buildings have collapsed. There is water flooding the area down here, and it's a little bit discouraging. Some of the people we've talked to here say this is the worst experience they've ever had. Many people up in San Francisco say the quake they thought lasted between 15 and 30 seconds. A couple of them thought that lasted about a minute down here. It shook them, it jolted them. They were quite terrified, to tell you the truth. They've experienced earthquakes here, but nothing like the one they had here today.
Now, it's my understanding from one report that the epicenter is about 8 miles northeast of Santa Cruz, and of course you're close to that, just to clarify that. What's the situation for folks who are injured, and how are the hospitals doing?
Here in Hollister, there are no reports of injuries, which is a fortunate thing. There are lots of cars that have been damaged and buildings collapsed, as we mentioned. But we understand up in the Santa Cruz area, there have been some injuries. Hospitals seem to be doing fine, and they're operating on emergency power in most areas. Similarly, up in San Jose, things are delightful up there in comparison to, say, San Francisco or some of the other areas that were harder hit.
Mm-hmm. Do you hear any troubles in keeping the law there?
No, nothing down here at this point. So far, the Highway Patrol and the local law enforcement seem to have things under control here. Most people have pretty much just gone to bed and will take their chances and assess the damage again tomorrow. It's a real sleepy town.
All right, Galen Young, Bakersfield television reporter in Hollister. Thanks very much for the information. Pat.
And we will continue our coverage of this devastation in the Northern California area, this earthquake registering 6.9 on the Richter scale. Some say even slightly higher than that. Craig Heaps reporting to us just a short time ago that the death toll now, he has heard reports, unconfirmed of course, but as high as 600 because of the collapsing of the Nimitz Freeway running from the Bay Bridge along the front of Oakland. We'll continue with our special report in just a moment. We continue with our special report quickly to KTVU television in Oakland. A couple of kids apparently trapped in a car. Let's join this report.
To Poplar on the east, and from 32nd Street all the way down to 14th Street, completely blocking off this section. They are very worried that another aftershock could bring this whole structure tumbling right down to the ground. They told us just as soon as we finish our live shot, they would move us back again. But the biggest fear right now is that an aftershock could send this whole shaky structure tumbling down. That's the latest from here. Dennis, Elaine?
Faith, do they have any idea how many more people may be needing help? Faith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Elaine. It is very difficult to say. When we were at one section further up at 24th and Cypress, we were told by the CHP that they had concluded there because they figured nobody else was still alive. They had looked in all the cars that they could get to. The others were squashed flat, and they thought that there were no survivors. At other sections, they are still searching. Nobody has any idea. One of the officers I talked to said there are van pools missing. There could be, you know, several hundred cars. It was rush hour. They don't have any idea of the magnitude of this at this point. They're just trying to continue to rescue those that they find and trying to set up a command post here. They're going to be working throughout the night, and they're trying to bring in very heavy equipment so by the light of day they can start moving some of these concrete slabs that weigh tons upon tons.
Okay, Faith, thank you. It's Faith Thatcher's.
All right, this is, that was KTVU, our affiliate in Oakland, California. We joined that report a little bit late. Let me bring you up to date on what we were actually seeing there. Part of the freeway, the Nimitz Freeway, the 880, as it comes out of the Bay Bridge and then heads down the East Bay. Several cars caught in the collapse of the double-decker freeway system that runs along essentially the waterfront of Oakland through Alameda County. And what happened when that double-decker collapsed was that a number of cars were caught under it. Apparently the parents of a couple of these children were killed, and word was that the kids are apparently alive, and the effort was underway right then to try to rescue the kids from the car. Looking now, of course, at video of the Bay Bridge. This is between the section that runs between Treasure Island and Oakland. And And you can see the section there, the roughly 70-foot section of the Bay Bridge that collapsed onto the lower level. This all began today. This tragedy began at right around 5 o'clock, about a half an hour before the first pitch was to be thrown out in the World Series. We have a report that tends to wrap up the day for us. The reporter, Janice McDonald.
The quake struck at perhaps the worst possible time, 5:04 local time, the height of evening rush hour. Bridges and elevated highways swayed and gave way to the force of the tremor, crushing cars as they collapsed. The multi-leveled Nimitz Freeway on the Oakland side of the bay was one of the hardest hit. The levels folded on top of one another, crushing countless cars under the tons of concrete and steel. The tangle made it difficult for rescuers to reach those trapped.
Dr. Stempler and myself at this time have seen approximately 5 victims. There was 5 victims. Our main concern at this time is not now we're told seeing right in here. This area right here, there doesn't appear to be any victims, in the parked cars. We're very fortunate right now. But our concern are the passerbys that have come through here. There may be some underneath the debris, underneath the debris, and that's what we're concerned about at this time.
The Bay Bridge connecting San Francisco to Oakland also sustained damage as a 50-foot section collapsed onto and through the level below, tossing some people into the bay. A bus passenger on the bridge says people ran for their lives as the quake hit.
The only thing I could think of was to get back to land. I mean, it was like
abandon the vehicle and walk?
Absolutely no ran. No, there was no walk. There was total panic on the bridge.
Did you see the damage? Were you close enough?
I ran to the side of the bridge where the bridge bends over, and I saw, I think, some debris in the water.
Officials quickly closed the Golden Gate Bridge and several other major arteries to determine what, if any, structural damage they have sustained. Buildings throughout the region cracked, some crumbling altogether. Several major fires broke out, the most visible a spectacular blaze near the marina in San Francisco that sent a pillar of smoke and fire above the bay. The quake brought an abrupt end to the pre-game ceremonies at Candlestick Park, where the third game of the World Series between San Francisco and Oakland was to have been played. At first, fans were told to remain inside the park. Then the game was called and spectators were told to evacuate.
We got a packed house here. There was some... There could have been catastrophe here.
All of a sudden it hit. I didn't know where I was for 5 seconds. The escalators were shaking, the signs were shaking, people were getting very panicky. And this whole place was on the edge of a very serious crowd control catastrophe, and I think it was a good call to call the game off.
Many fans were left without a way to get home. The Bay Area Rapid Transit Subway, or BART, was ordered shut down. Many roads into the region are closed down because of fire and debris. That and the lack of power also hampered rescue efforts. Even hospitals were damaged by the quake, one located just 15 miles south of the epicenter in Santa Cruz.
Staff has been recalled. Physicians have been recalled on an emergency basis. We understand the hospital to the south of us by 15 miles is evacuating. We understand there are a series of patients on their way.
Now, you say hospital south of you evacuating. Are you in danger of having to evacuate at that hospital?
No, we are not. The hospital has experienced some broken glass, some minor structural danger, but we are capable of functioning here at Dominican.
Governor George Deukmejian was in West Germany at the time of the quake and is returning home to help assess the situation.
I've made it a point to ensure that we have a prudent reserve available for such disasters, and I'm glad that we do, because I can see from all of this destruction that there's going to be a need for a tremendous amount of assistance to restore the city to normal activity.
Aftershocks are already rumbling through the region. Geologists say they could continue for days to come. Janice McDonald, CNN reporting.
And we will continue our coverage of this major earthquake to hit the San Francisco Bay Area. When we come back, we'll be talking with a clinical psychologist. Many survivors will bear emotional scars from the devastation of this earthquake, the second deadliest quake in U.S. history. And joining us live from Los Angeles to talk about the emotional trauma is psychologist Robert Butterworth. Dr. Butterworth, thanks for joining us. Of course, we talked to you earlier. What's the biggest fear of folks? Is it they were just scared, you suppose? What goes through their mind? Is it the fear of dying?
Yes, it's the fear of dying. You know, we're seeing pictures of the destruction. And we're hearing about the effects of the physical aftershocks, but we're going to have psychological aftershocks. but we're not seeing that yet. Most adults are probably right now functioning on adrenaline, so their reactions will probably be delayed for a day or two. Kids, unfortunately, are probably feeling it right now, and not even the kids that experienced the worst of it. A lot of these kids are probably not able to sleep tonight, and they're clinging on to their parents and refusing to stay alone. So we have two different problems. We have the problems that we'll see with children, and also the problems that will manifest with adults.
Is that fairly typical after a tragedy like this to see delayed stress for a couple of days afterward?
Yes, it's fairly typical. It's called post-traumatic stress disorder, and for a majority of the people, they will get over it, but there will be a significant number that won't. And these are the people that, well, no, they won't until they are able to get together and talk about it, and to relive it by verbalizing it, because this stays with them. And in a sense, it's almost the same process as we see in combat stress.
Okay, so they're traumatized. What kind of advice would you give to someone who may be seeing some of these symptoms, like you mentioned, in the children, of clinging?
Well, the children will be clinging. The children will have trouble eating. They may not be able to sleep. They may not want to leave their parents' sight. They may not want to go outside. I think the first thing that parents can do with kids is to just talk to them. Try to find out what the kids are feeling. Secondly, reassure them. But it's difficult for a lot of parents to reassure.
I'm sorry, Dr. Butterworth, I need to interrupt you for a moment. We need to join KTVU in Oakland and get in on their report.
That's the portion of the upper deck that has come down.
Yes. Okay. And these are the two cars that were right before us that fell into the bridge when it happened. We were like 20 cars back, so we weren't, quite that close.
And what about the injuries? Did you see anyone?
Well, it was very ironic that none of the people in these two cars that fell down was hurt. They weren't injured. And the people all jumped out of their cars and they started running. Everybody was very hysterical. They just left their cars and started running toward Treasure Island. And so we, continued to videotape. Of course, we were very nervous and upset. We couldn't believe it had happened right before our eyes. But no one really got hurt right there.
That is amazing right there.
Dr. Butterworth, are you still with us?
I'm right here.
Okay, great. In that report, they were talking about rushing, and we've heard earlier that folks left their car. And one person who was on the Bay Bridge, as I recall, said that she just wanted to get to land. Is that going to be a traumatizing effect even on a commuter from now on, when they have to drive over the bridge just to get to work?
Well, I think a lot of Californians really have in the back of their mind the fact that they're living in earthquake country. However, when something like this happens, it doesn't stay in the back of their mind. It's right there. And it's going to take a while for a lot of people to really relax and to be in the state they were before the earthquake. However, we have a lot of folks that live in a state of earthquake denial. Not necessarily just in San Francisco, but in this part of the state, in Southern California, and indeed all around the country, there are earthquake faults and there are earthquake seismic activity. And I think this, if we can get something positive from this, if we can get people that live in these areas to learn what to do, because you can't stop the ground when it shakes, but what you can do is learn how to be prepared to do the right thing. So when the ground starts to shake, you go on what we call automatic pilot, and you're not as anxious or not as panicky when it does occur.
Almost like a role-playing situation, you just kind of practice. Let me ask you this, the driving over the Bay Bridge, what would you recommend then? Is it best for folks to really face that right on and start driving over the bridge as soon as it's safe, of course, or to give it a while and maybe take an alternate route if possible, or is that running away from your fear?
Well, there are two thoughts on that. Some people say you should hit those fears that you have directly. And not let it build up, because the longer you avoid it, the worse it will be. However, and I generally agree with that. However, if you really can't, then what you need to do is get with a group of people, and hopefully there will be groups forming, because there are going to be a lot of people that are going to really have these memories and really have these jitters, and they may not be able to function. But get together with people and have people help each other. We don't have enough professionals to help the city of San Francisco, but a lot of people can do a lot just by talking to each other.
Mm-hmm. I guess we were talking earlier, and I mentioned the sports fans who were ready for the game to start I guess about a half hour before the third game of the World Series was supposed to start, and they were cheering even after the earthquake. Is that almost a denial of that something tragic could have happened and they made it through?
Well, I don't know. I've been trying to think about that, but there was another thing about that Host Stadium episode, which I think is a positive thing. In this age where people are talking about the me generation, and we don't care about anyone else, people didn't push everyone out of the way to get out of the stadium. They cooperated. They did form as a group. They did the right thing. And I think even though there have been cases of some looting, generally people have come together to help each other. And I think that says a positive thing about our society, that we may not be as self-centered as we sometimes think we are.
All right, Dr. Robert Butterworth, psychologist, thanks for joining us. Pat?
Thank you.
And we'll be taking a break right now. When we come back, still lots more in our special report, our coverage of the devastation in the San Francisco Bay Area because of an earthquake. We will show you more of that amateur video, some dramatic video also of a car actually traveling as the bridge went out from under it. We're keeping tabs on, and we will continue to present information on the rescue attempt of some children who were trapped under some of the rubble on the Oakland side of the San Francisco Bay. A lot more to come in our special report, The Devastation in San Francisco. Bring you up to date. Craig Heaps says that an unofficial death toll figure that is being talked about is rising now to up to 600. That is completely unconfirmed at this point, we must point out, but 600 possible deaths, at least a million people without power tonight. This earthquake struck at just shortly after 5 o'clock this afternoon, about a half an hour before the World Series third game was to get underway in Candlestick Park. And when it hit, a section of the Oakland Bay Bridge collapsed, and in that collapse we have word here that 6 people reportedly died in that alone. Also another 6 people dying in Santa Cruz, very close, within 10 miles of the reported epicenter of this earthquake, which has been reported at 6.9, maybe even stronger than that on the Richter scale. George Deukmejian, governor of California, flying back as quickly as he can from Germany. There is a rescue effort going on right now in Oakland, California, where several rescue efforts, but one that we just were party to, where apparently a couple of children are trapped in an automobile. Their parents have died. The Pacific Bell people would like us to pass on to viewers, if you can in any way avoid making a call to the San Francisco Bay Area, it would be very helpful to them because their circuits are completely overloaded, and apparently if the overload gets too bad, it could actually blow their system there. So all in all, rescue efforts are underway tonight. A fire has burned in the marina section of San Francisco. There have been sporadic reports of some looting, some muggings possibly in both San Francisco and in the Oakland area. We're looking now at video this evening of shelters that are being set up. Earlier video here, you can see the results of the freeways buckling and the traffic becoming a snarled mess.
And we have been trying to show you all evening how it was for the folks in the San Francisco Bay Area. We want to show you what it was like for some people right after the earthquake hit. Chuck Coppola has a report for us. He's with KCRA Television.
South of Market Street, an industrial part of San Francisco filled with brick buildings, 5 people were killed when a wall full of bricks fell 4 stories on top of them. The rush hour had just begun. They were in their cars, caught in traffic. Downtown, in the financial district, pieces of brick and concrete block buildings tumbled into the street, while office workers snaked down dark stairwells. The elevators were out. Some were trapped inside. Outside, the air was filled with clouds of dust.
I'm scared to death. I'm still shaking. That was the worst I've ever experienced. I've never been scared by them before.
We were on the 27th floor of this building. And it rumbled. It never stopped. And it was just
back and forth.
The most frightening thing that I've been through. It was terrible.
And now we don't know what to do.
Because the Bay Bridge was closed and may stay that way for some time, people packed the ferry system. Tour boats were pressed into service to get them across the bay. Those that didn't need to get out stood on street corners. Portsmouth Square in Chinatown, like many neighborhoods, filled with people afraid to stay inside. Many outside listened to transistor radios, where the power was out and would stay that way into nightfall.
KTVU Television in Oakland has some amateur video for us we're going to see. It's of a photographer, and he's going to do some narrating as he's shooting. This was shot on the Bay Bridge right after the earthquake. You can see some of the buckled cars. As we mentioned before, the Nimitz Freeway apparently getting a very high death toll, unconfirmed deaths toll maybe as high as 600. We had earlier reports of 400 people injured. Of course, part of the San Francisco Bay Bridge collapsing. A 50-foot section of the bridge, killing 6 people. Another 6 died when a building collapsed in nearby Santa Cruz. Pat?
We'll continue our special report on the earthquake, the devastation in the San Francisco Bay Area. Back in a moment. Welcome back now to CNN's special report coverage of the earthquake that struck the San Francisco Bay Area earlier in the evening. Tonight, of course, a lot of people without power. Rescue efforts are underway from Gilroy, Hollister, Watsonville, Santa Cruz, north up through the San Francisco Bay Area, Oakland, where tremendous devastation on the Nimitz Freeway. We have a... Gary Miller was our reporter who was in Candlestick Park, and Gary was there, of course, to cover the 3rd game of the World Series. And Gary gives us a first-hand report on what it was like when the earthquake struck before the first pitch was ever thrown.
Initially, many of the fans at Candlestick Park applauded and cheered the earthquake, but that reaction was quickly replaced by one of nervous confusion. In the final minutes of preparing for the 3rd game of the World Series, players in the A's and Giants were suddenly and shockingly shifted to concern for their families in the stands.
We got a packed house here. There was some... there could have been a catastrophe here.
Well, it'll be a horrible way to get your first start.
Well, the start's not as important as something like this.
What went through your mind? I mean, can you describe it? What happened with your teammates?
I was sitting on a bench, and all of a sudden I saw the ground shaking, and I made a mad dash to the middle of the field.
Well, I'm just a little shook up by the whole thing. You know, inside the clubhouse, it was shaking pretty bad. You know, we had to get out, and, you know, and then my concern was my family.
We had like 2 minutes to be on the field before they started the
All right, we're going to KTVU, Channel 2 in Oakland. As we said, an effort is underway to rescue 2 children. Apparently, their parents have been killed in the crush along the Nimitz Freeway. We join the report.
Working with the Oakland Police Department. This has been a story of people coming out and volunteering and working together tonight. Right now, we are at the command post. What you are seeing is a live picture of the command post here. You have all different kinds of people working out here. You have PG&E trying to get power to this section that has been without power since the earthquake happened. You have other people bringing in heavy equipment to try to lift out some of the cars that were crushed under here. You have people who are trying to coordinate what to tell friends and relatives who are coming in. What we were told is that they're telling them to call the coroner's office. They are sending bodies to the coroner's office. At this location, we have seen 6 bodies. I know your death toll is a lot higher than that. We're also told that this is going to be going on throughout the night and for several days afterwards. Nobody has any idea of just how large the magnitude is of this, but there are hundreds of cars still trapped up there. It was rush hour, 5:05, when this earthquake hit. To give you some idea, there are 18 square blocks, 1 block on either side, east or west of this part of the freeway that collapsed, that are blocked off, completely closed to traffic. I'm told they will be closed for the duration. I don't know how long that is, but my guess is for the next at least a week. And they're also closing off from 14th Street all the way up to 37th Street, so that gives you some idea. But the freeway buckled all the way down to 8th Street, so that gives you some idea of the magnitude of this.
Faith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Dennis.
We were under the impression earlier that because an officer had gone through and searched the cars, and they were of the belief that there were no more survivors, and they were going to shut down this operation until tomorrow. What happened to change that?
Okay, that was at one section. There are a lot of different sections that are under where rescue efforts were going. Where we were before at 24th and Cypress, we talked to a CHP officer there, and that particular section was closed down. They were assured that they had rescued all of the people who were alive there. There are other sections that they are still trying to go through and still trying to determine, and where they can do work, they are doing work. But there is a real great fear here tonight, as I said earlier in the newscast, that a aftershock could send this whole shaky structure just tumbling down. All parts of it are already on the ground, other parts of the freeway further down, but that any kind of large aftershock could just send this tumbling right down on everybody here. So they're trying to proceed quickly, but with a lot of caution. They keep moving us up, telling us we can come up a little bit, then they move us back. But it's hard to get an idea of just how big an operation is going on when you're just at one point of it. But at certain places where they believe that they have gotten everybody out who is alive, they've shut down, moved to other places where they can still work.
Faith, you were talking about the possibility of an aftershock, and they're worried about the stability of the structure, yet it seems like you're in a very close proximity to that structure, as are quite a number of people. I'm surprised that perhaps they haven't moved everyone back even farther.
The only people down here are news people and people who are involved in this rescue, the people at the command center and all of their support, and maybe a few volunteers. The reason that we are here is we told them, Elaine and Dennis, that we felt it was our obligation to report the story. We wanted to get as close as possible, and we would take responsibility for ourselves. And they let us stay because we thought it was important. We know there are thousands of people out there waiting for word of loved ones, and that's why we're as close as we are. Thanks.
Okay, Faith, thanks for that.
Actually,
all right, that's KTVU, Channel 2 in Oakland. As we joined that report, we missed what turns out to be a relatively happy bit of news. The two children that they were attempting to rescue from a car caught under the rubble of that mile-long section of the Nimitz Freeway, they did manage to rescue those two children. We had a report, though, that the parents of the two kids apparently were killed in the crush of that section of the freeway.
We do know...
Joining us on the phone right now, Harb Norris, a Santa Cruz resident. Of course, the epicenter, we believe, about 8 miles northeast of Santa Cruz. Harb, can you hear me?
Yes.
I understand there are some aftershocks going on right now. What can you tell us?
Well, when I first called you, there was, which was about, I guess, a minute or two ago. As I was on the phone to you, there was an aftershock. And they've just been going on all night.
How many would you say that you've been through?
20.
20?
Yeah.
Stronger, softer, how would you characterize them?
Well, they vary. I mean, nothing to approach the original earthquake.
How was that original earthquake where you were?
I was in the backyard, and I just sort of witnessed the wonderment of it all. My wife was in the house, and she was terrified.
How is your family, and then maybe damage to your house? Can you tell us?
Family's okay. The damage to the house is like it was turned upside down. And there's an aftershock going on right now.
Right now there is?
Yeah.
Can you describe it for us? Can you describe that for us right now?
Oh, it's just a little shaking, like a train going through your front yard. And there was, I live about a mile from the village, a little village in Capitola, and there's some panic. All the storefront glass, a lot of storefront glass is broken out, and there was some panic. They thought there'd be a tidal wave, so they evacuated the town, which I thought was kind of ridiculous because if the epicenter was on land, the waves would go out from land, and you know what I mean? There would be no chance of a tsunami.
That's what I was just going to mention. It could be a tsunami, though. Let me ask you, have you had a chance to visit with your neighbors, or have you looked around at the damage outside of your neighborhood, or have you gone anywhere?
Yeah.
What did you
well, Santa Cruz proper, the actual town of Santa Cruz, was hit pretty hard. There were some collapsed buildings, water mains broken, fires, and that's a pretty scary place right now.
Is it under control, the fires, right now?
Well, there's sirens. I don't know. I don't live right in the town of Santa Cruz. I live outside. I live in the county of Santa Cruz. But I don't know if the fires are under control or not. I imagine they are, but there are buildings collapsed. There are, I imagine, dead people.
You going to try and get some sleep tonight?
Yeah, I think I just may sleep in the car tonight. I have a station wagon, so.
All right, Harb Norris, the Santa Cruz.
Scene that is being repeated for probably 100 miles in Northern California from below the epicenter, which has been pegged at in the Santa Cruz area, to north through the San Francisco Bay area on into Oakland and even points north. The death toll unofficially, Craig Heaps, our man on the scene, is hearing unofficially 600. A good many of those deaths in a mile-long section, a double-deck section of the Nimitz Freeway, the 880, which comes off of the Bay Bridge and then travels down the East Bay. Efforts are underway tonight. If you were with us just moments ago, you saw KTVU, our affiliate in Oakland, California, reporting on rescue efforts that are underway. Again, just typical scenes all along at least a 100-mile, if not more, stretch of Northern California. One of the most dramatic areas that was hit, of course, was the San Francisco Bay Bridge. And when this quake hit at roughly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, of course, there was commute traffic at the time. An amateur photographer, we understand actually that this individual works for a television, some kind of a television production company. I really wish I had more detail on that, but that's all I can tell you at this point. At any rate, started videotaping the results immediately after the earthquake on the Bay Bridge, and has a narration of exactly what is seen, and it'll also give you a feeling of what people felt like on that bridge if we roll that tape.
We were about 20 cars away from the incident, and we thought our limousine was on flat. It started shaking from side to side, and then all of a sudden I realized that it was an earthquake, and I didn't realize we were so close to the collapsing of the bridge, and all of a sudden we saw that the bridge had collapsed right before us, and we were very nervous, but Jonathan Creighton and Kermit Smith, they were with me. We decided to get out of the car, and Kermit Smith said, "We have the cameras, why don't we videotape this?" So they immediately went over to the cars. You see right there, they start videotaping. 2 cars fell into this bridge, and they almost went down into the water. But this gentleman, he was very heroic. He jumped out, and he pulled the passengers out of the car. And it was kind of unbelievable. We couldn't believe he was doing it. I mean, he actually pulled all these people out.
So what we're looking at here, this is the upper, that's the portion of the upper deck that has come down.
Yes.
Okay.
And these are the 2 cars that were right before us that fell into the bridge when it happened. We were like 20 cars back, so we weren't, quite that close.
And what about the injuries? Did you see anyone?
Well, it was very ironic that none of the people in these 2 cars that fell down was hurt. They weren't injured.
Once again, we want to take you back to KTVU in Oakland and join their broadcast.
Any of us have experienced in our lifetimes. Josie, the woman that we heard from a little while ago, said she was born a couple of months after the 1906 quake. And for all of her adult life, people have been telling her that the big one was coming. It was just a matter of time. Well, in her mind, this was it. This was the big one. She said she wasn't afraid for her own life, but she was afraid for her friends. She was afraid for a couple of other women in her building who she thought might not be able to get out of the building. She was afraid for their pets. All in all, though, my sense is that most people handled it pretty well. They handled it about as calmly as you could expect in a situation like this.
Gary, you said something interesting earlier. You said it's the kind of situation you look at it and you can't believe your own eyes. You can't believe what you're seeing.
I was born and raised in San Francisco, and again, the immensity of it, we've all heard that there's going to be a big earthquake and a lot of talk about it, and we've all done stories again on the little earthquakes, the grocery store shelves that got knocked over and the plate glass windows that got broken and that kind of thing. But you drive through the streets of San Francisco and you can't really comprehend. Your mind won't accept the information. You drive by and you see huge chunks of plaster that have fallen down from walls, streets, cracks in the middle of streets. They might be a couple of inches off kilter from one another. the sidewalk, you got to be careful where you walk because there could be a big crack or a chunk of sidewalk that has just come up. Trolley buses are all over San Francisco, just stopped in the middle of the street. Obviously, there's no electricity. They can't move. The city is dead. There's no light. There's movement. There are people out on the streets. There are people desperate for any kind of information. Another television station had set up a television monitor to be able to do a live shot, and it was all they could do to prevent all of the people around there from huddling around that television set and blocking the other reporter's view. Obviously, these people were desperate for any scrap of information that they could get. They wanted to know what was going on. The only source was radio or battery-operated televisions.
It's an interesting analogy of a city that, for all intents and purposes, is dead. And so I guess the question now is, what will it take to put it back on its feet, to bring it back to life? I'm not asking you that question. I know you're not a prophet that can tell us that, but it's just something to muse over.
Well, I do know, Dennis, that Art Agnos was at the Candlestick game tonight, and he was hustled out of there very fast. I mean, they meant business. They took him out and cut through the traffic and were honking their way out of the stadium. Obviously, he was heading for City Hall to meet with the chief of police, the fire chief, and the other city officials, and to try and get back on the road. The other question that you have to ask is, what effect does this have on Proposition P? It's a minor issue, but it's an important issue in San Francisco right now. I don't know. I don't know if you put it off for a year. Proposition P is the proposition for the new ballpark that he has pushed so hard. Yes, the World Series is a game, and yes, baseball is not that big of a deal, and maybe we shouldn't be talking about that right now, but I know that that was something that was on his mind, and I wonder what effect that will have.
Well, Gary, as we mentioned before, that may be a moot issue now if Candlestick Park is found to be structurally unsafe. There would be no choice on the part of voters if they say this facility is unsafe and we can no longer play ball games here.
Which they may well say, although I can tell you, being up on the upper deck, it shook, but it didn't break. It seemed to be, to me, the damage was not very visible. Yes, a structural engineer may say that there are serious internal problems with Candlestick, and it would be more expensive. It would cost more to fix it once again than it would be worth. But at least on surface, on first glance, it didn't appear that way. To me, it appeared that if there was any damage, it must have been very minor. And some people talked about seeing cracks on the upper lip of the stadium, but I'm not at all sure that those cracks weren't there before. Some of them looked as though they had.
Just a feeling of some of the concerns that are developing now as we get late into the evening here on the East Coast, of course, after the devastating earthquake in the San Francisco Bay Area. We'll be back right after this. And we continue now. We want to talk briefly with Sergeant Jim Knudsen of the Alameda County Sheriff's Office on the Oakland side of the San Francisco Bay. Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I barely hear you. Go ahead. How you doing, sir?
Okay. Briefly describe the situation in Oakland this evening.
Well, our worst area is the Cypress overpass to the entrance to the Bay Bridge, and that's where our main concern is right now. As we speak, we have rescue operations going on. We have a lieutenant and about 50 to 60 deputies there right now.
How many people do you fear may still be trapped?
Unfortunately, Sheriff Plummer was there earlier this evening, and his best estimates are, sad to say, is about 100 deaths, he believes, sir.
100 deaths? And
what we have is Caltrans, who is coordinating the moving of that large amount of cement, as you can imagine. Tells us their best time is early morning when the light comes out. They're afraid that if they move anything now, more of the overpass may come down.
Any guessing on how many people may still be trapped alive under that?
I just received a report a few minutes ago that, as we speak, sir, the Oakland Fire Department was rescuing 2 small children from a car.
We've got that. Let me ask you this, Sergeant. Yes, any reports of any muggings, violence?
No, thankfully, no, sir. It looks like everyone has been helping. We've received hundreds of calls from people here in Alameda County offering their tractors, their equipment, their own back hard work to help us, and it's been great as far as that type of thing. No reports of any looting or anything at all.
Sergeant, we thank you so much for taking time to talk with us. Sergeant Jim Knudsen of the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. We thank him so much.
And of course, we'll be continuing our coverage of this major earthquake to hit the San Francisco Bay Area. Hit a few minutes after 5 o'clock local time. And we will be checking on the latest figures for you. The latest reports unconfirmed, as many as 600 dead, 400 injured. Rick Moore and Molly McCoy will keep you updated. They're next.
And I'm Rick Moore at the CNN Center in Atlanta, where we are providing continuing coverage of the earthquake in Northern California. One of America's deadliest earthquakes has pulverized parts of Northern California. The latest reports say as many as 250 were killed in the wave of devastation that rolled along the San Andreas Fault last night. The fires, the collapsed bridges, the shattered buildings all signal a disaster of historic proportions. The epicenter was near Santa Cruz, and damage there is extensive. Berkeley and San Jose also were hammered. But we know far more about San Francisco and Oakland, and the scenes there are frightening. Several awesome fires. One in San Francisco's Marina District erupted after the quake and the aftershocks. Many of the dead are in cars caught in split-second collapses of bridges and viaducts during the rush hour. Long sections of multi-tiered roadways pancaked together, snuffing out scores of lives in an instant. One policeman says some cars crunched under tons of concrete are no thicker than their license plates. The quake dislodged a 50-foot section of the San Francisco Bay Bridge. 2 cars were crumpled, a third crashed trying to jump the gap. San Francisco's Candlestick Park was jammed with more than 60,000 people for the World Series game. The stadium flapped and rattled, but it held. The crowd evacuated without trouble.
CNN reporter Craig Heaps has spent a long night covering this devastating story. He joins us now live from San Francisco with an update on all of this. Craig?
Molly, where we are now is probably a good example of what it's like in San Francisco tonight. This office building holding the CNN Bureau is on emergency power, and we're doing our live shot to you on that emergency power. We're feeding tape from an uplink on our roof where normally we would be able to reach another position. The city itself is in a strange sort of state. It's very quiet on the street, and yet there have been reports of looting. There have been reports of muggings, of people who are taking advantage of this of the situation to commit crime. As you said, the worst devastation seemed to be in the East Bay in the city of Oakland. There is a double-decker freeway there leading to the Bay Bridge that connects Oakland and San Francisco. The upper deck collapsed, crushing cars and drivers on the lower deck. Officials are still working there trying to figure out how many people might have been killed and how many, if any, are still alive underneath the rubble. There was a report of the partial building collapse in San Francisco in the south of Market District. There, 5 people were killed. There are reports of freeway overpasses either crumbling or collapsing on the peninsula south of San Francisco. We just heard a radio report from Santa Cruz, which is about 10 miles from the epicenter of the quake. There, as you said, Rick, there is heavy damage. They're reporting aftershocks every 30 minutes. And you really have to be in an earthquake to know how frightening an aftershock is. You get rocked and rolled by a tremendous shaker, as we did it shortly after 5 o'clock this evening. And then you wonder, will the next one be as big? And you keep getting hit by these smaller earthquakes. Here in San Francisco, we haven't felt as many of those. But we're a ways from Santa Cruz, perhaps 60, 70 miles. And so we may not be feeling all of those aftershocks that they're feeling. The Bay Bridge is closed tonight. It's absolutely shut down except for emergency vehicles and state engineers who are there to inspect it. There has been speculation that it could be days, perhaps even weeks before the Bay Bridge will be opened again. That creates a major problem here in the Bay Area because that is the main way for people who live in the bedroom communities of the East Bay to make their way across San Francisco Bay and get to work in the high-rise buildings of San Francisco. The other way to get here is by BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit. The electric train system that is a subway in some parts, is an elevated train in others, goes through a tube lying on the bottom of the bay connecting Oakland and San Francisco. That system is also shut down. its inspectors looked over the entire line tonight. They said that they didn't see any structural problems, but no word yet officially on when they're going to start up the BART trains again. So San Francisco could have the look something not of a ghost town, but greatly diminished from the hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of people who come here to work every day from other cities. San Francisco is largely a working city rather than a living city compared to the rest of the size of the Bay Area. The devastation is remarkable, even as I came over on the ferry tonight, because the bridges are closed, and there is a newly formed ferry service between Oakland and San Francisco, bringing people who want to get out of San Francisco to their homes in droves, and a handful of us who are coming back from the East Bay to San Francisco. I looked at San Francisco in the darkness. It's usually a very well-lit city at night with a beautiful night skyline, and it was eerie to see it as we came across on the bay waters with most of its lights out. There is a report that the Embarcadero area, that's an area of office buildings right along the waterfront near where the ferries come into the ferry building in San Francisco, that area may soon get its power back. If it does, it will be good news for us because that's where our office building is, and we're awaiting the earliest possible news of our lights coming back on. Meanwhile, our crews will be out on the streets in San Francisco and in the rest of the Bay Area all night long, and we'll be bringing you full coverage of the devastation from this major earthquake here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Rick and Molly?
Craig, I realize that you're having communications problems there, obviously. Police official told CNN from Oakland in the last hour that at least 100 people were feared dead along the Nimitz Freeway, the part that collapsed. With 100 people dead there, we've also gotten word that there are many more deaths. In fact, the death toll, we're told, might reach 600. What do you hear about that?
I think at this point what we're talking about are estimates. The 100... I heard too as I was waiting to go on the air, and knowing that stretch of roadway at that rush hour, excuse me, that is a major artery off of the Bay Bridge and out of San Francisco. The lower deck is the direction heading away from San Francisco and would have been packed. With that upper deck collapsing, there's no reason to believe there couldn't be at least 100 people dead there. I think it's a matter of we're going to have to wait and see. One estimate I heard said it could be from 200 to 600. Well, that's a 400-person range. I think that it's just a matter of waiting to confirm that.
All right, Craig, thanks very much. Craig is reporting for us live this morning from San Francisco. Also, too, officials in Oakland said that they were going to wait till daylight to begin bringing big equipment in to the Nimitz Freeway to continue to clear some of the debris off of that freeway, and they did fear that the death toll might rise there. Rick?
Okay, Molly, joining us now by telephone from the San Francisco Children's Hospital, Sandy Gasser. Sandy, I wonder if you could shed some light on what you know about the numbers here. Have you been in touch with other hospitals? Do you have any idea of the number of fatalities and injuries we're talking about tonight?
Actually, I do not. I have not been in touch with the hospitals. There is some problem with the communication dialing out. We've been getting sort of dead signal for a while. All I'm hearing really is what I hear over the radio waves and portable televisions, and most recently that the deaths as a result of the Cypress section of freeway collapsing is estimated at about 100. They have established a temporary morgue in the East Bay to accommodate some of that. And just a brief update here in the city, I understand there are 8 deaths as a result of the Marina fire, and 6 at the Townsend and 6th Street collapse and fire.
All right, what about at your hospital, the San Francisco Children's Hospital? How many patients have been admitted there as a direct result of the earthquake?
Only 1 has been admitted. We've seen 15 people with earthquake, quote-unquote, earthquake-related injuries, none of them sustaining anything more serious than cuts and bruises, 1 person with chest pain.
This was from, like, falling debris from buildings and so forth?
Yes. That's correct.
And you have not been in touch with any of the other hospitals. Do you have any idea where most of the injured, we hear estimates of 400 to 600 injured people, where are they tonight?
Well, that's a very good question. There are several other hospitals very close by, St. Francis Memorial and Pacific Hospital, Pacific Presbyterian Hospital here in the city, and they, because of their close proximity, may have been receiving these patients. I just don't know.
We're hearing all kinds of personal stories tonight. Where were you? What were your feelings? What did you think was happening when that earthquake struck?
Well, to be honest with you, we do have these little shakers every once in a while, but today, in just a matter of seconds, everyone knew that it was more serious than that, and I think everyone really was whispering under their breath. They hoped that it wasn't the big one that everyone talks about, because it continued for some time, and the building I was in was shaking a lot. Everything fell off my desk. The power went out immediately. The offices were a mess at my building anyhow.
Well, good luck to you, and thanks for talking with us. Sandy Gasser of the San Francisco Children's Hospital. Molly?
Along that collapsed stretch of Oakland Highway that we spoke of, the screams for help have apparently now stopped. The rescuers have given up any hope of finding more survivors in that collapsed pavement. But before surrendering to reality, they did manage a few victories. Reporter Faith Fancher reports on 2 motorists who somehow survived in their crushed vehicles.
There were 2 dramatic rescues within a block of each other. We have that tape, and we're going to show you that now. In one of the rescues, it was a 50-year-old man who was trapped for 3.5 hours. He was trapped in a car that was only 18 inches high after it was crushed. It was just a block away from where we are standing now at 24th and Cypress. He was inside a Nissan Sentra, and they said that the man came through with relatively minor injuries. There were lots of volunteers out here. Rescue crews and excavating company came and helped get this man out. They thought that one of their employees was trapped. This has been the scene all up and down here tonight. A lot of people volunteering to help. You have Oakland firefighters, the CHP, you have police, everybody trying to help. In the second rescue that happened right here at 24th and Cypress, it was another man whose name was Tim. He was in a Navy truck, and the truck was only about 2 feet off the ground, we were told by the rescue workers. There were a lot of volunteers here helping him. He was able to talk to the rescuers the whole time that they were working on him. 2 of them told me he had both legs trapped, one on either side of the steering wheel. At one point, he told them, just cut my legs off so you can get me out. And they said, no, we're going to be able to get you out. They kept talking to him. The Fremont Fire Department brought in the jaws of life. They brought in some heavy equipment, and they were finally able to get him out. Now, they have decided that they have done all they can do out here tonight. So the volunteers, all of the crews are going home. They say it will take a lot of heavy equipment to try to move this structure. There are other cars trapped under there, but they have made a thorough search of all the cars. They say everyone who was trapped inside of those cars, there is no chance that there is anyone left alive. So they'll be back tomorrow morning to try to move this structure and to try to start the grim task of taking some of the bodies out.
Okay, an amateur cameraman captured one of the most dramatic illustrations of the quake's sudden onslaught. The dark car to the left in this video never had an inkling that the road was about to vanish. This was the experience of hundreds of rush hour motorists heading home in the San Francisco Bay Area. Now here's one account of what it was like to be caught on the Bay Bridge as it started shaking.
I was on the Bay Bridge when the earthquake occurred, and when I was on it, it was like someone was making up a bed. I'm in a Bronco Ford, and it was tossed around up at least a foot off the pavement, and then it dropped down again. This is a Highway 17 that collapsed just shortly after I got off the Bay Bridge. That I noticed it actually collapsed, and called it into our newsroom. I got to tell you, I was scared. Got out, tried to help just 2 officers that just showed up and asked us all not to interfere and to stay safe. So this is very dramatic. I've been in the Bay Area for about 20 years. I've never seen anything like this in all my life. I actually thought the rear axle of the truck had been blown up because it actually rose up and down. I actually started stepping on my brakes, and I said, wait a minute. It's been 40 seconds now. The truck is still leaping. And people start running into the walls of the Bay Bridge. We actually could see, I could look through a rearview mirror and see the bridge giving about a quarter of a mile behind me. And all of a sudden, in front of me, there were cracks in the pavement of the bridge that just like they instantly appeared. So when I got to the footing coming up on the toll gates, there were big splits, and actually the freeway had dropped some 6 inches in places. And I was in a four-wheel drive, and you needed everything it could give because people were actually pulling off the side of the highway. Then I pulled off, trying to call in to see if everybody on this side was okay. Pull around toward the Oakland Army Depot, and that's when I got the surprise of my life. When I looked up and saw Highway 17, as you know, it has 2 levels, top and bottom. It was like a sandwich. It had just collapsed together, and parts of it had angled over.
A video crew of a production house in the area was on the Bay Bridge when it collapsed. They jumped out and shot this video.
We were about 20 cars away from the incident, and we thought our limousine was on flat. It started shaking from side to side, and then all of a sudden I realized that it was an earthquake, and I didn't realize we were so close to the collapsing of the bridge, and all of a sudden we saw that the bridge had collapsed right before us, and we were very nervous, but Jonathan Creighton and Kermit Smith, they were with me. We decided to get out of the car, and Kermit Smith said, we have the cameras, why don't we videotape this? So they immediately went over to the cars you see right there. They started videotaping. 2 cars fell into this bridge, and they almost went down into the water. But this gentleman, he was very heroic. He jumped out, and he pulled the passengers out of the car. And it was kind of unbelievable. We couldn't believe he was doing it. I mean, he actually pulled all these people out.
So what we're looking at here, this is the upper, that's the portion of the upper deck that has come down.
Yes.
Okay.
And these are the 2 cars that were right before us that fell into the bridge when it happened. We were like 20 cars back, so we weren't, quite that close.
And what about the injuries? Did you see anyone?
Well, it was very ironic that none of the people in these 2 cars that fell down was hurt. They weren't injured.
Other than devastation to roadways and bridges, there is lots of structural damage now in the Bay Area. We get a description from a woman who watched in horror as she saw a neighbor's house collapsing.
What did you see when this thing went down?
It went down so quietly. It was just so bizarre.
You see the building in the background.
Yeah, but I'm losing this.
How fast did it last?
We were standing over here. It lasted for about 8 seconds. And about 4 seconds into it, we turned around because we were going to run through the playground, and we saw this go, and it just quietly collapsed. It was so bizarre. It was just like a quiet crunch. It just crunched down. All of this damage that's happened, it just quietly crunched, like so eerie. It was so eerie. And the woman who ran out of this apartment said she heard someone in the back scream, probably from down below. And we've been trying ever since it happened to find them. So
This was 2 stories or 3 stories?
Oh, this was 2-story like this. God, it's incredible. You don't notice until we were out of the car on the sidewalk when it hit, and we just turned around this way to see what was going on, and it just quietly went down, right? It was just like a crunch. The geological villain for Northern California's disaster is the San Andreas Fault. The epicenter was south of San Francisco in the Santa Cruz area. That is a region that's used to being jolted and bumped by the fault, but it has rarely had the shock that it got last night. The fault stretches north from the Los Angeles area. It has prompted predictions for years of a serious quake in California. The fault is the junction of 2 plates in the Earth's surface. When they slip or slide, the result can be the devastation that we are now seeing in Northern California. And stay tuned. This special report from CNN continues. Updating the situation in Northern California at this hour, more than 250 people are reported dead now and hundreds more injured in tonight's earthquake. Dozens of major fires blaze out of control in the San Francisco Bay Area. One fire in the Marina District reportedly has spread over an entire city block. The flames are providing virtually the only light in the city. Officials estimate as many as 1 million people are now without electricity. The largest concentration of deaths is in Oakland. Authorities report that perhaps as many as 200 motorists were crushed to death in a freeway collapse. The upper level of Highway 880 came tumbling down when the quake struck during the evening rush hour. The earthquake's initial shock measured 6.9 on the Richter scale.
San Francisco Mayor Art Agnos is scrambling to restore order in that city.
I think we've survived this so far. God willing, there'll be no more aftershocks, and we'll be in pretty good shape tomorrow sometime. However, there is some damage, and we've made some decisions. We're urging people not to go to work unless they're in a vital kind of capacity, so that our building inspectors, which we're asking to come to work right now, all city building inspectors and engineers to report to work immediately at the Army Street office, so that we can begin to evaluate all buildings downtown to see what kind of shape they're in before people try to go to work to them tomorrow. So anyone who would go to work tomorrow who does not have some kind of vital function should try to stay home and check with their office before going in until we can inspect them. We're asking all children, the superintendent of schools, Mr. Cortines, has said that there will be no school tomorrow and school children should stay at home. People should be calm. The city is in good shape. Our water lines and the water is 100% pure. Our sewage system is working. All hospitals are up. There's a minor problem at Mount Zion with their emergency room, but the rest of the hospital is in good shape. Their boiler broke down. Letterman is up and running and can take any number of people who might be in need of help. So all of our vital institutions are in good shape. Our police departments, all 9 district stations are up, fully manned. We've recalled people, and a number have returned from their off-duty hours to supplement those who are on duty for their regular shift. We've had over 150 firemen report back to work. All of the fires are out or under control. The major fire at the Marina, which has resulted in 3 fatalities that we know of, is under control and being put out. We had 5 fatalities when a building fell on some people in the south of Market area, and those are the total fatalities we know of to date.
President Bush is promising that the federal government will do everything possible to help earthquake victims. Mr. Bush has not yet declared Northern California a disaster area. That designation must follow a formal request from the state's governor. The White House has authorized a special Air Force flight to rush the governor back from a trip to West Germany. 2 California National Guard units are being activated. They're sending helicopters, rescue and recovery aircraft, and cargo planes to the San Francisco area. The president also is sending Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner to California on a special military flight. Skinner says the #1 priority is to take care of the people.
Our main concern on behalf of the President and the administration and congressmen that are here and everybody else is to make sure that the humane side of this issue, that human life, everything is being done, and that we are coordinating everything that can be done. We've got a major traffic facility out there, the bridge, that is very vital, and that's very important. But we want to make sure that the human lives are being taken care of, and that people, if they're homeless or they're in any need of anything, that our government can and will respond on a coordinated basis and quickly. That's my mission, and as soon as I find out what's going on, I'll be reporting back to Governor Sununu and the President, and that'll begin early tomorrow morning.
Just a few blocks away from the White House, officials have set up a command center at the headquarters of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. The agency is promising a quick response to the disaster. That's after it was accused of dragging its feet in response to Hurricane Hugo.
As you know, we do have a major earthquake in California, in the San Francisco area. And what we have done initially is we are in the assessment and evaluation phase. While that is going on, we have already activated our emergency support team, which is the Federal Emergency Management Support Team for Catastrophic Earthquakes. We have some 40 people already on site. They're all specialists in that area. We are identifying other individuals throughout the area who are experts within the earthquake community, and they are on the way. Additionally to that, we've activated what is known as the Catastrophic Disaster Earthquake Plan. And as you see people walking in here now, I just see the Red Cross coming in here. We have the Corps of Engineers walked in. We have the Director of Military Support coming through. We'll have 25 federal agencies here, plus the Red Cross very shortly tonight. And we will work collectively to identify what needs, whatever needs may be required in support of a state.
Our special report on the California earthquake will continue. Perhaps the most visible damage wrought by the devastating quake has afflicted the Bay Area transportation systems. By land, sea, and air, the earthquake has disrupted them all. We'll start with the bridges. A 30 to 50-foot chunk of the Bay Bridge collapsed and is resting precariously on a lower level. There are reports that at least 2 bridges collapsed in Santa Clara. The San Mateo Bridge, south of San Francisco, was closed for damage inspection, but it has reopened. The Golden Gate Bridge survived the quake with no apparent damage and remains open. Miles and miles of highway have been severely damaged in this area of 2 million people. Station KUTV is reporting ferry systems in the Bay Area have volunteered to assist with transportation. According to KUTV, at least some of the ferries will be taking people across the bay free of charge. Now, here's the latest information we have on the major airports in and around the San Francisco area. The San Francisco airport is closed. While stranded passengers wait there, crews are busy checking runways. The runway is now crossed with cracks and crevices. The control tower in San Francisco also suffered some damage. The earthquake also damaged the Oakland airport, but that airport is now open. The San Jose airport remains open.
The earthquake snarled traffic above ground and shut down the underground Bay Area Rapid Transit System, also known as BART. BART was cut off immediately after the powerful quake erupted along the brittle San Andreas Fault. Passengers on one underground train were trapped for a few terrifying minutes.
I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station. How'd you feel? I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary. People running everywhere.
All San Francisco building inspectors and engineers have been called in and will spend the next several days evaluating all the damage. Phone company officials are asking people outside of California to help by not calling friends and relatives in the quake area. A Pacific Bell spokeswoman says, please do not call the San Francisco Bay Area this morning. She says so many calls are coming in, the phone network could become paralyzed, making it impossible to put through life and death calls. Again, Pacific Bell asks that you do not call the 408 and the 405 area codes until further notice. Stay tuned. Our special report on this earthquake will continue.
Collapsed buildings, caved-in freeways, smashed windows, telephones and electricity knocked out. Such are the scenes from the second deadliest earthquake in United States history. The latest count is as many as 250 people killed, hundreds more injured. Gangs of teenagers with baseball bats were reported to be roaming some of the more isolated streets of San Francisco. Hundreds of Army and National Guard troops have been called in to help to handle looting and violence. But in the midst of all the tragedy and grief, there were pizza parlors and delis serving their long lines of hungry customers by candlelight.
We take you to Los Angeles, California now, where Rick Graves is standing by. Mr. Graves is a disaster preparedness consultant, and he's a Red Cross volunteer, too. He's an expert on the kinds of injuries to be expected in an earthquake of this magnitude. We thank you for being with us, Mr. Graves. Is the damage and death toll in the San Francisco Bay Area as you expected for an earthquake of this magnitude? Are you surprised by it?
No, I'm not surprised by it at all. It'll be interesting to see what the final counts will be once we're able to get the heavy equipment up.
in the morning. Obviously, they can't do it tonight because lack of light, but it could be extremely devastating, and the count could go higher.
You're in the safety business. What do you think about the kind of structural damage that we've been seeing throughout the evening here in San Francisco?
Well, there's going to be a certain amount of structural damage. I am surprised a little bit with the freeway that pancaked, but I keep hearing reports about how buildings were swaying, especially the new buildings. And buildings are supposed to sway. You want a building to sway. The problem they're having up in the Bay Area is that with some of the older buildings, they are going to crumble because they don't have a solid foundation.
When a client calls you and asks for a safety evaluation of a building for earthquake preparedness, what are some of the recommendations that you usually make? And have you worked with clients in the Bay Area?
No, I haven't worked. I've been going to seminars up there. Primarily my work has been done in Southern California. But when I go in on a non-structural basis. I go in and tell people what they should do with items like bookcases, items on the desk, typewriters, computers. I work with hospitals because most of their equipment, if not all their equipment, is mobile. It's on rollers. So it has to be permanent in a certain respect, that it's needed for a certain situation, but yet it has to be secure, but yet they have to be able to release it so they can roll it to another situation.
We have reports of at least 400 injuries resulting from this earthquake. What would you expect those kinds of injuries to have been? Pieces of wall collapsing on people, furniture?
Items like furniture, things from bookcases, because of it happening right after 5 o'clock, depending on how many people were still in the office, items flying across the room, computers, typewriters, items like that, pictures on the wall. So we see some lacerations, some incisions, a few broken bones, things like that.
Tell me again what you might think about the collapse of the bridges that we've seen. Obviously, that may be where the greatest loss of life may have been. I realize you're not a structural engineer, but what about in the Los Angeles area? Might we have seen this same kind of devastation with a quake of this magnitude? Or is this some sort of structural defect, really, that's particular to the way the roads are built in the Bay Area?
Well, down in Southern California, they're constantly upgrading, but roads are built to withstand a major earthquake. With the earthquake that we had here just a couple of years ago, that was a 6.4 on the Richter scale. We had some minor damage to some roads where they were able to shore up, and within 24 hours, we were able to use those roads down here again. So up there, again, with this double road effect, and then this pancaking, of course, that causes a lot of concern because they were talking, or up until probably today, they were talking about doing that to some of the freeways down here in Southern California.
I wonder, since you're in the business, can you really ever truly prepare anyone for an earthquake of this size?
You can get people to prepare. The thing that you want to try to do is make sure that the people don't panic, that if they're in a high-rise building, that they stay inside. Down here, the estimates in Southern California for a major earthquake is that there could be as much damage in the streets as 15 feet of broken glass just in the Civic Center alone in downtown Los Angeles. So it's important that the people stay inside, that the people get into a doorway or underneath a desk. And of course, if they're at home, to stay inside, don't run outside like a lot of people have done, because you may have an exterior chimney where all of a sudden some debris may come down, some brick may come down, and could injure or even kill you. So it's important that you get underneath a heavy table or get in a doorway.
All right. Same advice, I guess, for the aftershocks that are now occurring in that area.
Yes.
Okay. Rick Graves, a safety specialist, joining us this morning from Los Angeles. We thank you for being with us. Rick?
My pleasure.
There was no World Series baseball game last night in San Francisco, and it's not likely any game will be played until Thursday night. Baseball officials say structural engineers will check Candlestick Park later today to assess damage to the 29-year-old ballpark. Game 3 was just 30 minutes away from starting when the quake rocked the 60,000-seat stadium. And most of the fans, when told the game was canceled, left orderly. ABC sportscaster Al Michaels had just started that network's broadcast.
Well, folks, that's the greatest open in the history of television, bar none. Yes, it certainly did. We're still here. We are still, as we can tell, on the air, and I guess you are hearing us, even though we have no picture and no return audio, and we will be back, we hope, from San Francisco in just a moment.
I think at the very beginning, as people started to come out of the park, their initial reaction was, we were just in the middle of something that we'll look back on as having been fun. And I don't say that glibly. But then when the reports, because at first when they came out, they thought, well, all right, the building shook, they might have to call the game off, but nobody's hurt, everybody's fine. But then when they started to get those reports of what was happening elsewhere, then they realized the gravity of the situation, and obviously those who were natives of this area began to wonder if it might involve their family or their friends, and that's when you started to see expressions change.
Some of the players reacted to the quake this way.
I was sitting on a bench, and all of a sudden I saw the ground shaking, and I made a mad dash to the middle of the field. And, some guys said they were out here running, getting loose, and about knocked them over. It was just freaky.
We got a packed house here. There was some, there could have been catastrophe here.
All of a sudden it hit. I didn't know where I was for 5 seconds. I still feel like throwing up right now.
I feel safe. You know, they comes and go. They don't stay around. They hit and go. So I'd have been feeling safe that they're out there. As long as I got some open field, I feel safe.
Updating the situation in Northern California once again. As many as 250 people are now believed dead following tonight's violent earthquake. Homes and buildings collapsed in the 15-second quake. It did measure at least 6.9 on the Richter scale. The largest concentrations of death are in Oakland, California. The upper tier of Highway 880 collapsed, crushing at least 200 motorists to death under tons of concrete. Authorities say at least 400 others are injured. The quake also toppled an upper section of the Bay Bridge connecting Oakland and San Francisco. At least one person is dead there. A number of others were reported in the water. Cars on the bridge's lower tier were smashed as the ones on top tumbled down along the 50-foot section of the bridge. The quake struck at the peak of the evening rush hour.
That's going to wrap it up for this portion of this special report. Our coverage will continue. I'm Rick Moore.
I'm Molly McCoy.
Hello, I'm Brian Todd.
I'm Cassandra Henderson, and this is a special edition of CNN Newsroom. Today, we bring you details about one of the deadliest earthquakes in United States history. What millions of people feared would happen did happen in Northern California. The quake that shook the region last night has killed and injured hundreds of people.
Here's the rescue of a young man trapped when the top half of a double-decker highway collapsed onto the lower level. Many other people driving on this interstate when the quake struck didn't live to tell about it. The earthquake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale. CNN's Janice McDonald reports on what happened when disaster hit.
The quake struck at perhaps the worst possible time, 5:04 local time, the height of evening rush hour. Bridges and elevated highways swayed and gave way to the force of the tremor, crushing cars as they collapsed. The multi-leveled Nimitz Freeway on the Oakland side of the bay was one of the hardest hit. The levels folded on top of one another, crushing countless cars under the tons of concrete and steel. The tangle made it difficult for rescuers to reach those trapped.
Dr. Stempler and myself at this time have seen approximately 5 victims. There was 5 victims. Our main concern at this time is not
now we're told
seeing right in here. This area right here, there doesn't appear to be any victims, in the parked cars. We're very fortunate right now. Well, our concern are the passerbys that have come through here. It's that there may be some underneath the debris, and underneath the debris, and That's what we're concerned about at this time.
The Bay Bridge connecting San Francisco to Oakland also sustained damage as a 50-foot section collapsed onto and through the level below, tossing some people into the bay. A bus passenger on the bridge says people ran for their lives as the quake hit.
The only thing I could think of was get back to land. I mean, it was like
abandon the vehicle and
walk? Absolutely no, ran. No, there was no walk. There was total panic on the bridge.
Did you see the damage? Were you close enough?
I ran to the side of the bridge where the bridge bends over, and I saw, I think, some debris in the water.
Officials quickly closed the Golden Gate Bridge and several other major arteries to determine what, if any, structural damage they have sustained. Buildings throughout the region cracked, some crumbling altogether. Several major fires broke out, the most visible a spectacular blaze near the marina in San Francisco that sent a pillar of smoke and fire above the bay. The quake brought an abrupt end to the pre-game ceremonies at Candlestick Park, where the third game of the World Series between San Francisco and Oakland was to have been played. At first, fans were told to remain inside the park. Then the game was called and spectators were told to evacuate.
We got a packed house here. There was some... there could have been catastrophe here.
All of a sudden it hit. I didn't know where I was for 5 seconds. The escalators were shaking, the signs were shaking, people were getting very panicky. And this whole place was on the edge of a very serious crowd control catastrophe, and I think it was a good call to call the game off.
Many fans were left without a way to get home. The Bay Area Rapid Transit Subway, or BART, was ordered shut down. Many roads into the region are closed down because of fire and debris. That and the lack of power also hampered rescue efforts. Even hospitals were damaged by the quake, one located just 15 miles south of the epicenter in Santa Cruz.
Staff has been recalled. Physicians have been recalled on an emergency basis. We understand the hospital to the south of us by 15 miles is evacuating. We understand there are a series of patients on their way.
Now, you say hospital south of you evacuating. Are you in danger of having to evacuate at that hospital?
No, we are not. The hospital has experienced some broken glass, some minor structural danger, but we are capable of functioning here at Dominican.
Governor George Deukmejian was in West Germany at the time of the quake and is returning home to help assess the situation.
I've made it a point to ensure that we have a prudent reserve available for such disasters, and I'm glad that we do, because I can see from all of this destruction that there's going to be a need for a tremendous amount of assistance to restore the city to normal activity.
Aftershocks are already rumbling through the region. Geologists say they could continue for days to come. Janice McDonald, CNN reporting.
One woman caught in the quake said it felt as if a monster had grabbed her city and shaken it.
Other eyewitnesses describe the disaster in their own words. We bring them to you today in our newsreel.
Like in the city?
Horrendous. It was awful.
Where were you working?
Nieman Marcus on the 4th floor, and there was glass everywhere, and it was really frightening. I don't want to go through it again.
Never.
How was it for you?
It was awful. Well, I work in gift galleries, and we have a lot of crystal, and it was falling off the shelves and breaking, and everything was falling, and there was no place to run. Nowhere. We all work at Nieman Marcus.
Remember, in times like this, that God is in control, and you'll be all right.
Yeah. And
how was it for you?
Horrible. It was scary, but I trust in the Lord, and I knew I was going to be all right. But we got to the terminal, and they said the bridge had collapsed. Did it really collapse?
Yes.
My Lord. All I was worried about was my daughter. She works at Eyewitness, and all the windows were gone in that store.
What did you see when this thing went down?
It went down so quietly. It was just so bizarre.
You see the building in the background. Yeah, but I'm losing this. How fast did it last?
We were standing over here. It lasted for about 8 seconds. And about 4 seconds into it, we turned around because we were going to run for the playground, and we saw this go, and it just quietly collapsed. It was so bizarre. It was just like a quiet crunch. It just crunched down. All of this damage that's happened, it just quietly crunched, like so eerie. It was so eerie. And the woman who ran out of this apartment said she heard someone in the back scream, probably from down below. And we've been trying ever since it happened to find it. So
this was 2 stories or 3 stories?
Oh, this was two-story like this. God, it's incredible. You don't notice until we were out of the car on the sidewalk when it hit, and we just this way to see what was going on, and it just quietly went down, right? It was just like a crunch.
Unless you live in the San Francisco Bay Area, you may not be familiar with some of the places damaged in the earthquake. The epicenter was about 8 miles north of Santa Cruz, which is just down the coast from San Francisco. That is also right along the notorious San Andreas Fault. The quake shook some heavily populated areas north of Santa Cruz. The cities of San Jose, Oakland, San Francisco, Napa, and Sonoma all felt huge tremors. Nearly 5 million people live in that area. But the earthquake was also felt as far away as Los Angeles, 400 miles south of San Francisco, and in Reno, Nevada, more than 200 miles east. An expert from Johns Hopkins University explains what we can learn about the natural effects of this disaster.
The Earth is a global system. We're learning more and more that the Earth, if we're going to understand its change over the lifetime of human occupation, we have to understand the Earth as a whole system. We have to study the planet Earth, the solid part, the atmospheric part. These natural disasters, they all fit into it. And the fact of how earthquakes, for example, change the landscapes, change the drainages, the fact of how volcanic aerosols perhaps go into the atmosphere during tremendous eruptions and modulate the climate. We're learning that the Earth is a full system that we have to understand. We just can't work on one small part of it. And so we're just coming to grips with these facts now, the facts of these major earthquakes, how often they happen, and what they do, not only to our occupation, of course, but what they do to the overall evolution of the Earth. Seismologists really have worked very hard, especially North American seismologists, on predicting periods of time when it's most probable to have an earthquake. And I think everyone was in agreement that sometime in the next 15 or 20 years, it would be a major earthquake. And this could be the case. In terms of prediction worldwide, people have predicted all the way from looking at farm animals making strange noises, to snakes coming out of the ground, to water level changes in wells, to all kinds of sorts of measurements. It's a very difficult field, and what most seismologists have gone to is to looking at earthquake distributions or concentrations and looking at the major faults and seeing where there is an absence of earthquakes, and where there's an absence of earthquakes, one can expect, especially on a major fault zone, to an earthquake in the future. The stress is a pressure. It builds up in the Earth, and it's when two rocks want to move in opposite directions. A fault is there. The rocks on one side want to go one way because of regional stresses, regional pressures, you might say. The rocks on the other side want to move the other way. And over a long period of time, very, very slow creeping motions that cannot be accommodated in other areas, taken up in let's say, other regional small faults here and there. Eventually, it builds up to the point that you get to a sticking point at a great place, and it ruptures very strongly at that point. And then it relieves, not only would it relieve the stress there, but it may actually cause more disruption at other places where they were strong at once, but they're now weakened. The fault itself has been moving for a long period of time, millions of years, and so there are age-old ruptures there that can be opened up again.
Now, we've had 2 reports this evening of 2 aftershocks. Would you expect more, or another quake, possibly?
It's quite likely to have some more aftershocks within the next 24 hours.
Around the world, the city of San Francisco is known for its cable cars that climb steep hills, its mild climate, and cool sea breezes. But the beauty can come at a high cost to the people who live there, as last night's earthquake shows. CNN's Mark Leff reports now on the deadly history earthquakes have given the famous city by the bay.
Few people are still alive now who remember the days of terror in April 1906 when the earth shook and more than 4 square miles of San Francisco burned. Hundreds of people died in the quake and its fiery aftermath. There have been countless jolts in the San Francisco area since then, but until Tuesday, the cities that ring the bay had been spared the kind of destructive power that has hit the rest of the state more than a dozen times in the past 40 years. In California, with its patchwork quilt of fault lines, everybody knows there will be another quake, but nobody knows just where or when. 3 years ago, some geologists were downplaying the chances of another big quake along the San Andreas Fault, but by July of last year...
In the coming 30-year period, there is a total probability of 60% that a magnitude 7.5 or larger earthquake will occur along the southern San Andreas fault segment. The risk is very significant in both northern and southern California. There is the potential for many people to die. Perhaps more people than have ever died in a single day from a natural disaster in the history of the United States.
That was just after a 5.8 magnitude quake had rocked a southern suburb of San Francisco. 2 months ago, another quake in Los Gatos, much smaller, as disaster relief officials held a day-long and night-long exercise, practicing to cope with what many believe is the inevitable. And the state is not prepared. Last year, fewer than 1 in 5 Californians had earthquake insurance. And 2 months ago, the California State Transportation Department estimated nearly 800 California bridges and freeway interchanges could be knocked out in a severe earthquake, including critical crossroads at either end of the San Francisco Bay Bridge, which was itself damaged in Tuesday's quake. Some strengthening had already been done at the time, but the estimate was it would take another 4 years to make sure that California's road transportation network would be in shape to take the big one. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
Now here's an update on the very latest we know about yesterday's earthquake. At just after 5 o'clock p.m. Pacific time yesterday, the ground in the San Francisco Bay Area shook violently for about 15 seconds. The quake measured as much as 7.0 on the Richter scale in some places. The death toll in the area is now reported at more than 200. Many people were crushed to death when a freeway in Oakland collapsed. At least 400 people are reported injured. Many buildings are damaged, and there are several fires in the area. As many as 1 million people are without power, and all but a few school systems in the region are closed. The Federal Emergency Management Agency and the Red Cross are setting up relief operations, and U.S. government officials are on the scene. The overall objective? To ease the suffering from what is now considered to be the second deadliest earthquake in U.S. history.
Our main concern on behalf of the President and the administration and congressmen that are here and everybody else is to make sure that the humane side of this issue, that human life, everything is being done, and that we are coordinating everything that can be done. We've got a major traffic facility out there, the bridge, that is very vital, and that's very important. But we want to make sure that the human lives are being taken care of, and that people, if they're homeless or they're in any need of anything, that our government can and will respond on a coordinated basis and quickly. That's my mission, and as soon as I find out what's going on, I'll be reporting back to Governor Sununu and the President.
Bye. That's our report for now, but CNN will be covering the aftermath of the earthquake all day, and we'll have a follow-up report tomorrow on CNN Newsroom. I'm Brian Todd.
And I'm Cassandra Henderson.
Freeways become deathways amid the terror of the San Francisco Bay earthquake. I'm Bob Sirkin with a CNN special report.
And I'm Susan Rook. San Francisco Bay Area is reeling from death and destruction of immense proportions this morning. More than 250 people are reported dead in what appears to be the region's worst earthquake since 1906. The full extent of the devastation remains unclear at this time in a region that's home to millions. For 15 seconds, a terrifying tremble rolled along the San Andreas Fault last evening. The quake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale and was centered about 70 miles south of San Francisco. It hit at 5:04 Pacific time, the height of the rush hour. In an instant, at least 100 lives were wiped off on an Oakland freeway, a half-mile stretch of the upper level of the double-deck Nimitz Freeway. Interstate 880 crashed onto the lower deck. Reports say that a 1-mile stretch of the upper level crashed onto the lower deck. Rescuers say as many as 600 people may be dead or trapped under tons of concrete. The quake also knocked out an upper section of the Bay Bridge linking Oakland and San Francisco. An amateur photographer photographed this car driving into the gap. Altogether, 50 feet of the upper roadway caved in on the lower. 3 cars were trapped in the wreckage. 1 person is confirmed killed on the bridge. The quake toppled houses like stacks of cards and ripped gas lines open. Fires broke out across the region. Fires as big as a block raged in San Francisco, killing at least 3 people in the Marina neighborhood alone. The quake hit about half an hour before game time for the 3rd contest of the World Series. It jolted 50 to 60,000 fans assembled at San Francisco's Candlestick Park. Witnesses told of falling debris and a 6-inch gap opening in the upper deck. No serious injuries were reported, and the stadium was eventually evacuated.
The epicenter of the big earthquake was located near Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of San Francisco, and that's where CNN reporter Dan Blackburn is now. Dan, can you describe the scene down there? We understand there is some heavy damage.
There are reports of heavy damage out of Santa Cruz. We have not yet been able to get in there, Bob. The situation, we are near the epicenter, and the roads are windy and slow to travel over. There are crevices in them. We've inched our way over foot-deep gaps in the roads where part of the road is heaved up, but other parts have dropped beneath us. The power lines are down. There's a 50-acre forest fire burning near us, set off by these downed power lines. There are at least 5 other fires that were ignited by the power lines. Homes have been destroyed. Many people have been injured. They've had to medevac them out by helicopter from a special station set up on a hilltop. And on the good side, we have seen families reunited, parents reunited with children whom they'd not seen since the quake, finding them at this evacuation center. The entire situation for many people is still one of trying to figure out what has gone on, whether their homes remain, where members of their families are. Communications are scarce at best. And as I say, the town of Santa Cruz itself, all but isolated because of this quake, and we are, as I mentioned, near the epicenter. We are still trying to work our way into Santa Cruz and hope to be there soon, but the going is slow, the roads are hazardous, trees are across them where the earthquake didn't rip them, and it is taking a while to get there.
What about aftershocks down there, Dan?
There have been a number of them, but not any recently. In the last hour or so, we have not felt any serious shakes of any kind in this area, but, you know, one of those can come at almost any time in the wake of an earthquake the size of this one.
Thank you, Dan. Dan Blackburn reporting from the Santa Cruz area, the epicenter of the big earthquake. Susan?
For a live report on the quake, we go to Craig Heaps in our San Francisco bureau. Craig, what can you tell us?
There's an uneasy calm hanging over San Francisco tonight. The streets are fairly quiet outside. Much of the city, there is no power. Electricity in San Francisco and in the South Bay, about 1 million customers are without electricity tonight. There are some reports of fuel, perhaps jet fuel, or airplane fuel leaking in Richmond, a town north of Oakland in the East Bay. There are 3 tanks, each having 400,000 gallons in them, that are said to be leaking. There may be as many as 18,000 barrels already have leaked out of those tanks as a result of the earthquake. The death toll, as you said earlier, may go as high as 250. The worst, of course, being that stretch of freeway in the East Bay that leads to the Bay Bridge, where the upper deck collapsed onto the lower. With me here right now is John McManus, who is assignment manager for CNN's San Francisco bureau. John's been out on the street tonight. John, describe a little bit of what it's been like out among the devastation.
It's pretty eerie. We noticed that up to probably 4 or 5 hours after people got off work, which is when the quake struck, they were still standing around trying to figure out how to get home. People stranded from the East Bay, stranded not knowing whether the subway system would work for them, whether the ferry system that was put in place would be of any help, people waiting for rides that never arrived. We drove up and down Mission Street in San Francisco and saw many broken windows in retail outlets. What appeared to be people looting up and down the street, not a lot, but some. We saw areas where the street had dropped up to a foot. There was cracks in the street where one part would be lower than another by up to a foot, very dramatic. We saw places where brick walls had fallen and crushed cars. We saw a lot of devastation. We saw the big fire that we heard referred to earlier this evening that consumed what appears to be an entire city block. We saw an entire apartment building shifted off of its foundation, a 3-story apartment building, shifted off at an angle lying sideways in the street, an entire building. We saw a lot of garages where garage doors were askew, the upright supports had been shifted, everything was out of plumb. And this is only in the eastern and northeastern sections of the city that we viewed, so there's a lot of other devastation, I'm sure, in the Bay Area that we haven't had a chance to look at yet.
And that's, in fact, something that emergency officials are saying. It's very difficult in the darkness and with all of the confusion and the power out to get an accurate assessment of just how devastating this earthquake has been. Some of the numbers, as far as the death toll estimates that have been thrown out, have been enormously high, and it's already incredibly tragic, but it would be even more so should the numbers be as high as those estimates are. The work to rescue people in the freeway, the Highway 880, the Nimitz, the section where the upper deck collapsed on the lower, there were reports that workers had given up for the night and that they were going to wait for the light of day to resume their rescue operations once again. On the other hand, there are some remarkable stories. The San Francisco police are saying that citizens largely have been peaceful and calm and very cooperative. And in fact, in some cases, citizens have stepped out into the middle of busy intersections to take it upon themselves to direct traffic. Where I live in the East Bay in the town of Pleasant Hill, everyone, because the traffic lights were out, very simply went to a 4-way stop system, and no one seemed to be wanting to jump the gun or take advantage of the situation. And people just seem to have responded to the emergency and seem to be coping as best they can. And in some areas, the worst that's happened is the phone lines were out for a while. In other areas, as John said, the Marina District of San Francisco, you have 12 buildings destroyed by fire and 3 people killed. So it's largely a matter of where you are in the San Francisco Bay Area tonight, how you're faring as a result of this major earthquake that's hit here.
Governor Leo McCarthy has just said that sections of 54 freeways have collapsed. He's giving estimates of $1 billion in damage.
I can't be sure what he would base that on. At this point, it would have to be a guess. I think it'll probably be weeks, perhaps months, before anyone knows the true extent of the damage. It hit at 5 o'clock at rush hour, as you said, and as a result, there's a tremendous, I don't want to say confusion, because things have been handled well, but a lot of turmoil, a lot of other things to worry about other than adding up the dollar amounts of the damage. Mr. McCarthy may be right, but I don't think we'll know for sure for quite a while.
Craig and John, within 30 minutes of the earthquake, there were we have reports of 2 strong aftershocks within 30 minutes. The first one, 4.8 on the Richter scale, the second one, 5.2. Were you able to feel those where you were? And did that cause extra damage?
Did you feel the aftershocks here?
We felt the first one. That's the only one that I've felt so far.
Okay. And where I was probably 20, 25 miles east of San Francisco at my home, and it was reported on the radio I was listening to, and I felt for it, but I didn't really notice it. But where I am is even farther from the epicenter than San Francisco is.
All right, gentlemen. John McManus and Craig Heaps in our San Francisco Bureau, thank you for keeping us up to date. Bob?
Some reports from San Francisco put the total of injured now more than 500. Rescuers are searching the rubble for victims. Scores of ambulances, taxis, and private vehicles have been rushing people to hospitals. Off-duty nurses and doctors have been called in. Rescuers are still working to free people caught on the cars. Sandy Gasser is with the San Francisco Children's Hospital. Sandy Gasser is on the telephone with us now from the hospital. Can you tell us how many you've treated there since the earthquake struck, and what types of injuries are you seeing?
Yes, we've seen 15 people, all earthquake injury related, none of whom sustained injuries worse than basic bruises and cuts. One person had chest pain, and I understand we admitted one person. That's all. Everybody else went home.
You're not treating only children there, are you?
No, we're not. We are an adult and children's hospital, and actually we saw, I believe, 1, possibly 2 children tonight, and the rest were adults.
What are your emergency medical teams telling you about the possibility of people being trapped under some of the rubble?
To tell you the truth, all I know is what I'm hearing right now on the radio. I think everybody's waiting to find out when they can get the big equipment in there and start lifting pieces and parts of buildings off and really see what's happened. We'll know then. I'm sure tomorrow is going to be a very, very busy day in the days coming.
One final question, Sandy. Do you know how much pressure this catastrophe is putting on other hospitals in the Bay Area? Are some of them full?
I wish I could tell you. Again, I'm just hearing this on the radio, and I do not know what's happening with other hospitals in San Francisco. However, I have heard on the radio that Highland Hospital has seen 34 patients, and a building apparently not far from their facility has been established as a morgue, a temporary morgue. And that's really the sum total of my knowledge right now.
Thank you, Sandy Gasser of San Francisco Children's Hospital. And we'll be back with more in a moment.
The Red Cross is mobilizing to help those hurt or left homeless by the quake's widespread destruction. We've got Peggy McGinley on the phone with us now live. Peggy, who are you with? Are you with the Red Cross?
Yes, I'm with the Los Angeles chapter of the American Red Cross.
What can you tell us about damage, homelessness, the various problems caused by this earthquake?
I can tell you that the Red Cross, like everyone else, is struggling with a lack of information. We're doing a lot of monitoring at the Los Angeles chapter and trying to act as the liaison with our national headquarters in Washington to notify Red Cross organizations throughout the country of what we can do to gear up and get support out to these people.
Have you been able to hear any reports? We've got lots of numbers, and a lot of them are conflicting, the numbers of dead and injured. What are your latest ones?
We're not getting any confirmed figures such as that. The information we're getting is from media sources such as yours. We would urge the public. We are getting a number of calls. Our switchboard has been flooded with concerned people. We want them to know that nationally and across the board, people have relatives there, and we sympathize with what's going on. Many of us here in Los Angeles have relatives and close friends in the area. It's too soon for us to be able to take what we call disaster welfare inquiries, being able to actually send people out in the community to try and trace or track those individuals. We ask for their patience. We ask that they keep trying other means to get through, and certainly the best thing for them to do is monitor media such as yours, and we'll be getting information out as soon as we're able to do that.
All right, have you set up evacuation centers, or are you in contact helping the evacuation centers out?
Our information from Northern California, from our Red Cross in that area, has been, again, very sketchy. We understand shelters are opening. We have people from Los Angeles en route up there with our mobile feeding units. They've already left this evening or early this morning. We have also had a request through our national headquarters from San Jose chapter that they did need blood, and we have sent 300 units of blood up to that area. The only other effort we can do at this point is act as the conduit and collect funds. As you know, Red Cross expects to spend some $42 million in the aftermath of Hurricane Hugo out of a $18.5 million budget nationally for the year for the American Red Cross. So we're already going into this effort looking at a great deficit for our disaster services, and we need financial help.
Peggy, an awful lot of people have been killed and injured in this earthquake. From your experience, how would you characterize the devastation?
From what we're hearing, and again, not having it firsthand except for these disastrous photos that we're all beginning to see, it's one of the worst to hit the American Red Cross in many, many years. We certainly weren't prepared for anything like this. We do an extensive earthquake preparedness program year-round. We're counting ourselves very lucky in Southern California that this major earthquake did not hit down here, but I think we need to be aware that one probably will hit down here. So we're giving all our effort and all of our support to those people in Northern California, and I think Southern Californians are feeling particularly sympathetic and doing all we can to help them out.
We've talked to seismologists throughout the evening, and the seismologists say this isn't the proverbial big one. This is a relatively small earthquake, and we've seen the devastation. Are we prepared?
I'm not sure that we'll ever be 100% prepared. We'll never feel we are until we've reached everyone, and again, that's logistically and monetarily impossible. I think we have done one of the best and extensive earthquake preparedness programs throughout the state of California. As you know, we have an Earthquake Preparedness Month every year with the state of California, and we do an extensive training program, but we're never prepared for this level. When you start hearing of death tolls like this, it catches us all off guard. We're all a bit emotional, and we're just gearing up to do all we can.
All right, Peggy McGinley with the American Red Cross doing what they can to help the victims of this earthquake in San Francisco. Bob.
We're now going to Colorado and the National Earthquake Information Center, and it's Frank Baldwin. Frank, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Frank, there have been a number of aftershocks, 5 we've counted so far, 5 major ones, 2 of them registering 4.8 and 5.2, coming within 30 minutes of the quake. Are they going to be seeing many more of these aftershocks out there?
The biggest one that we've recorded so far, we've been so busy we haven't had a lot of time maybe to do the ones that you heard about, but biggest one we've recorded so far and calculated was 4.7, and we expect them to taper off and become less frequent and smaller within the next 2 or 3 days, and then they'll be so small that they won't even be felt, but we'll still be able to detect them, but people won't feel them. So we expect it to get less number of events within the next 2 or 3 days.
What did your research tell you about this earthquake, if anything?
Well, we knew it was coming. We didn't expect it this soon. We knew it was going to come within the next 20 to 30 years, but this one caught everybody off guard, I think. We just weren't ready for one this big. We expected some smaller ones, but not this one.
What is going to be learned from this earthquake in the near term? Is there anything unusual about the pattern of this quake?
No, that's if we're going to learn anything, it's that they are indeed unpredictable, and that they're going to come whenever they get ready, and nobody yet is going to be able to predict them for the next few years. Maybe in another 10 years they'll be predicting these things, but not before then, I don't believe.
In your opinion, is the damage that you've seen so far consistent with the magnitude of this quake, 6.9?
Yes, it is. The most recent thing that we heard unconfirmed was that there were at least 600 people killed in a total epicentral area, and that's a little high. That only indicates the density of the population out there. We're probably going to send a team out there tomorrow to assess the damage, and we'll get a better feel for it.
Yeah, Frank, you're saying you understand the death toll is 600?
That's the most recent that we heard, and that's unconfirmed.
Where are you getting that from?
Just Bruce, where's that 600 figure come from?
Frank Baldwin of the National Earthquake Information Center in Colorado is on the line with us, saying that he now understands...
The San Francisco area will be calling those shots, and they'll probably be keeping many of the workers out of the buildings until they have been confirmed to be quite safe. That's certainly the prudent thing to do. The concern, of course, is that if that process does not go forward very quickly, then many office workers will not be at their jobs. The contribution to the economy out there, of course, will be affected quite substantially as long as they're not on the job.
Yes, exactly. The city could come to a standstill. What exactly goes into it? Do you go into each individual building and check each one out, or can you do it on a block-by-block estimate basis?
No, I do believe that it really is a matter of checking out each building individually. The experts, of course, know exactly what to look for in terms of signs of damage in the buildings, but each one does have to be checked out. That's because there's so much variation in the buildings, in the way they're constructed and the times at which they were constructed, and some of them, of course, have been greatly reinforced since they were built, but each one has to be examined individually.
Now, approximately a third of the buildings in the Bay Area have been built on a landfill. If the buildings themselves are judged to be sound, how do you figure out, or can you accurately figure out, whether the ground beneath the buildings is still safe?
That's a matter of the engineers examining the situation in those conditions. My understanding is of course I'm just listening to reports over the news media as well, but my understanding is that those buildings do not appear to have been affected inordinately.
The major damage does appear to be on freeways, especially the two-tier freeways and highways in the area. Are you surprised that some of the structures in San Francisco, say downtown, were not damaged?
No, that's not really that surprising. Many of those buildings have been built more recently, and they have all been built in accordance with code, at least the more recent construction buildings. So I'm not as surprised, and we have talked with our office in San Francisco, and they indicate that they have, from all appearances, that they have not seen a substantial amount of damage to their buildings. They're most anxious to get their owners into the building and to test out
in the San Francisco Bay Area as a result of the earthquake. We're going now to San Jose in the South Bay, as it's known, and Carolyn Ingrams from the San Jose Medical Center is standing by to give us some information now. Ms. Ingrams, you're closer to the epicenter of that earthquake. You're probably only, what, 25, 30 miles away down there. Are you getting a lot of casualties, injuries?
Since the earthquake, we've received about 20 patients related to the earthquake.
And what are their conditions?
5 are serious, and the rest are stable at this time.
And are those patients coming in from the epicenter area of Santa Cruz, or are they people who were injured in the immediate San Jose area?
We had 4 of them come from the Watsonville area, which is very close to the epicenter.
Yeah. What kind of injuries are you seeing down there?
Mainly neurological injuries.
People who have perhaps been crushed under debris?
Head injuries, been hit in the head, conked in the head, few broken extremities.
Yeah. How overwhelming has this been for your medical center? How much alert time did you have before these people started streaming in?
Actually, the Santa Clara Valley paramedic system has been really cooperative and helping us out a lot and keeping us informed as to what's coming in. And we've had a lot of extra support from the hospital staff. People rallied together, and the staff was ready for just about anything that came in.
Carolyn Ingram of the San Jose Medical Center telling us about the trauma that's taking place in her facility after this earthquake. And we will continue our coverage on the aftermath of the San Francisco Bay Area earthquake in a moment. Updating the California earthquake now, officials report the number of dead and injured is rising, although there are conflicting reports on these numbers. Reportedly 250 people, at least 250 people are reported dead, and at least 600 are injured. But again, there are conflicting reports. The earthquake hit the notorious San Andreas Fault in the San Francisco Bay Area. It rumbled through Northern California about 5 Pacific time, right in the middle of rush hour. The quake measured 6.9 on the Richter scale and is the second deadliest in the nation's history, exceeded only by the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. Officials say at least 200 people were crushed to death in their cars when a half-mile-long section of Interstate 880 in Oakland collapsed, but now there are conflicting reports about the number of dead. Others were trapped when a 30-foot section of the upper level of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge collapsed. At least 8 people were killed in San Francisco Francisco, some from a building collapse, others from a fire in the marina section that blazed through most of the evening. Some 60,000 people were evacuated from Candlestick Park, where they attended Game 3 of the World Series. About 500,000 people are without power. Governor George Deukmejian is traveling from West Germany back home. The lieutenant governor says he expects a state of emergency to be declared. President Bush says the federal government is prepared to send any help it can. He's already dispatched Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner to the Bay Area.
The earthquake hit approximately 12 hours ago, and officials are just beginning to assess the magnitude of the disaster. It is the worst quake to rock the area in years. Still, authorities caution this is not the big one. Living with unpredictable devastation is something people along the fault line in California have tried to accept. CNN's Mark Leff tells us why.
Few people are still alive now who remember the days of terror in April 1906 when the earth shook and more than 4 square miles of San Francisco burned. Hundreds of people died in the quake and its fiery aftermath. There have been countless jolts in the San Francisco area since then, but until Tuesday, the cities that ring the Bay had been spared the kind of destructive power that has hit the rest of the state more than a dozen times in the past 40 years. In California, with its patchwork quilt of fault lines, everybody knows there will be another quake, but nobody knows just where or when. 3 years ago, some geologists were downplaying the chances of another big quake along the San Andreas fault, but by July of last year...
In the coming 30-year period, there is a total probability of 60% that a magnitude 7.5 or larger earthquake will occur along the southern San Andreas fault segment.
The risk is very significant in both northern and southern California. There is the potential for many people to die. Perhaps more people than have ever died in a single day from a natural disaster in the history of the United States.
That was just after a 5.8 magnitude quake had rocked a southern suburb of San Francisco. 2 months ago, another quake in Los Gatos, much smaller, as disaster relief officials held a day-long and night-long exercise, practicing to cope with what many believe is the inevitable. And the state is not prepared. Last year, fewer than 1 in 5 Californians had earthquake insurance. And 2 months ago, the California State Transportation Department estimated nearly 800 California bridges and freeway interchanges could be knocked out in a severe earthquake, including critical crossroads at either end of the San Francisco Bay Bridge, which was itself damaged in Tuesday's quake. Some strengthening had already been done at the time, but the estimate was it would take another 4 years to make sure that California's road transportation network would be in shape to take the big one. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
Just after the big earthquake struck, just about 5 o'clock Pacific time, or a couple of minutes afterward, KRON-TV had a crew on the streets of San Francisco moments after the quake struck and managed to talk to some people who were not injured but coherent enough to reflect back on what they saw and what they felt.
Stand on the streets, sirens and fire engines and ambulances go by regularly. We don't know where or when or why. If you go to a public telephone booth, you'll see people trying to make phone calls. Phones are out. Here's one woman.
Phones? No, not at all.
Who are you trying to call?
Berkeley.
That's just across the bay.
That's just across the bay, yeah.
Phones are out in your house?
I don't know. I can't get through.
This is the San Francisco Symphony Hall. Again, emergency power, the only lights. That building well lit. Here is Opera, the Opera House, which has been cautioned off. And if you look carefully, you'll see broken glass on the sidewalk, and then up above, you'll see some broken windows as well. People not really sure what's going on. Not a lot of electrical power. These people watching television outside a camper on Franklin Street. These people don't know where they're going to go.
Not sure.
We don't know what their apartment buildings are like yet either. We're just going to go check them out.
Are you anywhere near home?
We're from Lake Tahoe. I mean, we live here, but I'm from Lake Tahoe, so no.
It's a long ways off.
Yeah.
So you don't have a place to stay tonight?
Probably not.
We don't know yet. I live on Nob Hill, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know where my fiance is or anything. It's hard to get through. It's really scary right now. The whole city is paralyzed. I mean, I'm frightened to death.
Well, that's KRON TV's Wayne Friedman out in San Francisco talking to some folks on the street, displaced, but lucky enough to be alive and uninjured. And we'll be right back.
Again, a 50-foot section of the Bay Bridge, a 50-foot section of the top tier of the Bay Bridge collapsed during the earthquake. We have some amateur video from a woman who was on the bridge during the earthquake. A man rescued people from 2 cars that were perched precariously on the edge.
We were about 20 cars away from the incident, and we thought our limousine was on flat. It started shaking from side to side, and then all of a sudden I realized that it was an earthquake, and I didn't realize we were so close to the collapsing of the bridge, and all of a sudden we saw that the bridge had collapsed right before us, and we were very nervous, but Jonathan Creighton and Kermit Smith, they were with me. We decided to get out of the car, and Kermit Smith said, "We have the cameras, why don't we videotape this?" So they immediately went over to the car you see right there. They start videotaping. 2 cars fell into this bridge, and they almost went down into the water. But this gentleman, he was very heroic. He jumped out, and he pulled the passengers out of the car. And it was kind of unbelievable. We couldn't believe he was doing it. I mean, he actually pulled all these people out.
So what we're looking at here, this is the upper, that's the portion of the upper deck that has come down.
Yes. Okay. And these are the 2 cars that were right before us that fell into the bridge when it happened. We were like 20 cars back, so we weren't, you know, quite that close.
And what about the injuries? Did you see anyone?
Well, it was very ironic that none of the people in these 2 cars that fell down was hurt. They weren't injured.
Again, that was amateur video shot on the Bay Bridge just after the quake.
Once again, the epicenter of this huge earthquake was located about 75 miles south of San Francisco, near Santa Cruz, along the infamous San Andreas Fault. And right now, we're going to go to Santa Cruz by telephone to talk to Eric Strayer, who is a resident of the city. Mr. Strayer, can you describe to us what you saw and felt about 8 hours ago?
Well, I was in my house at the time doing some work. Some computer work, and just went walking down the hall, and of course the house started moving violently. So I managed to get outside of the house and found myself on the ground, and the place was still moving, and then got up again, and the ground was still moving. It was an amazing earthquake. It's the most incredible thing I've ever experienced in my life.
Are you okay, Mr. Strayer?
Yeah. I mean, I skinned my knee getting out of the house. You know, that's the extent of my damage.
How about your neighbors?
I haven't seen any, down the street here, I didn't see any ambulance activity or any paramedic activity. But most people had about the same kind of damage I did. You know, the chimneys are all over the place, and damage inside the house. But
what are the roads like down there?
The roads?
Yeah.
Well, most of the traffic's just not really doing anything because areas of the town have been cordoned off. The downtown, of course, we're 2 blocks from downtown. Yeah. And there was so much damage they had to basically seal off the downtown to prevent looting and to prevent people from being
Mr.
hurt.
Strayer, over your voice, we're seeing some pictures now of San Francisco and the damage there, huge cracks in the streets. Are you seeing any of those types of things in Santa Cruz where the pavement's torn up and perhaps some bridges are down?
Well, I know that the pavement in front of our house is torn up, but it never did look very good to begin with. I haven't been able to get around. You're getting more information than I'm getting. You know, I'm down here, and I don't have a television. Our radio was very limited, the information, at least for the first couple hours.
Are you braced for more aftershocks?
Well, how do you brace for more aftershocks? You know, you try and relax and literally roll with it. We've had, like I said, dozens of aftershocks. It's been pretty disturbing that way.
Thank you, Mr. Strayer. We're happy that you're okay, and your family, I presume, is all right as well. Eric Strayer, a resident of Santa Cruz, describing what he saw and felt. He was very close to the epicenter of the earthquake. We'll be back in a moment.
Game 3 of the World Series was postponed because of the quake. Some 60,000 people were at Candlestick Park for the game. That's probably the largest number of people in any one place in the earthquake area. And amazingly enough, there were no serious injuries were reported there. Cracks were found, though, in the upper deck outfield stands, and officials haven't determined whether the game will be rescheduled at Candlestick. But as CNN's Gary Miller reports, the postponement may be just what the breather the trailing Giants need.
Initially, many of the fans at Candlestick Park applauded and cheered the earthquake, but that reaction was quickly replaced by one of nervous confusion. In the final minutes of preparing for the third game of the World Series, players in the A's and Giants were suddenly and shockingly shifted to concern for their families in the stands.
We got a packed house here. There was some... there could have been a catastrophe here.
Oh, it'd be a horrible way to get your first start.
Well, the start's not as important as something like this.
What went through your mind? I mean, can you describe it? What happened with your teammates?
I was sitting on a bench, and all of a sudden I saw the ground shaking, and I made a mad dash to the middle of the field.
Well, I'm just a little shook up by the whole thing. You know, inside the clubhouse, it was shaking pretty bad. You know, we had to get out, and, you know, and then my concern was my family.
We had like 2 minutes to be on the field before they started the introduction, so we were kind of, you know, jogging down the thing, and Jeff asked me, he goes, "What is that?" I said, "It's an earthquake, big boy." And
all of a sudden it hit. I didn't know where I was for 5 seconds. I still feel like throwing up right now.
With no power in the stadium to give the crowd emergency information or light the game, and no idea how much damage was done to the structure, the fate of the latest edition of Baseball Showcase became clear.
There's been a power failure, therefore the game will be postponed.
Have to get people out of here before it gets dark. So if you'll leave in an orderly way while there's still light, I think everybody can leave in a graceful fashion.
Remarkably, there were no major injuries reported at a place built to hold 62,000 people, what could be the largest concentration of humanity ever during a San Francisco earthquake of this magnitude.
It was really scary. These people were just rocking back and forth. We first thought, you know, something was going on upstairs.
When it first started happening, I thought either they were booing the A's or cheering the Giants. I couldn't tell which. But then you knew that something was going wrong when you saw the upper structure just shaking like I've never seen anything shake before in my life.
But in many cases, there was also a California calm in the wake of a quake. It's a way of life out here.
Section 53 was crumbling as they were shifting. The stairs were shifting and cracking, and they were crumbling right off the side. People were running down the stairs, and we decided to grab a couple pieces of souvenir.
You know, it doesn't matter. Just as long as we can party and have a good time tonight, come back to the game tomorrow.
That's my major concern, selling my unused tickets. I'm stuck, like a stick in the mud.
It's much easier to think about things as trivial as souvenirs because of the timing of the tremor. If the power had gone out during the darkness, the situation could have been far worse. And with pieces of the park still being carted out well into the night, there are serious doubts there'll be any more games played at Candlestick this October. Gary Miller, CNN, San Francisco.
And of course, the devastation and the destruction wasn't limited to Candlestick. CNN will continue our coverage of the earthquake in San Francisco. I'm Susan Rook.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Bob Sirkin at CNN Center in Atlanta.
The death toll has reached the hundreds and devastation is widespread. The San Francisco Bay Area has been pulverized by the second worst earthquake in U.S. history. I'm Molly McCoy with a special report.
And I'm Rick Moore. At least 250 people have died in the earthquake that rolled up the San Andreas Fault for 15 terrifying seconds last evening. It measured 6.9 on the Richter scale and was centered near Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of San Francisco. The quake hit at 5:04 p.m. Pacific time with rush hour traffic at its peak. In an instant, dozens of lives were wiped out on an Oakland expressway. The upper level of the Nimitz Freeway, Interstate 880, crashed onto the lower roadway. Authorities have said hundreds may have been trapped under a half-mile tangle of concrete and steel. They put the confirmed death toll there now at 54. The quake also dealt death on the two-tier Bay Bridge connecting Oakland and San Francisco. This car plunged into a gap created when the upper level collapsed. A 50-foot section of the top roadway ended up resting on the lower level. 3 cars were trapped there. At least one person was killed, but reports say many others got out of their cars safely. The quake knocked down buildings and tore open gas lines. Fire broke out all over the Bay Area, At least 3 people were killed in a blaze that gutted a square block in San Francisco's Marina neighborhood. At least 5 people died in the collapse of a San Francisco building. Power is out to as many as 1 million people, and some areas don't have phone service.
California Governor George Deukmejian is flying back from Germany at this hour. That's where he was when the quake hit the Bay Area. Before he left West Germany, he spoke about the tragedy in his state.
The confirmed number of deaths at this point is approximately 70 individuals. The largest number of deaths occurred on one of the freeways, and the so-called Nimitz freeway. There, approximately, they confirmed 56 individuals who were killed when a portion of that freeway crashed to a lower level, crushing the individuals in their cars. Then there have been deaths reported in San Francisco and in other locations, and so the total right now that our office has confirmed is approximately 70 individuals. There is, of course, massive destruction, and we're not going to know for a long time yet what the full extent of it is. There's strong efforts being made by everyone to aid the injured, try to rescue anyone else who is still trapped, and they're doing a good job of that, I'm told. There's, of course, a lack of power, a lack of light throughout the entire area, and the utility companies are working vigorously to try to restore that just as quickly as possible. There's excellent cooperation among all of the emergency agencies. It's very fortunate that we have had extensive planning. We've had actual exercises, coordinated efforts of the local and state and federal agencies. And when these types of disasters occur, they anticipate that there is going to be a loss of communication, there will be a loss of power, there will be a loss of access to areas. They do anticipate there will be gas explosions and the like. And so all of these emergency agencies have been trained and are prepared to try to deal with that and to use alternatives. Also, the medical facilities seem to be operating quite well. They have emergency power, and they seem to be handling the injured in a very professional and speedy manner. So that's about the latest update that I have.
Governor, you've obviously been in contact with people in Washington. What sort of assistance is FEMA and perhaps the White House giving you, and what sort are you asking for at this point?
Well, as you know, the President has sent Secretary Skinner to California. He's on his way there now. I'm also informed that the Vice President was in California last night, and so he's also there. And I did see an interview of Mr. Skinner before he left Washington, and he indicated that the federal government is certainly going to do everything that they can do and that is necessary to be of assistance. I think once they get an assessment of the situation, we will know, we'll be in a better position to know what additional aid they can render. But we need, we'll have to have the maximum use of equipment, the necessary kind of equipment to assist in the rescue and in the restoration, and of course personnel. And to the extent that the federal government can make that available, either through the military or through the Corps of Engineers or other agencies, all of that will be welcome and I'm sure will be needed.
Did you talk to President Bush last night?
No, no, I have not.
To whom have you spoken in Washington at this point?
I have not personally. My chief of staff talked to Governor Sununu, the President's chief of staff, and they are doing everything they can to cooperate with us.
Do you feel preparations in California were adequate?
Well, we've recognized for a long time, of course, that California is susceptible to earthquakes, and so over the years we have developed more and more experience and more preparation. And so to the extent that we have been able to, we do feel that we are well prepared to try to deal with this. Everyone knows that you cannot do much about what happens immediately in the sense of other than to try to reach those individuals who are injured and who are trapped, and you have to put your primary emphasis on doing that. And so, as I indicated earlier, there's been a number of exercises, a lot of training, a lot of preparation, and I'm confident that all of these agencies are doing the best they can.
What about fears of aftershock?
Well, again, you always do have these aftershocks. Fortunately, they're generally not as severe as the primary one, and there have been a few already, but you never know how many others you'll have and how severe they might be.
What about reports of looting?
The report from my office is that there has been very minor incidents, nothing widespread. And I heard some reports on television that, for example, that the National Guard had been called out to assist in quelling rioting. Well, that's not the case. The National Guard is a part, excuse me, of our overall response effort, and they have set up some medical facilities to assist, and also have an MP unit available to assist, but they're not called out to try to stop any widespread looting.
Already there's been some criticism starting to trickle down. People have said some of the buildings that collapsed shouldn't have, the highway that collapsed shouldn't have, and that the standard should have been higher. What's your reaction to those early criticisms?
I don't know. I can't speak specifically to the buildings because I don't know which ones and I don't know when they were constructed. I will say that I had been under the impression that the highways had been constructed to deal with any severe earthquake, and I am very surprised to see what has happened with some of those, and I think that we are going to have some inquiry with respect to that to determine why they did not withstand a quake of the severity of this one.
Who was supposed to make sure that they could withstand a quake of this nature? Was that a federal function or a state function?
Well, it would be primarily a state function. These would generally be under the jurisdiction of the California Transportation Department. But when the particular segments that have been so damaged now, when they were built and how they were built, I'm not in a position to be able to comment on that, but I've always been under the impression that the highways and the overpasses had been constructed to withstand an earthquake of this magnitude. And so I'm personally quite surprised at what's occurred.
When you arrive back in California, in San Francisco, and you make an initial assessment, what will your course of action be after that, as soon as you're able to first see the damage?
Well, determine what other resources might be needed, and then to make them available as quickly as possible. Very fortunately, I have insisted during the time that I've been governor that we maintain a prudent reserve to deal with emergencies. And even though a lot of other people have wanted to spend that money over and over again, and I've fought to maintain it, and we do have a prudent reserve of $1 billion that we can use and that we will use, and so I'll have to find out what it is that's needed, especially to deal with the immediate problems, and to make sure that that's made available.
The various levels of federal response, for example, FEMA response, are those dependent on a declaration out of your office, a declaration of emergency, for example?
Yes, and the lieutenant governor will be issuing a declaration of emergency. He'll be doing that this evening in California, and also requesting that the president declare a federal emergency for the area.
Once that declaration is made, what does that mean? What then happens?
Well, it does a lot of things. It releases additional resources. It assists those who have been injured or damaged, and they are then able to make claims for compensation. It makes monies available for some of the public works projects that have to be restored.
Governor George Deukmejian is now on his way home, flying in the air at this hour, on his way back to California to see the terrible destruction that has struck Northern California. It is expected that he will arrive in Los Angeles at 1 p.m. local Pacific time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern. He will then go on to San Francisco.
Our special report on the California earthquake continues. We are joined now live by CNN's Craig Heaps at our San Francisco bureau. Craig, among the many things we're reporting are the problems connected with the loss of power, telephone service, transportation. What can you tell us about that at this hour?
At this hour, Rick, there are still 1 million people in the Bay Area who are without power. Pacific Gas and Electric Company says that it's working on it. It's got about 100,000 homes back up. In the downtown area of San Francisco where we are, we're working on emergency battery power that's supposed to last about 48 hours in this building. We're running our camera off a battery. We're able to run our lights off the building power, but again, that's emergency power here in the building. Part of the problem, Pacific Gas and Electric says, is that there may be gas leaks in the downtown high-rises, and so they're very hesitant to precipitously turn the power back on because they don't want to cause problems with those gas leaks and lead to fires. So they'll be cautiously checking for leaks and then restoring power as they go. Speaking of fires, there are still fires burning here in the Bay Area tonight. That huge fire in the Marina District in San Francisco, just east of the Golden Gate Bridge, out by the bay itself. That fire is still warm. The fireboat Phoenix is in the bay, and it's pumping water into that area so that firefighters can hose down any hot embers that might be left. The Bay Bridge is closed because of the damage you described earlier. It could be closed for some time. Engineers inspected it tonight, but they still haven't made an announcement about when or how they think they might get the Bay Bridge open again. The BART system, the trains that run between San Francisco and Oakland and to a large part of the East Bay, that system is not running between San Francisco and Oakland tonight, although part of it is running in the East Bay between the city of Fremont, which is south of Oakland, and up to Oakland itself. There's a great deal of bus service going on in the East Bay to take people from BART stations into the communities on the other side of the Berkeley Hills that are east in Contra Costa County. It's the chief of police has said that San Francisco has been really very calm, perhaps calmer than he expected for this type of situation. Excuse me. Despite the isolated reports of lootings and muggings, for the most part, it's been a very calm city. There's been a great deal of cooperation from the citizenry. The city is a little eerie, though, tonight in the middle of the night. Normally in San Francisco, even though you wouldn't find it highly occupied in the middle of the night, you'd find it pretty well lit up. Tonight it's dark, except for the flashing lights of emergency vehicles. It's going to be daylight before anyone can really see how devastating this earthquake has been. And it will be at that time that I think emergency officials will be able to give us a better estimate of death tolls and dollar amounts of damage. But even then, it will be days and perhaps weeks before they have a really hard estimate of what has happened as a result of this major earthquake here in the Bay Area.
Craig, the epicenter was in Santa Cruz, which I understand is about 75 miles south of San Francisco. Are you able to get any information as to the amount of devastation, destruction in that area?
Santa Cruz is said to be heavily damaged. Even more so is a town north of Santa Cruz on the other side of the Santa Cruz Mountains called Los Gatos. Los Gatos apparently, excuse me, every building in the downtown, or at least a great many of them, appear to have collapsed, to have suffered a great deal of damage from the earthquake. The damage there is said to be extremely devastating. We heard a couple of hours ago from Dan Blackburn, who is in the Santa Cruz area, talking about the destruction of those mountainous roads. So that area close to the quake is probably even more badly damaged than here we are 70 miles north.
All right, Craig. We'll be checking back with you throughout the morning. Craig Heaps reporting live from our bureau in San Francisco. We'll be right back.
The city of Santa Cruz, California was just about at the epicenter of this big earthquake. Matt Tracy is with the Santa Cruz Fire Department. He joins us on the telephone now. Mr. Tracy, describe the scene in Santa Cruz at this hour.
At this particular time, things have pretty much settled down. We haven't suffered any aftershocks for about 3 to 4 hours now. Most of the emergency crews have gone to sleep for the night and will reawake in the morning and take a look and see where we're at about 6 a.m.
So your fires are out. You've rescued all the people you can rescue. Have you had fatalities?
Yes, we've had 2 confirmed fatalities in the downtown area. All other searches have been suspended till daylight hours, and at this time, there are no fires burning inside the city of Santa Cruz.
So it seems to be under control in Santa Cruz. Can you tell us about surrounding areas? Watsonville, we had a report that Los Gatos was heavily damaged.
At this time, all other areas are not reporting in to us. Most of our information's been gained on the phone wires, TV, that type of thing.
Okay, so you're not in real communication with those people. Do you have a lot of collapsed buildings? Was there a lot of structural damage in Santa Cruz? It was almost at the center of this big quake.
The mall area, which is an area of town, approximately a quarter square mile, older buildings, brick fronts, turn-of-the-century type structures, suffered major damage. 6 to 12 buildings are totally destroyed. Most of the other buildings have suffered moderate to severe damage.
All right, that's Matt Tracy. He's with the Santa Cruz Fire Department. He says things are pretty well under control in that city that was almost at the very epicenter of this 7.0 quake. We'll be right back.
San Francisco is no stranger to the rattles and rumbles of earthquakes, but the last time it suffered such savagery from the San Andreas Fault was in 1906. CNN's Mark Leff takes a look at that area's seismic past.
Few San Franciscans now alive remember the last time flames erupted in a city suddenly shattered from below. But in those terrifying days of April 1906, it was the fire that did the most damage and claimed the most lives. Most people who survived those days 83 years ago, when the earth shook and the sky burned, are dead now. Over the years, in diminishing numbers, they would gather occasionally to celebrate their good fortune and to remember. 83 years ago, the earthquake hit shortly after 5 a.m., when most people were home in bed.
When the earthquake struck, you know, the bed flew around in, like a kite.
This time, it was just after 5 p.m., when most people were at work.
I work in gift galleries, and we have a lot of crystal, and it was falling off the shelves and breaking, and everything was falling, and there was no place to run. Nowhere.
It was scary, but I trust in the Lord, and I knew I was going to be all right. But we got to the terminal, and they said the bridge had collapsed.
Everything came to a dead stop. People running in between the cars, running back to Treasure Island, screaming out, the bridge is collapsing, the bridge is collapsing. I think people were literally running for their lives. I was.
There were no bridges across the bay in 1906, virtually no cars, virtually no way to imagine death in a metal coffin high over the bay, or flattened between slabs of cement. But some ways of death haven't changed. In 1906, the end of the shaking was only the beginning of the nightmare.
The whole hotel crashed in from top to bottom into the basement with a roar and about 300 feet of flames shot in the air.
I remember watching the city burn. The third day our house burned.
The flames burned for more than 3 days and wiped out thousands of buildings over 4 square miles of the city. Authorities officially stopped counting the dead when the number reached about 500. But the dying didn't stop. Thousands of people huddled in temporary shelters and fought for survival. Sometimes law enforcement agents fought back.
And they hollered the fellow to halt. And the fellow kept right on and going, and he just took up his gun and shoot him right off the seat.
Historians believe deaths like that pushed the final toll from the 1906 quake much higher than the official figure. In 1989, in a city where houses have virtually wiped out the turn-of-the-century pastures and sand dunes, there are far more people, and so far, less damage and fewer casualties. But some things haven't changed. The earth shook and the sky burned, and the Army and National Guard are again on the streets, trying to save some survivors from themselves. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
Our special report on the California quake will continue throughout the morning. I'm Rick Moore.
I'm Molly McCoy. Stay with CNN.
Wait a minute.
What? The number killed is said to be in triple digits, perhaps 250 so far, and emergency crews are being overwhelmed by the scope of this disaster. I'm Molly McCoy with more of CNN's continuing coverage of last night's Bay Area earthquake.
This is a CNN special report.
Good morning, everyone. At least 200 people were killed and hundreds more were injured in the collapse of the upper level of Interstate 880. That was only one of the many scenes of destruction in the San Francisco Bay Area when a huge earthquake hit there last night. Also known as the Nimitz Freeway, Interstate 880 leads to the Bay Area Bridge in Oakland. It is the main traffic artery for the East Bay. Cars from the top level of that roadway, along with tons of concrete and steel, dropped through a half-mile long stretch of the roadway's upper level. Those in cars on the lower level were crushed. Doctors had to amputate the leg of a 3-year-old boy to free him from his crumpled car. His parents lay dead in the wreckage. State transportation officials say it's not clear why that section collapsed. Obviously, we're having some problems with our video. Officials say some parts of the highway are old and others have been rebuilt.
Beaver.
On the line with us now is Ron Gray. He is the press secretary for California Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy. Mr. Gray, can you tell us exactly what the situation is in San Francisco and the Oakland area at this hour?
Well, of course, we know that that the San Francisco Bay Area and 7 counties in that area have sustained severe damage because of the earthquake last evening. We're getting somewhat better reports now on the extent of damage, number of deaths and injuries. The lieutenant governor, who is acting governor in the absence of Governor Deukmejian this evening, has just about 45 minutes ago declared a state of emergency to exist in 7 Northern California counties.
What exactly will that mean for the rescue and recovery efforts that are now going on?
What this means for the local counties who have requested the assistance is that the state agencies who can provide personnel, equipment, and facilities to alleviate conditions resulting from the earthquake can be called into play. It also triggers the implementation of state disaster assistance programs. In addition, the Lieutenant Governor this evening or early this morning has requested from the White House a declaration of a federal state of emergency to exist so that federal funds and assistance can be provided as well.
We've had conflicting reports of the death toll coming out of the Bay Area all night. We've heard as many as 250 killed. At times, we've heard as many as perhaps 600 people have been killed in the area. Can you give us any sort of an updated figure on fatalities?
At this point, we have 268 confirmed fatalities. As you know, most of those fatalities are the result of the freeway section collapse, the interchange leading up to the Bay Bridge. Approximately 253 fatalities, I believe, from that, and as many, or I should say upwards of 400 injuries. There were, I believe, 5 or 6 confirmed fatalities in the city of San Francisco itself, another 6 to 14 fatalities in downtown Santa Cruz, which was closer to the epicenter of the quake.
We also understand that there has been a lot of property damage in San Francisco proper. I heard a description earlier of houses along Fillmore Street thrown into the street, and a lot of those houses are 2- and 3-story houses. Might you be finding more people when daylight comes?
The possibility of that already exists. Of course, emergency and rescue crews are on the scene in those neighborhoods looking for people who might be trapped inside those homes. And we feel confident that the rescue efforts and efforts to ensure the safety of those who are still in those neighborhoods is addressed.
And the fire in the Marina District?
The fire in the Marina District is taking a lot of attention at this point from fire and rescue crews at this point, and it does look like the Marina District has sustained pretty severe fire damage.
What's needed in California, Northern California, at this moment that the nation might provide?
Well, at this point, we're just hoping that everybody will stay tuned and listen for further reports. We're, at this point, collecting further information from the Office of Emergency Services here in California that are coordinating the federal, state, and local efforts to provide assistance to earthquake victims. And I should think that in a few hours from now, we should start getting some information about the kinds of assistance that might be needed.
All right. We thank you for joining us. That's Ron Gray. He's a spokesman for the Lieutenant Governor's office in California. Rick?
At least 9 people were killed in the city of San Francisco, and the death toll is expected to go much higher. Fires broke out in some sections of the city and were fed by broken gas lines. Some houses and parts of buildings collapsed, and dozens of people were trapped in the rubble. Power was knocked out throughout the city. Rescue workers operated in darkness or with flashlights and lights from vehicles or emergency power sources. Some looting was reported. San Francisco Mayor Art Agnos was seeking help from federal troops at the Presidio, and he said an Army unit from Fort Ord was en route to the city to help patrol the streets. Sausalito resident Zelda Tiffany Lowe, who was in her 80s, had watched San Francisco burn in the 1906 earthquake. Last night, Lowe watched the smoke rising over the city, and she described the 1989 quake. The house shook, she said. It pulled in and out, up and down, like a dog shaking a rag.
Sounded like a bomb. The whole top of the building fell off and landed right on top of these cars. There were people in them, and I guess they didn't feel a thing. They were just crushed to death.
We were standing over here. It lasted for about 8 seconds, and about 4 seconds into it, we turned around because we were going to run for the playground, and we saw this go, and it just quietly collapsed.
I was standing near the glass, and people said, get away from the glass, and I was afraid to walk away from the glass. I started to walk, and I couldn't stand up, and I saw dust out towards Candlestick. It was really crazy. I've never been anything like that. Big building.
San Francisco Mayor Agnos says that 12 buildings, all smaller residential dwellings, were destroyed in the earthquake. Agnos said there are no reports of major damage to high-rise buildings in the city. Joining us now from our bureau in San Francisco, CNN reporter Craig Heaps. Craig, what's the situation there at this hour?
At this hour, Rick, things are fairly calm in the city. It is quiet and somewhat eerie outside. The eeriness coming from the real lack of light because there's so much power out. 1 million people without power in the Bay Area tonight. Pacific Gas and Electric Company says it isn't exactly sure when it will have all of that power back on. It's restored power to about 100,000 of its customers. But it's in San Francisco, especially in the downtown high-rises, it's a little afraid to do that. Fire is a great danger in the Marina District, as you were describing earlier. A huge fire destroyed a dozen buildings, killed 3 people. Firefighters are still on the scene there tonight, making sure that that fire doesn't erupt once again. The fireboat Phoenix is in the bay pumping water to the firefighters there, running hoses along the streets into the Marina District. There are houses off their foundations in San Francisco. There are people afraid to stay in their houses tonight. Some of them are camping in Golden Gate Park trying to get out in the open where they would be safe if there were another aftershock, so that if a building perhaps were to collapse or something were to fall off of a building, it wouldn't hit them. The State Office of Emergency Services is encouraging people in the Bay Area to stay home tomorrow, saying it's better if you stay home. The services to get you where you want to go aren't as readily available as you might expect. The BART service, you can't be certain when it's going to start running again because it doesn't have all the electrical power it needs. The Bay Bridge is closed and no one can say when that's going to open again. And so as a result, they are encouraging people to stay in their homes. On the other hand, the Pacific Stock Exchange has asked as many of its employees as can safely get to work to do so, because they want to continue the business of the Pacific Stock Exchange tomorrow. In the city itself, much of the devastation won't be as evident until daylight. Here it's just after 2:30 in the morning, and so we're probably 3 to 4 hours away from getting a really good look at what that devastation is like and how much effect this major earthquake has had here in the Bay Area. But we'll continue to follow the story all through the days and weeks to come, Rick.
Craig, are you getting any newer figures than we have on the number of people killed and injured out there? Do you have any firm figures at this hour?
No, and I would say you're probably in the best position talking to Mr. Gray, Leo McCarthy, the Lieutenant Governor's press secretary. He's probably as well connected to find that out as anyone, and I think probably the numbers that he gave us a few minutes ago are probably the ones they know at this point.
It's our understanding that several counties in California have been declared emergency areas. What do you think this will mean as far as helping the people cope with the disaster?
I think part of that it will be the long-term help. In the short run, in the immediate the next few days, what they need is electricity back on. What they need are phones that work. What they need is a place to buy food and to make sure that the gas isn't leaking in their homes and that they're not in danger from fire and that someone isn't looting their home or their business. But in the long run, those emergency declarations mean money to rebuild, mean the opportunity to perhaps get a low-interest loan and to start a business back up again despite the damage to the facility that the business is in. It means the chance to get a home put back on its foundation or to start over again because of that disaster relief.
All right, thank you, Craig. Craig Heaps reporting live from our San Francisco Bureau. Molly?
The earthquake shook loose a 50-foot section of the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. 3 cars were left dangling between 2 levels of the bridge when the section collapsed. Busy rush hour commuters found themselves driving at a 50-degree angle to the roadbed when the quake rippled through the bridge. The bridge leads to the main traffic artery in the East Bay, the Nimitz Freeway, where most of the deaths occurred in Oakland. It's made up of 2 spans, one between San Francisco and Treasure Island, the other connecting the island to Oakland. The span of roadway that caved in was on the Oakland side of Treasure Island. One commuter captured the horror of the bridge cave-in this amateur video. A motorist died when a car drove off the collapsed section of the bridge. Another commuter says at the time she thought her shock absorbers weren't working, then she realized she was not having car problems. 2 other people who were on the bridge during the quake described the catastrophe this way.
We were on the bus, all of a sudden everything came to a stop and the bus just started shaking massively back and forth. Everything stopped and then all of a sudden everything started going, and again everybody thought that things were normal, and then like maybe about 2 minutes later everything came to a dead stop. People running in between the cars, running back to Treasure Island, screaming out, the bridge is collapsing, the bridge is collapsing. I think people were literally running for their lives. I was.
A limousine was on flat. It started shaking from side to side, and then all of a sudden I realized that it was an earthquake, and I didn't realize we were so close to the collapsing of the bridge, and all of a sudden we saw that the bridge had collapsed right before us.
California Governor George Deukmejian says the thing that disturbs him the most is the failure of some of the highways, bridges, and roads. Deukmejian has cut short a trip to West Germany. He's now on his way back to California. Stay tuned. This special report on the San Francisco earthquake will continue. 5:45 Eastern.
Let's get an update on the weather as it pertains to California and what impact, if any, it might have on the aftermath of the earthquake. Here's Valerie Voss.
Molly, Rick, in the thank heaven for small favors department, the weather was quiet, has been quiet, and promises to be quiet in the Northern California region affected by the earthquake. Generally fair skies the rule, and tonight not too cold. Temperatures down into the 50s. For tomorrow, we're expecting a high temperature in San Francisco of about 78 degrees, a little warmer in the San Jose area up to around 80 degrees. As you can see, there is a cold front off the west coast. It is moving down into the Northern California region for tomorrow. However, as it approaches that region, it shouldn't produce too much other than some cloudiness by tomorrow over Northern California. Winds with it could get a little more gusty, but the forecast for winds today is generally for light, less than 15 miles per hour, and in a variable direction in this region. What we can tell you right now is that they are opening the San Francisco airport for cargo and ferry flights only. After 6 a.m. local time, the airport will be accepting 25 flights per hour. That means that there will be many cancellations to the San Francisco area today. If you are holding a ticket for San Francisco, of course, call your airline or your travel agent. Take a look at the forecast map now for later on today. As you can see, quiet weather in the Northern California region, that cold front producing just slightly gustier winds, and temperatures across California for people who have had damaged homes, left homeless, will be generally on the mild side. 50s for overnight low temperatures, and temperatures today up into the 70s in San Francisco, perhaps a bit cooler for tomorrow. We'll continue to keep you updated on that San Francisco weather situation and other weather conditions around the country throughout the morning hours. But right now, special coverage continues with Molly McCoy.
With the tragedy as it is, we don't want to seem frivolous by talking about sports. Jim Huber is here, though, to talk about the World Series, and that is one of the major stories that came out of this earthquake.
It was where a lot of people were last night when it came about. For the better part of 4 days, this was one of the most humdrum World Series in history, changed in a matter of 15 jarring, terrifying seconds into one for the history books. As the Giants and Oakland A's were warming up for Game 3 last night at Candlestick Park, the capacity crowd still getting seated, the earthquake hit.
Please. There's been a power failure, therefore the game will be postponed.
Please leave. The game has been postponed. There'll be no baseball tonight. Thank you.
All of a sudden it hit. I didn't know where I was for 5 seconds. I still feel like throwing up right now.
We had like 2 minutes to be on the field before they started the introduction, so we were kind of, jogging down the thing, and Jeff asked me, he goes, "What is that?" And I said, "It's an earthquake, big boy," and the lights started flashing off and on, and we were running, and it really didn't feel like it was that big to me, I guess because we were running.
There is a rule concerning alternate sites for a World Series. They will likely not be able to return to Candlestick Park since there was structural damage. And Oakland Coliseum is located in an area they say is equally hard hit. They could move the series to Los Angeles, first to Dodger Stadium, then to Anaheim if need be. That is all something that will be decided sometime today by the new commissioner, Fay Vincent, who faces something not even 2 world wars ever presented a World Series. I'm Jim Huber. The news will continue this special report right after this.
Yesterday's devastating earthquake crippled transportation in some parts of the San Francisco Bay Area and paralyzed it in others. Automobile traffic is still a nightmare, with collapsed bridges and sections of freeway and power outages that have extinguished traffic lights. Travel by car is hazardous, and there are reports of large cracks in streets and roads. The California Highway Patrol reports that all mountain passes are closed because of major landslides and fissures in the road. As night fell in San Francisco, thousands of office workers with no transportation home mingled with homeless people downtown. The Bay Area rapid transit system shut down after hundreds of people fled subway and elevated stations. Buses continued to run and were jammed, but the famed San Francisco trolleys, which are electrically powered, stalled on their tracks. As we've been reporting, a section of the Bay Bridge connecting Oakland and San Francisco collapsed, so obviously that route is closed. closed, and obviously there's no traffic on the Interstate 880 freeway in Oakland, a section of which collapsed. The Golden Gate Bridge emerged relatively unscathed and is open to traffic. Passengers are stranded at the San Francisco airport, which has been closed. That airport's control tower sustained some damage, part of a roof collapse. Crews are checking runways for possible cracks. Oakland Airport also suffered some damage. Some runways there are open to traffic. The San Jose Airport is open as usual for arriving and departing flights. Passengers stranded at San Francisco Airport and some who were using Bay Area Rapid Transit talked about their experiences.
Well, I thought it was pretty amazing. I thought it was all going to come crashing in.
We are not allowing any departing flights, any incoming flights, and we've stopped all traffic at the entry roadways. Our efforts right now are concentrating on evaluating damage to the airport, accommodating those persons who wanted to leave, get them off to their domiciles in the Bay Area, and further those people who are stuck here trying to find accommodations for them as well.
I was on BART getting ready to come out of the city when it happened. In fact, I was underground in the Montgomery station.
How'd you feel?
I felt very scared. I mean, because the pillars and all the support beams inside the station were all moving and everything else. It was very scary. People running everywhere.
And many of the 60,000 people who were in Candlestick Park for Game 3 of the World Series have yet to get back to their homes and hotels as Bay Area officials try to cope with the transportation snarls.
Apparently, the San Francisco earthquake will not affect the planned launch this afternoon of the space shuttle Atlantis. The shuttle is on the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's ready to fly. Space agency officials have been concerned about whether an Air Force control center in Sunnyvale, California, in the earthquake zone would be up and running, but they received assurances early this morning that the center is ready. That center will command the solid fuel rocket, which will propel the space probe Galileo from the shuttle onto a course towards Jupiter. And stay with us, there's more to come. The epicenter of this earthquake was Santa Cruz, California. CNN reporter Greg Lamont is in Santa Cruz this morning to tell us what's happening there. Very much damage there, Greg?
We are in the downtown area of Santa Cruz. There's quite extensive damage to the main streets down here. These are older buildings and did not fare well when the 6.9 earthquake struck. Basically, the folks around here are just saying it's dark and it's scary. There's massive power outages all throughout the area. We flew here from San Jose, and we flew in a chopper, and just about everywhere we looked, there were power outages as far as the eye could see. The airstrip that we landed on was without power. Red Cross shelters are being set up here. We've been told that we're getting different reports depending on various sources that anywhere from 2 to 6 people have died here in Santa Cruz because of collapsed buildings. Across the street from me is a clothing shop that is heavily damaged, and all up and down this street, it looks like something that can't be described. There's debris everywhere. Roofs have caved in some buildings. The police are here. Lines have been set up to prevent any kind of looting, and we haven't had any reports of any of that. Again, most of the extensive damage is in the downtown area. Red Cross shelters, as I mentioned, have been set up to assist those who may be homeless at this point in time. Again, there's no power here, and there has been some extensive damage to homes in the area that we're in right now. Schools are going to be closed throughout the area tomorrow, we've been told. U.S. Coast Guard choppers have been transporting casualties throughout the Northern California area.
Greg, let me ask you about that. We've had conflicting reports of the number of casualties in Santa Cruz this morning. We had a fireman tell us 2, and then a spokesman for the Lieutenant Governor's office said as many as 14 perhaps in Santa Cruz. Can you confirm any number?
The ones that you mentioned the 2, I heard one that 6 people had been killed here, and earlier I had heard that as many as 8 had been killed here, but we arrived just a short time ago, and I haven't really been able to confirm any kind of numbers. I haven't heard the figure of 14 yet, however.
Okay, let me ask you, too, we've been hearing reports that Los Gatos, California, is incredibly damaged by this earthquake. I know that Santa Cruz isn't right on top of Los Gatos, but do you hear any reports coming out of there? Or are you going to try to go over there?
We're going to try to make our way over there, but we're getting those same kind of reports. There's also another town called Hollister, which is apparently, from everything that we've been told, near leveled. So the damage throughout this area is quite extensive.
All right. CNN reporter Greg Lamont reporting for us live this morning from Santa Cruz, California.
And our conversation with Greg will continue shortly, and as well as all of our coverage on this devastating earthquake. I'm Rick Moore.
I'm Molly McCoy. Stay with CNN. A devastating earthquake hits the Northern California coast.
Hundreds dead. San Francisco and Oakland at a virtual standstill. Good morning from the CNN Center in Atlanta. We continue our CNN special report on the earthquake in California. I'm Rick Moore.
I'm Molly McCoy. It has the look of a disaster film, but the devastation in San Francisco is all too real. About 250 people are dead. The number of injuries is in the hundreds and still rising after last night's powerful earthquake. As it undulated through the city, the earthquake folded bridges and freeways, crushing many people in their cars. It ignited fires and reduced many buildings to heaps of rubble. Most of the city was plunged into darkness. Up to 1 million people have no power at this hour, and many have no phone service. Lieutenant Governor Leo McCarthy has declared a state of emergency in 7 Bay Area counties.
The deadliest earthquake in the U.S. in 83 years struck during the evening rush hour at 5:04 p.m. Pacific time, stranding thousands of office workers downtown. Measuring 6.9 on the Richter scale, the earthquake lasted just 15 to 20 seconds, but ravaged an extensive area along the notorious San Andreas Fault. The epicenter was northeast of Santa Cruz, about 75 miles south of San Francisco. The quake was felt as far away as Reno, Nevada, 225 miles to the northeast. Terror is a simple way to describe what drivers felt in the East Bay city of Oakland. The Nimitz Freeway, or Highway 880, buckled when the earthquake rolled through the San Francisco area. A mile-long section of the top layer of the double-decker interstate collapsed. Steel and concrete came crashing down onto the lower tier. Estimates are that at least 54 and as many as 200 people were crushed to death in their cars. All through the night, emergency crews worked to pull survivors out of the twisted wreckage of the interstate. Tractors, bulldozers, and dump trucks were put in action. Trucks and vans took bodies from the site. One Alameda County official said in these words, "This is just a devastating, terrible, terrible situation beyond anyone's imagination."
CNN's Gary Miller is in Oakland, California this morning. Gary is with CNN Sports. He was in the Bay Area to cover the World Series. Suddenly, he and other sports reporters found themselves face-to-face with unexpected tragedy. Gary, what can you tell us about what's happening in Oakland this morning?
Molly, at the moment, the rescue efforts have been discontinued. It's just after 3 a.m. in the morning here on the West Coast. As you see, the scene behind me is the worst hit area of the entire area that we know of as far as loss of life. The body count is estimated over 100 right now. The latest word is that maybe with that estimate of as many as 200 could be reduced, but they've discontinued rescue efforts because they feel it might be more dangerous to continue them in the darkness here. They're going to wait for dawn. They're expecting it around 6 a.m. West Coast time that they will continue to try and find any possible survivors in this area.
We might point out, Gary, that you were standing in that area of the Nimitz Freeway known as the Cypress structure to the local residents. Of course, that's the area that came crashing down on hundreds of cars during the evening rush hour, about 5:04 local time there yesterday. Why have they called off any of the attempted rescue efforts that have been going on all night?
Molly, they're still moving in some trucks, so there's Park District trucks and trucks that might be able to move some of the huge slabs of concrete and steel that fell down from the upper freeway onto the freeway below it. What they have said is that they're afraid because they can't get enough light in this area, there's power out throughout this area, that they may do more harm than good as far as moving some of those concrete structures and cause danger to any possible survivors in that area. So we can't get a bearing exactly since there's no official spokesman at this hour of the morning. They've suspended that area of the rescue effort as well. It's been difficult to get any official statement at this hour of the morning. They're saying that around dawn and when they get some natural lighting, they'll feel better about going in there and possibly rescuing people that might be crushed or trapped inside their cars.
All right, Gary Miller reporting for us live this morning from Oakland, California. We'll be checking back in with him throughout the morning. Rick?
The epicenter of the earthquake was northeast of Santa Cruz along the San Andreas Fault. CNN's Greg Lamont is in Santa Cruz. We have him on the phone with us now. Greg, we talked to you just 10 or 15 minutes ago. Are you still in the same location? Describe where you are and what it's like there now.
Well, it is dark and it is scary for the folks who live here, to say the least, in Santa Cruz, where the downtown area that we are located at is heavily damaged by the 6.9 earthquake. We're hearing reports, although they have not been confirmed, that as many as 2 to 14 people have been killed in building collapses. And based on what we're seeing in the downtown area, there's many buildings that have collapsed here. Although when you see the damage here, it's amazing that more people were not killed. The main drag of Santa Cruz is devastated. Building roofs have toppled. Glass covers the sidewalks. There's no power here. Phone service is completely unreliable. I'm speaking on a cellular phone right now. Looking at the damage, again, it's amazing. More people weren't killed. The Red Cross has set up emergency shelters to help deal with those who have become homeless because of this. There's other damage to houses in the surrounding area. Police lines are up to prevent looting. It's apparent, although it is still dark, that there's millions of dollars worth of damage here, and it's going to take this town quite some time to pick up the pieces.
Greg, is any rescue effort still going on there, or like in San Francisco, has it been suspended until the daylight hours?
At this time, it's been suspended. Again, the police have set up their lines. There are some firemen and rescue personnel kind of just going through to see what kind of damage there is, but at this particular point in time, searching for possible victims has been called off.
All right, what about transportation, the highways in the area? Are people able to move around to get in and out?
We're being told that, although we flew here from San Jose, that some of the roads along that route to here have been closed off because of downed power lines and because of big cracks in the roads. Although we drove in when we did get to town, I guess about 5 miles outside of town, we didn't have any problem getting here. But we are hearing reports that roads throughout the area are unreliable at this time.
The best advice for almost any Californian in that area today, stay home then, huh?
Yeah, and people are being advised that come daylight, it would be best not to take a shower and go to work, that people should be staying at their homes for the next couple of days.
All right, Greg Lamont talking to us by cellular phone from Santa Cruz. Molly?
Back to the earthquake story in the Bay Area proper now. A huge chunk of the bridge connecting Oakland to San Francisco gave way, and some people on that span had a video camera rolling to capture the horrifying experience. The top story of the double-decker roadway crumbled, as this eyewitness explained last night.
We were about 20 cars away from the incident, and we thought that our limousine was on flat. It started shaking from side to side, and then all of a sudden I realized that it was an earthquake, and I didn't realize we were so close to the collapsing of the bridge, and all of a sudden we saw that the bridge had collapsed right before us, and we were very nervous, but Jonathan Creighton and Kermit Smith, they were with me. We decided to get out of the car, and Kermit Smith said, "We have the cameras, why don't we videotape this?" So they immediately went over to the cars. You see right there, they start videotaping. 2 cars fell into this bridge, and they almost went down into the water. But this gentleman, he was very heroic. He jumped out, and he pulled the passengers out of the car, and it was kind of unbelievable. We couldn't believe he was doing it. I mean, he actually pulled all these people out.
So what we're looking at here, this is the upper, that's the portion of the upper deck that has come down?
Yes. Okay. And these are the 2 cars that were right before us that fell into the bridge when it happened. We were like 20 cars back, so we weren't, quite that close.
And what about the injuries? Did you see anyone?
Well, it was very ironic that none of the people in these 2 cars that fell down was hurt. They weren't injured.